Tardis Zone Live. We've got another Doctor Who panel with us tonight. We have Matrix Lord 212.
Hello.
How are you?
How you doing, sir?
I'm not too bad. And how are you?
Good.
Good. Oh, I can hear an echo in the background.
Oh, me? Is it me?
I don't know. It's probably someone's.
It might be my
anyway, we've got Sean from the Nerdaholics also. Hey, Sean.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? How's it going now?
Not too bad. Your sound has kind of gone a bit wonky all of a sudden.
Is that better?
That's much better. Well done.
Good.
Well done. And
Cool,
of
cool,
course, we've got our resident moaner.
Daniel Capaldi.
Constipated scrunch face. Daniel. Welcome, Daniel.
Hello, and thanks to the echo, it was coming from and as usual. So, how are you all doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine.
Very well.
Very good.
So decided that why not? Let's do a little L panel. Sure, we'll kill a couple of hours anyway tonight.
Yeah,
man.
So, Matrix Lord, as you are our newest guest that we've had on, obviously we've had 2 trailers and we've had a clip from the very first episode, Spyfall. Sorry, why do I keep with the James Bond title? Jesus.
Yeah, I'm pissed off about that, by the way.
Yeah,
here's the thing. I dubbed the episode a while ago. I called it 00 Doctor. That's what I was calling it because I didn't know what the title was. But
absolutely.
It's so convenient that they showed the trailer for No Time to Die, and they got the whole Bond thing going on, and they drop it, and they do a spoof off of Skyfall, it's Spyfall, and they just and people clicking in who doesn't see what Doctor Who is, they're like getting confused. They're going to watch it probably for that, but the fact that it's 2 parts, and you want to talk about the trailer first because
go ahead, walk away.
I gotta say, I thought the first trailer was like poop spraying Febreze on it. Like you're trying to make it smell nice, but it's still poop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a polished turd is still a polished turd. At the end
I mean,
of the day,
it's like putting ice cream on pizza. I was trying to figure out what am I supposed to be tasting first or enjoying. Thank you for throwing like Cybermen, boom, Jadoon, boom, this, boom, but like. They left out like conversations with the Doctor and her companions. Really, we're like you've lost the you're doing like a slideshow, like bah 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 bah, and it's like what am I watching? Like what is this? It's a mixture of nonsense. So I hated the first trailer. Right. Second trailer I actually liked, but that's not saying a lot because again, when you're fed garbage food. And you're constantly being fed garbage food. After a while, garbage tastes good. So, it's better than Series 11 trailer, but not really that much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean,
after watching the trailers and the clip, what are your hopes for the series now? Are you still a bit optimistically cautious?
I think they're gonna pull the wool over our eyes. I think that we think it's gonna be something, and it's not gonna be anything what we think.
That's what I
think that line about your lives are coming to, or you have no more lives or something. That's to do with that. Whatever the villain is basically saying I'm gonna kill all of you. Yeah. You're all going to be dead. Not that the Doctor ran out of regenerations, or they're doing like a Peter Capaldi almost regeneration, but it wasn't. It was for her show type of thing with the stupid truth monks. So like it never happened. So like I think everybody's jumping to conclusions, thinking, "Oh my God, what are we going to do? She can't regenerate." It's like, no, I think it's just nonsense. Just like, so I don't think anything's going to come from that. Like we thought something would come from Series 11, but when you have your tablecloth yell at you, the timeless child, I can't get excited about that because I eat on my tablecloth. So, you had no special effect. You wasted all the money to travel to these exotic locales. And they're like, we ran out of money. What are we going to do? Get a tablecloth, handkerchief monster, the timeless child. It's like, but you're a tablecloth. It's like, what do you want me to do? Like, I can't get excited about that. I'm making casts about a tablecloth yelling at me that there's a timeless child. So, like, I don't I'm hoping that. And then again, we thought somebody was dying. Graham was dying. She's talking to a frog. I mean, really. So pouring her heart and soul to the person that didn't make it as the next Kermit the Frog. I mean, what are you gonna do? So this series, I wanted to think, oh my God, this is gonna be cool. The Cyberman looked menacing.
Yeah,
I do gotta say.
They actually do. Yeah.
But then, the Rachnos was busy, so you got the Rachnos' cousin, like Scorpionox or something, whatever. Okay. Give her a paint job, take some eyes off of her, and it's a different monster entirely. Not really, but okay. So, I mean, I don't know what to think. I mean, I want it to be good. I'm Stephen Fry. That's awesome. You know what I'm saying?
Stephen Fry, myself personally.
They got Ronnie from Sarah Jane Adventures, and they put makeup on her, and she's like growling stuff, and you're a monster. It's like, okay, that's cool, but is this really going to be like big expectations, big things happening, shaking things up, or is it going to be just the same or nonsense? Is it going to be like Series 11 plus extra spice? I mean, that's what I'm worried about. I mean, I want to believe that they've changed, that Chibnall's has changed. But to me, it seems like he's gotten all this money, and it's great. You're going to Africa, you're going to Cape Town, you're going whatever. But if you're spending more money for special effects and you're spending more money for exotic locale traveling, which must mean first class, top hotel, then why isn't the writer or the writers above average? Like, you would have to have good stories to fit.
Exactly.
And I don't think we're going to get that. I think this is going to be like, this is Species 4. I mean, it used to be a movie that was in the theater, then it went to B movie, C movie, then D movie. Like, and I'm not just talking sizes, I'm just talking like in general. But like, I'm hoping that it's good, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, I have to admit now, I didn't like the first trailer, I have to be honest. It basically, as you said, it just seemed like clip after clip after clip. It was like they filmed a certain amount and then, right, we'll stick this clip in. There was no
context
with the clip at all. The second trailer actually annoyed me even more than the first trailer. I thought, here was me, right? How could BBC make Series 12 more unappealing? Drop a second trailer. And that's what they did. That second trailer, in my opinion, is worse than the first one. The only thing that I did like was the actual clip that they gave us a Spyfall. It wasn't too bad. There was nothing I could really say about it, because basically it's just a line of dialogue between the Doctor and Stephen Fry's character. And it is interesting. I mean, your woman's DNA has been rewritten. So who has rewritten our DNA? Is it the Cybermen, or is it the Master? See, I think the Master is going.
Well, that's the sort of thing that the Master would do, though. Yeah, I mean, if we go back to the classic series, his game was, let's steal the Doctor's body, or let's try and at least use up their remaining generations.
Or the tissue compression eliminator.
Exactly.
Because isn't that how Anthony Ainley's Master steals his father's body as well? Like
Dremas.
Yeah. I mean, I put a picture up. There was obviously a still from the trailer, and it looks like Graham is either at the falling back and he's sitting down on the ground, but he's looking at this thing that looks like a center console to me of a TARDIS. I don't know if you've seen the picture. Have you seen the picture? It looks like he's actually staring at the TARDIS console, and it's not the Doctor's.
I think it's the
You're talking about that scene when somebody's on the floor and there's
that's like Graham. That's Graham.
It looks like a control room, but
I don't think it's a TARDIS though.
I don't either.
Do you know, what do you think it is then? Do any speculation?
I think it's.
Well, here's the thing: is it like a Jadoon spaceship?
Could be, yeah. Could even be, yeah.
Because here's the thing: we've never seen a Jadoon. We haven't seen inside of a Jadoon.
No, we haven't. We haven't.
And also, I know they're not in this series, but if you go back to the Lodger, The Silence spaceship, which it turned out to be later on, kind of looked like a TARDIS control room.
They were trying to build the TARDIS, which is still out there, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Along with Clara's. Anyway.
Yeah, that's a whole nother.
Yeah.
We don't have long to wait now. We've literally got what's the date now? It's the 7th of December. So we're not far away from Doctor Who. The only thing is for me, he'll have to hit the ground running. But see, I agree with Matrix Lord. If you've spent all that money, blown your budget on flying to exotic locations, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you bring back. If the
poisonous spiders.
It's like, why are you spending $1 million to travel and spending $5 for a writer? I mean, it's like he's getting these people. Look, I understand that. Oh, the argument. Oh, even though they never did sci-fi, it doesn't mean they're going to be great at it. I get that, but he's not hiring anybody that has any experience about sci-fi, and that's what I'm worried about. Because the way they write it, they don't know how to write for sci-fi, and it might come off wrong.
You're right. I agree with you 100%. He's hired in soap writers, like.
See, to be honest with you, I felt as though the second trailer, the second trailer was even more terrible than the first trailer. Now, I wasn't very impressed with the first trailer anyway, because I think both trailers were incredible. But however, though, I do think that's going to be the best bit about the series. Was the actual trailer where you see all the villains now. Like basically, Chibnall has no idea what to do, and he's put too many of them in the series. To be honest with you, I don't see how this series is going to plan out to be what he envisions it. There's too many elements from the stories, and like I remember you said before, could you kind of speculate that there's going to be a major sort of classic villain every second episode? So you speculated that, and to be honest with you, like all the I just don't see how this is going to make any sense. And on top of that, Chris Chibnall's never really impressed me. He is a writer, because it's basically what you said is he got kind of lucky with the first series of Brother Odd Church, and he's been basically living off that the rest of his career. And you can't do that as a writer. You've got to evolve, and you can't use the same concept and writing style on Broad Church, and then try and implement into Doctor Who. It fails massively. As you've seen him try to do it in series 11, but I'll let him on come in here.
Yeah. See, that's the problem is that. Yeah.
No, you go ahead, man.
The problem is that he wrote series 11, and then he did series 12. They kind of did it at the same time, so they can get a little ahead of with different writers, but you didn't know who the writers were. So what I'm worried about is that they didn't learn from their mistakes. That this is gonna be a copy of 11 because they didn't know that it didn't go over well. So we're not going to really. It's going to be exactly like a clone of Series 11. Only they're going to show Juju. But here's the thing: I'm worried about with showing the monsters. Right. They don't. These writers don't know. He doesn't let them watch.
These writers. I was thinking that
they don't. He don't let them watch past episodes, so they don't know how the Juju is supposed to act.
Exactly.
Right. So Chibnall is putting the words in for them, or he's tinkering with their script because they have no idea who the Cyberman is. They have no idea.
That's what majorly worried me about the fact that he was bringing these villains back, because he made a massive point in series 11 saying no classic villains, it's all going to be my original stories and all that. And now he's bringing all these villains back, mainly I reckon to sabotage them, to go, look, you wanted these classic villains, well, I didn't think I needed them, but I'm going to bring them back and just show you that you really didn't miss these villains, because he's going to do some horrible things to them, I think. But anyway, sorry, Dan.
He's going to be very exposed anyway, because the thing about it is, if his writing's not up to scratch, we're going to know straight away, because he's written the first 2 episodes. So if the first 2 episodes of this series don't actually go well then that doesn't give me hope for the rest of the series, to be quite honest with you. He will have to hit the ground running with his writing.
Look what he did with the Silurians. You know?
Oh, God.
You know, do you trust him with these classic villains? I bloody don't.
Jesus.
No, I wouldn't.
He's doing the classic Moffat. I do the first 2, the last 2 in the special.
Yeah.
Which anything in between is going to be a hot, it takes you away mess problem. I mean,
yeah, I mean, like, to be honest with you, like, I can't, like, I know that the first couple of episodes you speculated, will probably have a bit of a sort of a spike rating, but I'm telling you my honest prediction here when it comes to the ratings as the series progresses. This is going to get to this is going to get even, and this is going to get even more than Capaldi's series.
the ratings are going to go down.
Because let's be honest here, Chibnall and his writing stuff, I don't know what the hell to do, because he's high, because he's hired writing staff with no television experience, and the people that has got
Emmerdale.
and the people that has get television experience are Coronation Street, right?
And Hollyoaks,
and Emmerdale, and basically when you're writing Doctor Who, that's a different step up altogether. It's 19 and like, it makes me so pissed off here, sorry for my
this is the longest running.
Drop the bomb there. So fuck off.
You got the longest running science fiction show in history, right? Which you're supposed to treat it on a high caliber. Let's get the best people on it, because it's the longest running science fiction show in history, right? So you don't want to put newbies on there. You want to put inexperienced. It's like,
especially people who don't really give a shit about the show, you know?
Then again, we do have
mind inexperience, right? We don't mind a bit of inexperience, because let's be honest, some of the classic writers were inexperienced back in the day.
Right.
Writers. The problem I have is that he seems to be bringing in nothing but new writers. Also, there's a thing in place. They have a deal in place with some drama college that at least one person from that college will get to write for Doctor Who. That is unacceptable.
I don't need no
more of that.
Monsters.
It's more of that BBC diversity and inclusion strategy bullshit.
Stop it. That's
can I come back in?
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Basically, if you're basically hiring people from a certain educational institution, you're basically sacrificing one of your writing spots all for just to satisfy that quota. Now this is such a stupid strategy. Anyway, this diversity and inclusion strategy, right? I'm all all for being inclusive, but give people the job if they have the talent to do it. Don't just give them the job because they're a certain skin color
or you're there as buddy.
Yeah,
he's friends with them from like Broadchurch or whatever.
Exactly.
And he hooks up his people.
I mean, people, Lenny Henry was in season 3 of Broadchurch. Let's not forget. So that was quite.
Bradley
that was
Walsh
quite a, like,
was Law and
Bradley
Order.
Walsh, absolutely.
UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously Jodie
Whittaker.
So he's getting his mates in. That's all he is. That's all he's doing. It's just like.
And there's no auditions. It's like,
no.
Oh, let's have lunch, and there you go.
Yeah.
Now I was saying, where is Olivia Colman? Because here's the thing, right?
Right.
She went to a newspaper without even talking to her buddy Chris Chibnall, and she's like, I want to be the top villain, right? Now, this is before she got, like, the Oscars and all, right? So then she's like, well, I guess I'll have to have lunch with, which is like a joke because that's what you do. Yeah. You have lunch and you're hired. Like, there is no audition. So she had lunch with Chibnall. Chibnall said, absolutely, right? And then it's too late for Series 11. So, all right. She has to appear in Series 12. Now, who the heck could she be if she does appear? But then we heard, which is really interesting, Michelle Gomez all of a sudden was not ready to give up the role. Like, she would want to appear one more time to regenerate. So you would think that Olivia Colman would be regenerated and it'd be like Missy. But then you're hearing something about the Ronnie and stuff like that. There's rumors out there about, there was some type of rumor that the Jadoon are chasing after a runaway Time Lord.
Yeah.
I've heard. Right? So why wouldn't it be the Ronnie? You know what I'm saying? Or the man, or Misty.
Well, she's not even been mentioned once in the new series, as far as I can recall. And it's just like, bring her in.
That is a good one on Chris Chibnall's behalf, because if he's managed to keep that under wraps, you have to give it to him.
Well, here's the thing. He did say, listen, despite what happened at the end of The Doctor Falls, right? You have to understand one thing. You know, John Sim is his buddy. He wrote for him in Life of Mars. He said if the master did appear, like an older master, it would be John Sim regardless of what happens. Because if you remember, Harold Saxon, set multiple traps for the Doctor, but only one you got to see on air.
Yeah.
So multiple. So the Lazarus was like one trap.
Having tricks and
sorry,
go ahead.
But I don't think Chibnall's talented enough to put that sort of idea killer. Also, and to be honest,
I think he would throw John Sim in there just for spite.
And to be honest,
just to tarnish him,
that's the thing.
And to be honest with you, the BBC made such a big deal out the Jadoon announcement, making it feel it was so revolutionary. But like, say, to be honest with you, I mean, I look at the Jadoon as a comedy monster. Often more than comedy. They're not a legitimate threat.
They basically rip off some Tarans.
You think that's a little bit unfair?
Well, if you remember, the Jadoon appeared in Face the Raven. And if you blinked, you missed them. They were in there.
What on like Christmas? Not Christmas.
The Trap Street, whatever. There was a
that's it.
There was a refugee Jadoon that was whatever.
I got confused in my brain because we were. On the show, we were pitching an idea of doing that, setting it Trap Street for a Christmas episode. So that's where our brain melted. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
And see, to be honest with you, having the very first episode on Wednesday, and then on a Sunday is a
Sunday's horrible.
To be honest,
it's not.
That's the one thing that actually. But come here, can I ask you guys this, right? Does it seem to you, right? Now, me and me Matrix Lord, as you know, we cover Doctor Who news, right? And of course, Matrix has his sources. I have my sources. But the one thing that I found strange is, and maybe Matrix Lord will agree with me on this, does it not seem to you that they're trying to they're trying to get this series out as quick as? Because remember, we've been covering the news, right? Now, I originally was told that this series was slated, and I don't know if you were told the same, but we were originally told that either be March or April, right?
Yeah.
That's what we were told to get the series. But all of a sudden now, it's dropping New Year's Day. Do you think, is there a reason behind that, or do you think
there is? I think there is. I think the reason is, I think the reason has to do with these deals with China and with HBO Max, because they're giving money and they're sitting there with nothing to show for it. They have nothing, which is why the BBC was fighting with Chibnall, because they said, all right, you released Resolution on January 1st, right? Yeah. Put something out on Christmas. So at least we could say two specials appeared in the same year, right? Exactly. Because he promised, he goes to them and he's like, I promise I'll give you a series every single year, 5 series, 5 years. Yeah. He gets the deal. China gives him money. Then he says, after he gets the money, I need more time with series 12. Yeah. And then it's like you just lied to them now. Okay. Yeah. Now you got an HBO Max deal. You go and say the same thing, and now you're not delivering. So I think what happened is, your source, my source, Chibnall was the factor, and HBO Max and China, because the problem is that nobody realizes that, all right, this is going to be over in a blink, right? And when ever in history do they ever save a special on the shelf for the rest of the year? It's sitting there completed, never happened, right? It's good. It's sitting there. It's done. The special effects are done. It's sitting there. So this series will end March 1st, right? Then you'll have 10 months, right? Yeah. And then you'll, instead of us getting a series, you'll throw this special in our face, because guess what? We're not going to get series 13. Exactly. So they're going to give us the special.
And they have to fulfill the Terry Nation.
Right. So they're going to give us the special, and then then this is going to be the scary part. From the date of the special is going to be a whole nother 10 months. So so you think now this is bad now? March 1st, let's say it's over, right? Waiting 10 months. Boom. You release it on Christmas or probably New Year's. I'll probably release it on New Year's Day of 2021, right? Yeah. And then you will not get Series 13 at all until 2022. Yeah. It will be ridiculous. It will take basically 20 months to get one special.
But here's what I think as well. Basically, Chibnall, this is like he's almost in the job for 3 years, so he should be basically on to series 4 by now.
Well, here's the thing: the reason they got the deal was because of the recognition of Chris Chibnall doing Broadchurch and Law and Order UK and Life on Mars. So they like him. So if he leaves, the deal is done. The deal is broken. So that's why the BBC are like biting their tongue.
The possibility now that he's actually going to keep.
They're biting their tongue because he is more powerful than everybody else. Because he goes, the deal goes.
Yeah, that's why.
So you go back to cardboard box monsters and bubble wrap monsters, because basically you want to have the money.
Well, I'd rather that, wouldn't you? I'd rather that now at this stage than what we're getting right now, though.
I mean, you talk about bubble wrap, at least the Ark in Space was a good story, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it was.
I mean, I thought the Tooth Fairy monster on Tim Shaw was one of the most stupid villains in the history of the show. I don't really get it.
I want the Candyman back. I'm sorry.
And to be honest with you, I have expected Tim Shaw to pull out a tube of Colgate to an attempt and attempt to use it and
an electric toothbrush.
Because like honest to God, like I don't really see the thought processes here, and and to be honest with you as well, I mean like but Adelaide is the only sort of half decent cast member on the show, because like my auntie Gill is also a ferocious. She's all these all know my thoughts by now in the 13th October, so I won't worry with that too much. But my auntie Gill, she is she is a boring actress.
Yeah, but she's going to get a story arc this year, apparently.
Oh, to you.
Yeah, we've seen her cry a bit. So that's something. But Monique Gill, for me, I'm being honest, she probably has to be one of the worst companions that I've ever came across. And I'm being honest, there's some bad companions in the classic era, but she tops them all. There was nothing. There was no substance to Monique Gill's character at all.
See, even bad character.
She's supposed to be a copper, but
yeah.
Like, does she look and act like a cop to you?
Only in Resolution. No, she did.
Yeah, Ryan is supposed to have a disability. When was the last time we seen? See, again, the little things like
that's turned off now. He can't have one because they can't do
exactly. Character development and all is very bad. But listen, before we continue on, we've got a few people in the chat, so I'm just going to give them the usual shout outs that we normally do on this channel. So I'd just like to say good evening to Marie, Charlotte, Derek, Peter, welcome. Who else have we got? We've got Super John, we've got Scooby D, welcome. I like that name. We've got Charlotte, we've got Paul as well, Geek Name Joel, welcome. Derek McManus. And I think that's everybody. See, it's a Saturday, so we won't get as many. But could you do us a favor, guys? Please give the stream a like and share the link. We try to get as many people as we can watching. There's 14 of us watching now. So
to be fair, considering it was an impromptu stream, that's impressive numbers. You know what I mean? That's cool.
And to be honest, if you like, you don't know my thoughts. Well, apart from you, me tricks word, so catch it up to speed my thoughts. Basically, I have no hope at all for this series, because, like, you're getting all these rumors and all this confirmation on other stuff. Like, all has actually said in the channel that's been confirmed, and none of it is getting me the least bit excited. This is the problem. I remember, like, every series of Cybermen came back, there was always a bit of hype and
no hype
to that, and there is absolutely no
soon to promote anything.
Ever, because everybody doesn't give a crap, because basically the channel has killed everybody's passion, basically, and to be honest, though, if he doesn't go after the series, then I'm sorry, it is definitely game over, because after this series, and I'm appealing to the BBC here, just going to do us a favour and get rid of
He ain't leaving, Daniel.
He's not leaving.
He's sticking around like a bad smell.
He's standing at set like with his superhero pose, because he's backed by HBO Max. He's backed by China, and he also has in his contract he's entitled to a year off that he made them sign because he wanted a break. So this may be his year off.
10 episodes. Like, oh my god!
You'll get the special, and then you won't see it for a year.
But he's already had a couple of years off, if you think about it though, because we've had to.
Yeah, but they won't look at her that way.
It's not looked at it like that.
Either,
she's signed for 3 series, not 3 years. So if it takes him 4 years to do a damn, she's still there. Exactly. That's the issue. Yeah. And right now they're writing series 13. She was definitely signed for 3 series. She's definitely in it. But the problem is now pretty soon they're gonna make her an offer, because again, before they finish writing that last episode of series 13 or the special, they have to have a regeneration sequence. They have to write how she regenerates, why she regenerates. But they may, Chibnall may pull strings and may get them to give her a contract extension for another year or a year of specials like Tennant had. And that may happen.
I think they'll try and push it so that she's like the longest reigning New Who Doctor.
Into the 60th.
That's right.
I think she's still going to go after series.
In the 60th.
I know you're saying she's staying, and I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But I just.
Oh, no, you can.
No, you can. I mean, the information that I've received hasn't changed. I know the rumor has come out that because she's gone around in interviews telling people that she's staying, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's staying. Christopher Eccleston did the same thing in 2005. I firmly believe that Chris Chibnall will keep his job, but she'll be sacrificed. And their relationship as well hasn't been on great terms either.
They've been strained because of the yellow thing.
You actually explained that to me.
Yeah, he was pissed. She even said that when she made a statement saying that her co-workers were not happy, everybody's quick to think it's like Bradley Walsh, which he could give a crap, or Mandip Gill or Tossin Cole. No, it was Chris Chibnall, because they were supposed to have the trailer for Children in Need. And he was so mad that she did yellow that he did not want to have his trailer for Doctor Who bounced off of her personal thing. So that's why they had the thing with the girl, which was nice, but they were supposed to have a trailer, and then they pushed it back to the 23rd.
But basically it kind of drives home the point, even for under that Chris Chibnall is nothing more than a petulant child. He's a control.
He has a temper.
He got maniac.
Well, they had 2 battles. Chaos and Cardiff was another battle. We'll find out for him what happened. But that was another battle.
He's a control freak. And to be honest with you, like, it's all going to come out sooner or later. Like the whole Christopher Eccleston thing. Don't be surprised in about 5 years or so. That's all going to come out, and we'll all be sitting here up in our hands here, because you might want to see a copy of the stream, so that we can come back to it and say that we were right when we.
So it goes down in infamy.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll hear about it eventually.
HBO.
But
comes out with an autobiography or something.
But Chibnall's got something up his sleeve, and I'm telling you right now, you'll see. Don't be too surprised if you don't see Christopher Eccleston in the 60th, because there was the convention that nobody got what he said, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm filming Doctor Who in 2022," but nobody knows that that's when they're filming the 60th. Is in 2022 because the commission date is 2023, so they got to film everything before. So he is good. I'm telling you right now, he's going to be in the 60th by Chibnall, and you're probably going to have Jodie in there too.
Yeah, I mean,
listen, I don't really care about Jodie being in the 60th, right? At the end of the day, whether we like her or not, she is the Doctor, and she has to be part of it, whether we like her or not. The only thing that I will say is, let's hope she doesn't. She's not the main, the person that.
Well, she's going to be like, if she's like Peter Davison, like Peter Davison was the main from the 5 Doctors, so she'll be the main if she's the Doctor still.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I agree with what you're saying, but like, I generally don't think Christopher Eccleston will come back and do it though, because I think he's still about the BBC over
yeah, but he had a
whole,
problem with Russell T Davies and Stephen Moffat. So
yeah, but hold on a minute, because he's even still bitter about not appearing in that. Who do you think you are?
Yeah,
but I think him and Chibnall, though, I think he's good with Chibnall.
He's obviously not that interesting enough, right? Christopher Eccleston needs to get over himself, right? And stop being a little bitch.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm telling you right now, he's not enemies with Chris Chibnall.
Exactly. Yeah. So, at the end of the day,
and he's doing conventions again, whether that's just for the money or not.
Your family has to be interesting enough for that show. So Patrick Stewart did an episode and it was never aired because his family were not that interesting. So Christopher Eccleston needs to get over himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not as made himself out to be. He has
I agree because he's kind of spoiling what could be a historic moment. No, to be honest with you, he should have get over his ego and appeared even in a small capacity in the 50s.
I think he might. I think he will. I think he will show up for the 60th because I think he has unfinished business with Doctor.
He's definitely going to be. I'm pretty sure he's in it because, again, he had a big. Listen, you have to understand that Moffat was a writer for Russell T Davies.
Yeah.
So he was angry with both, kind of.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying?
And he also wrote, and Stephen Moffat also wrote Eccleston's favourite episode, the Doctor Answers as well. So again, it was sort of a curious on for coming back from that because as he said in interviews, he praised Stephen Moffat's writing for that episode. So if you praise a guy for or an episode that you enjoyed acting in, then surely you will want to take the gamble and actually attempt to do something for the exact same guy. Because
you wouldn't do something for Stephen Moffat because Stephen Moffat was going to ruin his Doctor. He was going to make it that he pushed the button.
Well, not only that,
and not
also Christopher wanted a certain director.
Right? I was going to say it was a director he had issue with rather than
Hearn, right?
But he was signed for the 15th until he saw that he was the Doctor that killed women and children and everything. He's like, oh, screw this. Yeah. I'm not. I just became the Doctor when I met Rose. Now Moffat had something against the 8th Doctor being a part of the Time War. He said it even Doctors Revisited. Him and Russell T Davies were mad because UK didn't choose the 8th Doctor. It was America that chose the 8th Doctor. So they didn't want to have the greatest thing that happened in Doctor Who, the Time War, to have the 8th Doctor be the one that ended the Time War. So that's why they had was the thing in Moffat's head. He was going to definitely put another Doctor that was responsible for it because he didn't want to he wanted to diminish that. And that was the whole point. You saw it in all the interviews he had.
But then at least we got John Hurt. So that was like a nice consolation.
Although that does confuse the crap out of a lot of different things.
True.
But also as well, I think it's about time that they got Paul McGann back to do some sort of spin-off type show as well.
You're not going to do that.
Because what happens when Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are there? See, this is what fans need to stop talking about. It's not going to happen until Chris Chibnall is gone from the BBC.
Until they're on, exactly. Until the whole era is purged.
Eddie has confirmed it, and I've confirmed it here. They want to keep him on for some weird reason, right? So there's no point about it. That's why I've stopped talking about the Paul McGann thing. It's not going to happen under Chris Chibnall, just like Torchwood coming back when John Barrowman was talking about Torchwood coming back. He said there was someone high up in the BBC were stopping it from happening. And then what happened? Chris Chibnall came out. Oh, not Chris Chibnall. Stephen Moffat came out and actually basically shot himself in the foot and said, well, it wasn't me. So everybody knew it was him. So unfortunately, there was no Torchwood under Moffat, because when Moffat took over, he didn't want the show to compete with Doctor Who, and you're not going to have a Paul McGann spin-off that's going to make a show of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor.
And Moffat created Shilda, which was like me, which replaced John Barrowman's character that lives forever.
Exactly. So trust me, that is not going to happen.
Williams.
When those two are gone, there's a possibility of anything happening. But until then, I would love a master. I would love either a master spin-off or a Paul McGann spin-off, or even better still, an Ace spin-off. But as long as Chris Chibnall is in power at the BBC, none of this is going to happen.
Well, you may wait. Hold on a second. Which, despite that, he may make a cameo. That's a possibility this season. Because I heard that he was on set the first day of filming for the Dalek special. Now, then he had to fly out. Now, I don't know if he was just visiting or whatever, but there's a possibility that they'll have that Dalek war. It'll be over, and then he'll come like I missed it or something, and then it'll be like a little teaser to see how people react if Captain Jack is there for like a couple of seconds, and people are like, "Oh my God, Torchwood! Oh my God!" and they'll go crazy. And will Chibnall do a second series,
but also as like to put forward like another point that nobody's considered. Do you think that the reason why BBC put out a show like Arc Materials was like to be basically just kind of start to move Doctor Who over to the side? Because basically I don't think anybody at the BBC actually cares about the show anymore. Because if they did, they'd put in a lot more effort to try and save the show rather than like switch to other sci-fi shows, because Doctor Who is basically the cash cow of the BBC, and to be honest with you, I think even the BBC are starting to get a bit bored of it now too, because the show has lacked direction for years, and it's only been amplified during the Chris Chibnall era.
Yeah, but that cash cow is running out of milk.
Yeah, I was going to say it used to be a cash cow, and I think
it's not a cash cow anymore. BBC cannot go on too long with this, right?
You need merchandise.
Eventually, they will have to course correct. They will. Now, Series 12, apparently, if you read the headlines, it's a big major shake-up. But Series 11 was supposed to be the big major shake-up. What I see is the headline should have read, BBC Chris Chibnall in panic mode and revert back, because that's exactly what they've done. They've brought in all these old villains to try win fans like me back around. But the problem I have is, as I said, it's all well and good having all these villains, right? Great. Yeah. Brilliant. If he pulls it off, fantastic. Do I think he can do it? No, that's the problem I have. Emmerdale and Hollyoaks, two soaps in UK, right? Now, Emmerdale will probably be the better one, but you've got most of the writers coming from Hollyoaks, right? Who do a teeny adult drama kind of thing, show, right?
Seems to be what they're aiming Doctor Who at the moment, anyway.
But
unfortunately.
If the writings are up to scratch, forget about the Judoon, forget about the Cybermen, forget about the Daleks and whoever else they bring back, right? It'd be account for absolutely nothing if the writing is not up to. Look, I don't expect the writing to be spectacular from Chris Chibnall.
No,
but what I want is, I want to see an improvement on Series 11. Now, so far, right, personally speaking, and this is just my opinion, what I've seen so far does not give me hope for the future of this show.
Right. Well, I have a question for Sean. Sean, do you think that what the big shakeup is? Like, what do you think it's going to be? You think it's the Master, or what is the big shakeup of Series 1?
I just think it's, to concur with I just think their big shake-up is, look at all these new villains that we didn't have before. Not new, but you know what I mean, like classic villains. And the way that they're they're scheduling it to be like a 2-parter to open up.
That's it. Question. Paul is actually asking a great question. Question for the panel. Since the Master is coming back, will he be the season arc character or just at the end of Series 12?
Beginning of Series 12.
Might be season arc.
I'm not too sure because basically there's a because like basically he's already complicated it with too many villains, so it's going to be very hard to make a prediction on what the focal point of the series arc is. Oh, because I can't.
Well, we can predict it, right? No, because we could look up to see if Sasha Dewan is in multiple episodes, right?
Yeah.
So if he's in multiple episodes, and he's the only actor to be in multiple episodes, you could deduce that is a possibility that he's the Master.
Yeah,
especially by not being in the trailers.
But also as well.
And it actually is funny that he left him out of the trailer, by the way. And might I also add, they left the Daleks out of the trailer as well.
Right.
Can I ask a couple of questions? No, the very first question I'm going to ask you is how many of the companions do you think will get out of this?
None.
Iris.
Graham.
Oh.
Because he's the best, so they've got to get rid of him.
A lot of fans speculated last year, right?
The Graham, we thought,
Graham because of his cancer, right? But in saying that, Jodie is in a time machine. She could bring him forward in time.
He's the best companion anyway. Why would you kill him off? You know.
So,
well,
for me,
because Jim.
I agree. Manip Gill's character is in a lot of trouble. If anybody's gonna die, I hope it's her. To be honest,
I think Chibnall is going to keep this like Broadchurch. He's going to keep the family together. Like he's used to that. The whole thing with fam, that's him. That's not Doctor. Like he wants. Like you have to understand something too. They were going to film the last week of February, first week of March, and he canceled that for some mysterious reason. And if you look at all their schedules, Bradley Walsh is booked up.
Yeah.
Beyond. So if you're waiting for these guys to be free, that might be the reason. Like, because again, I heard Jodie's supposed to do a movie. I heard Bradley Walsh is busy. Tossin Cole's going to tour America, go to basketball games. He's going to do convention circuit.
Conventions,
Right. I don't know what Amanda Begill is doing, but they're not going to be around for March 1st, March 2nd. So
but basically as well, there's too many companions and Tardis, so
well, I don't agree with that. As long as you have a good writer, you can pull it off like Tegan, Nissa, Adric. Like you could have that, but if you don't have writers to know what the hell they're doing, then Amanda Begill was just there for the whole season. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we had double companions under Moffat. We had Amy and Rory. That worked well when Rory was introduced. That
and Moffat's doing something with Karen Gillan lately. They did some stuff special.
Mickey in the TARDIS at one stage as well. That worked well as well. So I mean, I don't buy into this too many companions either.
Journey's End.
I used to, right? But I've got to be honest here. I agree with Matrix Lord, and I have changed my opinions the last couple of months as well. But I will say it is down to the writing. If you get good writers, it doesn't matter how many companions you have in the TARDIS. If their dialogue is written properly and basically they have a character arc and they have a story arc, then it should be fine. The problem is, and this is the biggest problem I have, Chris Chibnall just doesn't know how to write characters. Now, that is not to say that these writers that he has hired haven't got a clue. But he's the showrunner, so he would hinder them. Right? Right, this is A, this is B, and this is C. This is right, whatever, and then I'll have a look at it myself, and then I'll add my own bits. That's what I reckon is happening there. I think he's taking their scripts, honestly. I think he's looking at the scripts and he's saying, right, I don't like that, right, we'll change.
He's probably telling them what to write.
Yeah.
He's like, I want you to write an episode about Rosa Parks. I want you to write an episode about a frog. I want you to write a Kerblam. And they're just writing what he says. It's It's not like they're free to write what they want.
Yeah, so like putting handcuffs on them before they actually begin to write a story.
Total control.
No,
Yaz hasn't even done that yet.
no, no, you can't do that though. You've got to kind of, you've got to kind of be you've got to be a relaxed sort of individual to a certain extent for the for everybody to write the best.
You gotta have the freedom that Russell T Davies let Moffat write what he wants to write.
And to be honest, with you, with Chibnall, it's Chibnall's, it's Chibnall's
way of the hard way.
Yeah, the hard way. Thank you, it's hard. And basically, if you do that, then you're going to end up with another series or even though, and it's going to feel even harder this time because some people have been fooled by the trailer, but see then all that it sort of calms down and we get into the middle of the and we get into the middle of the series, you're actually going to see the ratings take an even bigger nosedive and like.
Oh, it's definitely in the beginning. It's going to take a nosedive, I think.
And like it's going to continue to get. It's going to continue to get
worse. Yeah.
Here's a question for you from Paul again. Paul asks, question for the panel: would you rather see Romana back, or are there any? The question. Sean, would you like to answer that? A second, just let Sean have a little bit of a chance there, will you?
I would be intrigued to see the Rani, but I think they missed a trick with Michelle Gomez not being the Rani.
Yes.
Because she seemed more like the Rani to me than the Master, but I suppose that's just
great
what
actress,
they were foreshadowing.
No problem with her in Doctor Who, but she wasn't.
So I would say no. I'd say Romana because all right, she was in East Space and then she was Lord President of Gallifrey for a time as well.
But is that canon though?
Well, that's it. Is it? I don't know. It's a grey area, but I would say Romana because she's the Doctor's equal, if not slightly greater than in terms of intelligence. So it would be easy. It would be interesting to see her come back in a kind of sort of companion-esque role. But so my answer is Romana.
But see, to be honest with you, like I don't want to see any obviously we are going to get the classic villains that are being confirmed, but see for the characters that all asked me basically would you like to see them return? Well, basically, I would have to say no, during Chibnall's era because he's already going to damage the Daleks and the Cybermen even further. So, and if you introduced a Romana and a Annie, he would do the same to them as well. And off common sense has got to prevail at some point. I'm so sick and tired of seeing the show getting ran into the ground because it's insulting everybody's intelligence. It's actually tuned into this live stream tonight, and it's insulted every one of us that are basically on the panel right now. And to be honest with you, it's an absolute disgrace. Doctor Who's a British sci-fi institution though, and like it's such a recognizable name, and it has to be treated with if a lot more respect and credibility. Because right now, Chris Chibnall has showed that he's not a true fan because he's disrespected the entire previous history of the show.
That's the thing. He's embarrassed by Doctor Who. Eddie Ascaro talked about this in length. He is embarrassed by Doctor Who. He is a fan, but he's embarrassed to be a fan. He doesn't. It's like the classic era for him is a cringe fest. You know, you've seen that clip of him. He's not happy. Say that he's not a fan. He is a fan, and this is what pisses me off. He is a fan, whether we like it or not. He's a fan. So much of it. The problem is that they don't have their fan cap on, right? They're not coming in with their fan cap. They're coming in. Chibnall is like Moffat, two of the biggest egos in the BBC.
Please. Right. Well, it's like the example.
Stavros and
Moffat would never have a villain that would upstage his Doctor, the 11th, Matt Smith. He never had him face the Master because he didn't want him defeated, right? But he didn't have the same respect for Peter Capaldi at all, because while he did want him, he learned fast that he could not have his way, where Peter Capaldi would be like, "This line sucks. This thing sucks," like, because he's experienced, he's, as you know, awards, he is this, he's an actor in Hollywood. So he would tell Moffat, and he wasn't a yes man. So all of a sudden you see the Master face, you know, John Sim face off against, you know, the Doctor. Just like
hang on, Daniel, let him just finish.
Just like I feel if they would bring the Ronnie back, because Chibnall has an ego. He would not bring Romano in there because Romano would be a good guy, and it would upstage possibly Jodie Whittaker, another female, upstage it. So you can't have that, but Olivia Colman could be the Ronnie, and that's the whole thing. You have a big name. She will get defeated, but it'll be tough for Jodie, but it will bring in more views than we've had lately. So Olivia Colman could be the surprise finale, possibly. I mean, we see all of a sudden the Cybermen are not only in the one episode, they are probably in the finale, which will probably lead
Tardis.
And it will lead into the Daleks. You go from a finale with the Cybermen and then the Daleks, which will be the two biggest things.
Half up again, because I'm telling you now that to me it definitely looks like a TARDIS console. I'm telling you, it could be the Rennie's TARDIS. You could be right. It might be the Master.
And we're still hearing the Sea Devil rumor too.
But could it be a Time Lord that you haven't even
I hope they don't put a new Time Lord in
that you haven't even considered in the stream, because basically, if everybody thinks it's either the Rani or the Master's TARDIS, that could be perceived as a bit too obvious. So it could be a Time Lord that if
why couldn't it be Rascalon?
Even considered?
Because he pissed off Rascalon and the whole High Council. He shipped them off Gallifrey. So now they're in TARDISes and they're off Gallifrey. They've been depowered. Why wouldn't they come to Earth and fight him? Why not? Oh, fight her, I mean, Jodie.
No, but you're right. He threw them off Gallifrey. Peter Capaldi's Doctor threw them off Gallifrey. You've got to put. See again, but you see, we're Doctor Who fans. We can think of those things. Can you honestly say that Chris Chibnall, even though he is a fan, is thinking of those things? No, he just.
I think he used to be a fan. I don't know about
those things. I don't think he has the ability to put that on paper and then for people to act out on screen. It baffles me that this guy got the job in the first place. I'm being honest. Now I know
Moffat didn't care. He didn't want it out. Moffat wanted it out. He didn't care.
Moffat, I don't agree. I think
he got him drunk to take the job.
Moffat was Mark Gatiss. That's who
he got him drunk. He admitted he got him drunk.
To be honest with you as well, Chibnall had his opportunity to voice his grievances with the show, so everybody that's not happy with the series should have the same privilege and access to basically voice their opinion, because at the end of the day, we all care about the show, and like the way and the way Chibnall has acted is such a child he's acted in such a petulant childish
But he's getting them money. He's getting them millions of dollars from different companies. So they may hate his guts, but he's getting the money. Yeah. And let me tell you something right now. Don't be too surprised, because Russell T. Davies had Torchwood and Sarah Jane and Wizards vs. Aliens, and Moffat had Sherlock. He wrote Tintin. Now he's got Dracula. I'm telling you right now, Chibnall is getting another series.
Yeah.
Okay. Next year probably, and it's probably going to be Torchwood. I'm telling you, because I'm telling you right now, because that whole thing with Captain Jack is a lead-in.
Yeah, but I know he wrote for Torchwood, but isn't that not an RTD show?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Creation.
Yeah, but they mentioned it in Moffat stuff. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? Look, we could still see Weeping Angels, even though Moffat created Weeping Angels. The only thing on the credits will be like Weeping Angels created by Stephen Moffat, or The Ood created by Russell T. Davies, because we did see The Ood, and it was created by Russell T. Davies.
They have to credit like the Cybermen to Kit Pedler and Jerry Davies.
Right, they got to pay probably Moffat and you know. Got to pay them,
the various estates of whoever did it.
If I was Russell T, and I'm just going to say this, and if you're listening, Russell T, do not, under any circumstances, give Torchwood to bleeding Chris Chibnall. If you want to bring Torchwood back, Russell T, you come back yourself. But in saying that, he's gone very woke as well. So leave Torchwood. You know, at this stage, I'd say leave Torchwood alone now.
Yeah, we'll leave it to Big Finish. You know.
Well, you know what? I would rather listen. I would rather him do Torchwood than a Class. We don't need that disaster again. We're gonna just create some bull crap.
Yeah.
Let him do Torchwood. Don't let him do that garbage. And that was a situation where the BBC wanted the Paternoster gang. They wrote him a check. He ripped it up. They got offended. They went over his head and they said, "We're giving it to this guy," and he was not happy about it. So he's like, reluctantly, "I'll be the producer." But guess what? That shit crashed and burned, because guess what? He wouldn't allow them to have Capaldi for more than that one scene.
I know.
You know? So he kind of sabotaged that too a little bit. Because you could have had a full episode or two in the middle with Capaldi. Like you had Matt Smith and Sarah Jane. You had David Tennant and Sarah Jane. You didn't get that. So he did sabotage it, I think.
Paul, do the Cybermen redesign... hold on. Do you want a Cyberman redesign closer to the Davison and McCoy era Cybermen? The new Who Cybermen are a childish joke. The new Who Cybermen are half.
I don't. I think they've been rubbish since the
trailer that I have seen. Actually, I do agree with Matrix.
I don't like the Iron Man ones. I don't like.
Wait,
what do you say, no?
I said I agree with you when you said that the Cybermen look sinister this time round.
Yeah, they like better.
Sinister, but I don't like the design. Never have.
I don't like the Superman thing or the Super Flash, Super Speed, because if they were all like that, the universe would be done.
The whole
There's no way.
Stompy thing as well. Even when they brought them on Daisy one back, they still stompy. It's like,
and that was Moffat. That was not Neil Gaiman.
Favorite Cyberman design while we're here, we're talking about the Cyberman.
That was Moffat, not Gaiman.
Have you got a favorite Cyberman design?
Tomb of the Cybermen.
Tomb of the Cybermen. But also as well, you need to get rid of the stompy thing.
Yeah, I know.
It's such a childish thing. And
I kind of like the Cybermen from like Silver Nemesis. Like Davidson, Colin Baker. I like that. I want to see them again. Actually,
more power.
And
get that date with David Bank, right? David Bank, get Cyber Leader back.
And the stompy thing actually I'll use Cybermen even more. Though you just need to get the
that very first Cyberman story that we seen in New Who.
Yeah, but boys,
that was that. Even that scene where people were being converted and they put on the music, that was quite sinister. That was quite dark. That was a dark story.
It makes you wonder.
Cybermen story. I just don't like their design, but
it just makes you wonder how they're all
the idea of the parallel.
Well, it makes you wonder how that thing with the void, how when the things were going wrong, the Daleks are traveling through the void to find another universe. Makes you wonder that the Cybermen sent out, let's say, like a Voyager probe. It went to another universe, crash landed on this Earth. This guy thinks it's his design, like he's inventing the Cybermen, and he's really not. Just like Victory of the Daleks, the Ironside, he's really not. It's a Cyberman plan that they exist beyond the universe, and then they get integrated in our universe, and it's like, oh, we invented you anyway.
That's so much better, because then at least you've got the original Cybermen.
And Victory of the Daleks is the same exact episode, basically.
Yeah.
Like this guy thinks he invented them.
I've asked everybody in the live chat to ask us all some questions. So I have a couple of questions. So what I'll do is I'll ask you a question, a different question each, right? And you will all get a chance to answer. Try keep it, as short as possible, or brief as possible. Then we can get more questions in. So I have a question for the panel from Peter Davison. Any news on as Jodie regeneration using Cybermen, as I was told? So what you've been told is that Jodie Whittaker is going to regenerate and it's going to be down to the Cybermen. Now, listen, I still believe she's leaving. Matrix Lord obviously thinks she's staying. Fair enough.
Yeah.
My information obviously hasn't changed, but if it does change, I will come out and say that she's staying. But look, just because she is coming out and telling everybody that she's for serious talk, it doesn't necessarily mean she's going to be. But look, I've stuck my neck out there. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't be.
There's nothing wrong with being wrong. I've been they changed the schedule so much.
That Cybermen be used for, I'd say, be part of the Master's plan. Yes, if she's regenerating in this series, then yes, I would say that the Cybermen probably have something to do with it. Maybe the Daleks. You never know.
Makes sense because they've had like the Master be obsessed with the Cybermen for the last few seasons, the season 8, season 9. So
I don't know because nobody knows right now, and I'm going to put my hand up and say it. Nobody knows exactly right now what's going on because ever since Cardiff, Chaos in Cardiff happened, right? That happened, right? Matrix Lord is backing up on this. Papers have even said
it happened, and then HBO Max happened afterwards.
Yeah, never happened. People are saying it happened, right? Chaos in Cardiff happened because Chibnall has the biggest ego in the world and thinks he's, everybody should bow down to him, and he ran off like a little bitch, right? That happened. End of. He's back now, right? He waited. I know what he did, right? He fucked off, right? He waited until weeks and months, right? Until they knew they needed to get him back. Because remember, Doctor Who was still filming, right? So for him to fuck off while they were still filming, that would put BBC in panic mode. He knew what the way he had them by the balls, and he knows he has them by the balls.
That HBO Max happened so fast after Chaos and Cardiff.
That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Yeah. He had them by the balls, and this is what annoys me because when you spoke about our force, it was like, no, nobody has that much power, right?
Oh, and he does now.
It was hearing other stuff, and then I was like, oh shit.
No, he's powerful.
I mean,
it's shit. Listen, Cardiff was nothing. Everybody thinks. Look, Cardiff was an incident, but Cardiff is nothing compared to what happened during the.
And at the end of it, he become more powerful than ever.
Yeah,
because of that stupid deal.
Because now it's he was powerful from the beginning when he basically grabbed the BBC particles.
The only thing that they clash on,
show unless I have a female doctor, and from then it was like, all right, we know the type that we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
Here's another question: most underrated modern era story. So Daniel. We'll start with you for this one, right? It's most underrated modern era story.
That's an easy one for me. Short and sweet. You answer the impossible planet.
On Satan Pit.
I see. I love that. Is that underrated? Is that underrated? Is it?
I love
that. Actually underrated.
I think it's the strongest episode of that season.
Right, everybody's asking what the deal is. Right. So the HBO Max deal is a deal that the BBC signed with HBO Max. Under this deal, they have to produce a Doctor Who series for the next 5 years. Matrix Lord, isn't it?
China is 5 years. HBO Max is 4 years. I believe.
Right.
So up to series 14, right?
Yeah. So up to series 14. So they've made a commitment. The BBC have made a commitment that they will throw out a series. And Chris Chibnall, this is the reason why he's hanging around, because, you know, put it this way, right? They can't really replace him now. He knows he has them by the balls, right? This deal has come in, and he knows it's going to be very hard for him to be replaced, right? Because if they replace him, then, as Matrix Lord has said, the deals are gone, because
the deals are done.
Fucker roped himself in with these deals to make sure. See, he's a smart man.
Listen, if
he's not
smart,
series 13's paid for. Series 13's paid for. So it doesn't even matter if one person's watching it.
Yeah, it's already,
because they'll make their money back with sales and this and that. So series 13 is paid for.
You know that the TV license is under threat. So basically, they're going to do another deals now, so they can control everything that they're actually doing.
Doctor Who is safe till 2023. That's it.
Yeah, so that's the
safe.
You can check it out. It was reported. We actually reported it on this channel about 6 months back. There was actually rumors of a deal happening. Now it's only had to be confirmed the last, 2 months ago, wasn't it, Matrix Lord? It was confirmed 2 months ago. And we had a big, the Doctor Who, they did a big screen at a convention. So that's what that HBO deal is. So that's why.
And there's another deal. There's another deal soon.
Yeah, there's more.
We're getting there's a third deal coming soon.
Yeah,
I don't know what I heard there's some going on.
But see, to be honest with you, although we hate Chibnall with a passion, you've got to you've got to sort of say he knows how to keep his.
Did you read it?
He knows how to keep his. I will know that's the reason why he done all the. It's so tactical. Why to keep power?
Here, just before I ask the rest of you, so we've just had to see this article by Screen Rant. So it says Doctor Who's famous Blink episode getting rewritten with the 13th Doctor. Doctor Who's preview of the 10th and 13th Doctors Jodie Whittaker and David Tennant cross. Oh, it's in the comics. It's in the comics. So it's that crossover that we
don't worry about it. She can mansplain all she wants in the comic. Nobody's gonna.
I don't care. That's what I mean. I don't care. Whatever. If she wants to fucking go and to tell off our past regenerations in the comics.
Nobody cares in the comic book. Nobody cares. But it's not canon anyway.
Once you don't do it in the main show, because
it's not canon.
That rumor really did now, didn't it?
I didn't believe that for 1 minute.
I know you didn't, but you have to admit a party effect was a bit angry though.
It's like Peter Capaldi's Doctor knocking the first Doctor a little bit. It's like
there was a small part of me that was a bit scared about that. But like basically as well, you've got to kind of look at that at common sense, with common sense as well. To be honest with you,
if David Tennant did that, his career would be over. He allowed his Doctor to get ripped.
What I mean. And that's what I was like straight away. I was like, that's not going to happen, because why would David Tennant, a fan of the show, come back and piss on?
Chibnall would never do that because they're best friends.
I was going to say, because they're mates.
Would never rip. No, he would never rip his leading man. Period. Ever.
Yeah.
No, that's some female writer for the comic book that's going off on the
My name is Jodie Hoser. She's it's an all-female.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Well,
I've never.
I was gonna get the comic just to see what it was, but I'm not even gonna bother.
No.
I've never heard of that, right? Though is she the one that is she basically one of the main writers that actually writes these comics? Because
comics. She runs this. She owns this. She has a team of female they're all female writers. What you call it? And they write specifically for Jodie Whittaker's era. Titan Comics. It is. It's
there.
It's a fest.
Did you see Jodie on Graham Norton's show? The length she goes to be unnoticed by fans is a bit extreme. Enjoy it while it lasts. It will be the fans that will top up your pension in years to come. And Chris asks us a question. This is actually a good question. Do any of you think Clara and Ashilda could return in the next season, considering they have their own Tardis? And as a former Viking, Ashilda would most likely appreciate a marble-esque interior.
Here's
the thing. They should.
There's a possibility. I mean, they're the same sort of thing with the Doctor's daughter, and she still hasn't turned up yet, but she's out there somewhere as well. So I don't know whether it's just something that they just thought, well, we can't kill Clara because we just she's like the bestest ever. But
you got to think about it this way.
Out there somewhere.
Technically, she's in the where Big Danny Pink is, because if you remember, Missy had a camera where whatever Clara was seeing, she was watching the 12th Doctor. So if Missy can make it where a kid dies in Iraq and appears in the Nethersphere, then technically Clara dies. Should be in the Nethersphere. Like
what happened to that kid? They just suddenly forgot about him.
Anybody who died appears in the Nethersphere. So if they're all out of the Nethersphere, but Danny Pink technically, and Unit didn't get their hands on the Nethersphere, I don't think. So technically, Clara should be in the Nethersphere right now with Danny Pink. She died. She got faced a Raven. So.
Yeah, well, if she is, let's hope she stays there.
They made her a Time Lord, essentially.
Well, that's another thing. Here's another thing for you, right?
No, go on.
Is she the Time Lord because she was splintered into a million parts? So was she the Time Lord that gave the Doctor the regenerations? And just think that Clara could regenerate because she has regenerations, and she could be Romana. Or she could be the Doctor's dog when he was little. You don't know. You just don't know.
That's worrying speculation. It's good, but it's worrying.
She could be his wife.
Oh, fuck off.
She could travel through time in a TARDIS, meet him as a Time Lord in a different incarnation, be responsible for his child, Susan. Clara is everything. And the dog, too.
If Stephen Moffat carried on writing it, then probably, but I think Chibnall's ego is a bit too big to even acknowledge
Clara. Everything's about Clara.
Yeah. Clara who? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, Moffat did have an obsession with Clara, all right.
Just a little bit.
Although,
I'm just saying this, so I'm not.
We're all Adric, by the way, because we're from Adric's DNA, so we're all Adric.
We are Adric.
Yeah, we are Adric, all of us. Human race is Adric.
Right, I like the someone's actually asked. Sorry for a minute, Ted. Sorry for a minute, Ted. Ted, you have to stop back barking now.
He doesn't like Clara either. I mean,
he's made it very clear.
I don't think him.
Maybe Ted is Clara.
Use that. But here's a question for you: does anyone think Clara was good in the Christmas special, the Victorian version? I like the Victorian.
I love that.
Yeah, she had promised it because she was slightly different. Anyway, sorry, Daniel.
That's the that's the version that should have continued rather than the version we go. Because that version, like, I'll be honest with you, Sean, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, because you mentioned the last time we spoke. But basically, that's the most intriguing version of Clara. Clara, and she wasn't as arrogant about that, but I'll bring in Matrix. So, do you think that we should have got more of the Victorian?
Absolutely, and I think that the reason why Clara was different for Capaldi is because Moffat was pissed at Jenna Louise Coleman. Because if you remember, Capaldi kept implementing stuff for the series, and Moffat's ego, he controls the series. So he basically said, "We want you back, John Louise Coleman. Don't leave, don't leave." When she decided to change her mind, Moffat had to throw out those scripts, and he had to write on the fly. So subconsciously, manifested in the scripts, he ruined the character. He punished the character. He made her responsible for Danny Pink's death. He made her do all the things wrong. It was a completely different. He punished the character that was beloved because she made him rewrite the scripts because he couldn't piss off Capaldi. So he basically was angry. So subconsciously, he kept putting stuff in here like she is bossy, she is this, she's that. When she never was that way with Matt Smith. But he was mad. He was mad at her, and he was mad at her that he had no say. So he punished the character.
And I mean as well, the character of Danny Pink was just pointless, basically, because what
well, he pissed him off too. Samuel Anderson
because he gets a lot of stick, but I actually disagree. Right?
I didn't mind him too much. He wasn't
problem.
I liked him,
but I know.
But for some reason, I think the actor
by both of them
being a great addition to the show. He actually even had an episode with those kids in the forest. Now I know people don't really like that episode, but I think Danny Pink personally was. For Clara at the time, I think it was, if you look at it, character development wise, it was actually great. The problem is that I don't think Moffat knew how to actually use the character of Danny Pink.
Well, no, the actor for some reason pissed him off. So he was supposed to be in the next season because they built the whole thing like Orson Pink is her future, is her future descendant.
Exactly.
So if you notice, if you pay attention, the series goes one way. Then something happened when they went on tour, and Samuel Anderson was dressing in all these crazy outfits, basically stealing the show from Moffat's dog. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But mysteriously, he did not return. He was not asked back. He did not return. So they threw that out the window, that whole build-up.
Do you know what? I'm glad you've actually said that because that makes sense now. Because I never thought that Orson Pink fucking storyline if he was dead.
Now we have a paradox now because now
exactly, it doesn't make sense because Danny Pink ended up dying then, so it would be a paradox.
No, because Moffat was stuck. Moffat, listen, if anybody pisses off Moffat,
you're done.
Subconsciously puts it in the episodes. Like he does, and you can clearly see. Now just picture this guy's writing scripts the whole year. And Peter Capaldi, your main actor, keeps asking her to stay, regardless of his plans to write a new companion in. And then she says yes, and BBC, we love her, and Capaldi loves her. He doesn't want her there anymore because he wrote the scripts. So it's to save face, oh yeah, sure, no worry. Rips the scripts up, throw it in the garbage, but while he's writing it, she kills Danny Pink, calling her, and he's like, and he's writing it. She'll get killed by a raven. It's like she'll get killed by a raven. That's it. It's like what?
And to be honest with you as well, like he starts off a story, perfect, but by the end, though, he can't seem to tie it all together.
He copied off his own writer. His own writer did the episode Hyde, where the Warners from Conjuring, whatever, their kid was from the future, right?
Yeah,
he stole that, and he copied it for Danny Pink. His own writer, that the first time traveler was from the future, so he made it that his character of Orson Pink was the first time traveler, not the person that wrote Hyde, that the Warners' future descendant was a time traveler. He stole that. He stole 11th Hour from Russell T. Davis's episode where they had, Smith and Jones, the Jejune, was prisoner. Yeah, both prisoners. You have the Jejune, you have the Atraxi. You have Prisoner Zero, you have this one. He stole stuff from his own writers.
He's J.J. Abrams of Doctor Who, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, Sean.
There are 3 doctors where the antimatter universe and the matter universe cancel each other out. The second Doctor, Patrick Troughton, had the thing and it canceled each other out. He copied for Time Crash. He copied for the Pandorica.
Yeah.
Exploding, imploding. His own thing, he copied off himself with the cabinet. He said the same line. Are you going to use this to fix the cabinet? Like he said it 3 times in 3 different series. He had River say it. He had John Hurt say it. The same damn line.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he's just a hack in my opinion, and to be honest.
The beast below is Gridlock.
Yeah.
Because Gridlock, if you remember the...
Oh, do you know what? Don't be saying this to me now, because you're saying all this to me now, and you're making me realize...
The puzzle is coming together.
I made multiple casts on this. And I had like a diagram, and I'm like, 11th hour is Smith and Jones. I said, Beast Below is Gridlock. I said, Victory of the Daleks is the 2-part Cybermen episode. It was copied completely. Completely.
I never thought of it. I never thought of it.
Time of the Doctor, he copied off of himself.
That's what I mean.
With the Pandorica and Big Bang. Everybody comes to this one area. You already did that with Pandorica. Now it's like the Trenzalore. It's the same thing.
Here's
copied off himself.
We talked about an underrated story in New Who, right? What is the worst Doctor Who New Who episode? Now we're going to leave
Love and Monsters
Series 11 for now, right? So from Eccleston to Capaldi.
Well, I'm not even going to say it. Love and Monsters.
I love that.
The worst.
I know
like that.
I know what it is. I know it's not.
Sleep No More is the worst too.
I can't say mine because it's part of our top 10 worst Doctor Who list. So it's the top 3 that we haven't filmed yet. So
and it was the Matt Smith episode with the big dolls.
Oh, I love that one. The one
I don't like that.
Yeah, that one is alright.
I don't like that one. No.
Did you not like it because it scared the shit out of you?
No, it didn't scare me. It was just like, it's like, man. It's like fear her and stuff.
With Matt Smith,
basically
similar to the Dollhouse one. What was the
That's what it was.
What was it?
That's the Dollhouse. What was that called?
No, that's the Dollhouse. But you remember the one?
Oh, you're talking about the 11th hour.
No, it's not 11th hour. It's
Well, she had the Dollhouse.
Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Do you remember
Fireplace?
No, it was the one. Right, Matt Smith is in it. No, hold on. Is it Matt Smith and Amy? Is it? Right.
Yeah, I hated that doll.
You go to this hotel, right?
Oh, God Complex.
And the God Complex.
That was the worst
one. Oh, I love that.
I quite like that. Yeah.
What is wrong with you guys?
What? Listen, here's the thing. Here's a fact, right?
In there as well.
Moffat changed the whole thing that the Doctor saw in the room. It was not that he saw, the cracks or nothing.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
He saw himself becoming the Valyard. That's what he feared. Because when he becomes the Valyard, he's killing everybody.
Wow.
Right? He is the one where you get all the villains teaming up to stop him. Because when he's the Valyard, he doesn't care about anybody. He don't care about companions. He don't care about the Master. I'm killing everything, right? That's why he tried to even kill himself. Because he was nuts, right?
He hinted at that with the Dream Lord, didn't he?
Right. So my whole thing is that he saw in the vision that something's going to happen where companion's going to die, and he's going to regenerate angry, filled with rage. Boom. He becomes the Valyard. The TARDIS is scared. The cloister bells are going off. Nobody can save anybody. That's because they name dropped the Valyard. They name dropped the Valyard and name of the Doctor.
Intelligence did, didn't he?
He's coming. He's coming still. Yeah. Somewhere between his 12th and final. So that could be regeneration 400. You don't know. But the Valyard's coming. So that's what his biggest fear is becoming the Valyard and undoing everything he's done and kill everybody. Because that's why the Alliance was formed. Not because of him.
Paul definitely doesn't like certain episodes. So he goes, 42 was Tribal. So Vampires and Dennis was tried. Love and Monsters with the Rings of Akatan a close second.
I love Rings of Akatan. You don't like that? What's that?
It's like Doctor Who does a musical episode. It's just like
I love Rings of Akatan, man.
I like the Rings of Akatan as well.
I could watch that every day. I love it. I honestly do.
But
I like it.
Hang on a minute. It's like, okay, so this big planet disappears, which is supposed to be their sun, right? And that, so like, how are any of them still alive after that?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Their sun is gone.
I know that was explained properly.
But each their own.
I liked it because Clara was in the beginning. The whole thing about Clara. And then it's through the companion's eyes, our first mission, they go, and I was like, finally, we're on another planet. Finally, instead of on Earth. But finally,
they resolve it with a leaf.
Wow.
Sorry.
What did James Corden like loved his kid and stopped the whole?
Oh God, closing time. Right. Yeah, that's on the list as
well. Closing time for me has to be probably one of the worst, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, it was horrible.
Paul said there, he defeated Cybermen with love. Love. Right?
And he did that. He copied off himself with what's her name? With God, what's her name?
But they did it.
Truth Monks.
What's
Bill Potts? Her love for her mother. Her love for her mother defeated the Truth Monks. Those are the worst villains ever.
That wasn't even the most stupid part of that episode. The most stupid part was that the Cybermen tried to convert a full fat man.
Yes.
Like, he didn't even like.
Hang on. How did they fit
He wouldn't look like a big. And no offense to James Corden, but he's a big guy like myself. So you know what I mean? It wouldn't have looked.
Well, they were supposed to do the Sea Devil episode. It was supposed to be a 3-part to that, where they're on a honeymoon in Hawaii or something, and you see the doctor with the snorkel coming out of the water with a Hawaiian shirt or something, and it's like the Sea Devils are behind him, and they were on honeymoon with Stormageddon and. The baby was there and everything. It was going to be like
I just can't stand James Corden. Sorry, not his character anyway in this.
Hold on, because I think he's getting a bit too big for his
big for his bridges.
Because he's in everything and like it's
he's popular.
Because he's in everything and it's just like piss off. I'm
he's super popular now. Yeah. He's everywhere.
Absolutely. Manip Gill has actually spoke, right? So Manip Gill has actually spoke. So she's wrote, my character goes back and sees her family and on Earth she's been hiding something she's been hiding for quite a while. And it explains about Yaz and why
she's not really a police officer? Well, we all thought that anyway.
She's a Time Lord? What? No. Where's the chameleon arch? Not the chameleon arch. The what's that device?
This spy falls over the bill that she turns out.
Chameleon arch.
What do you reckon? She'd probably be a secret agent or something, or an agent that they on board the TARDIS to spy on the Doctor.
Well,
she always seemed awful.
Oh my God, that's a stupid.
Oh, don't turn her into Turlo. I hated that companion.
Yeah, Turlo.
Don't turn her into Turlo. So that's what those ugly things were in the finale. The black ugly makeup from like an '80s Doctor Who episode, and the white makeup is the Black Guardian, the White Guardian in the finale. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Don't even tell me that. And one's a female, one's a male. So the male is the Black Guardian, and the female is the White Guardian, right?
And
one more encounter, by the way. They're supposed to have one more encounter.
Here's the interesting thing, though. Chris Chibnall did say last year when fans were giving out about the fact that Manip Gill had actually got nothing to do on the show. He actually did say, if you remember, in interviews after that Manip Gill's story was basically going to be central to what was going to happen in Series 12. I don't look at if they focus less on Jodie Whittaker's Doctor and they focus on one of the companions, I'd rather them focus on Graham or something. But if they focus on Manip and she actually ups her performance and it actually is a good story arc, then I'll give it a chance. But I said at the beginning of this stream,
it's supposed to be about the Doctor. They all get it wrong. They make it like it's a companion. It's supposed to be about the Doctor.
Let's be honest, this Doctor isn't popular with people. She's not popular. Unfortunately, she's toxic to the merchandise, and that's just annoying.
This was clearance. When would you ever get a sonic screwdriver clearance?
How much?
And in the first couple of weeks,
can I ask
they gave me money to buy this. It's like ridiculous.
How much did you? Do you mind me asking you how much you spent on that sonic screwdriver?
$10 compared to the $50 I would pay if it was Capaldi's sonic screwdriver, or like they gave me $5 back. And this, and that was another thing. Hot topic. You're not allowed to call it clearance because when you call it clearance, that means that it failed.
Yeah.
So they had a fancy, politically correct name or something for it, like price, whatever. Right. That wasn't even reduced. It was like priced, whatever. It was, but this was clearance. Clearance.
Wow. See what I mean? That never. But that now. I'm not going to say it's all Chibnall's fault because it's not. Because let's be honest, the show has been on decline since Moffat.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, but he wouldn't let you. He flagged anybody that did videos about the sonic screwdriver. He started. My Instagram got flagged. But if you were a person that did like the Who show, well, for them, or if you were doing something with Doctor Who, you were a big YouTuber that were like, I love Chibnall, I love Joe, I love whatever. Yeah. They would never get flagged. But me. Yeah. I was getting flagged. I got flagged on Instagram, and everybody else had the same damn picture I did, right? But I got flagged. My videos got flagged. You couldn't show pictures of the set. You couldn't show anything. So now you just took away people. He was complaining that people got to see the calendar early. So guess what? They didn't even carry the calendar in Staten Island. They were like done with it.
I mean, part of being a true fan is being able to be critical anyway, and the BBC have basically forgotten that's what a community and a fandom supposed to be. You're not supposed to be all positive about absolutely everything. You've got to be sort of critical as well, because otherwise.
Yeah, but he doesn't let even Doctor Who magazine get a scoop. And that's their magazine.
I know, and the magazine.
That's their magazine, for crying out loud.
You always got the scoop because any breaking news you wanted for a new upcoming series, you always check the Doctor Who magazine to get clarification. And
who the hell was Radio Times? Why doesn't Doctor Who magazine get the damn stuff?
Because they
weren't even allowed to show any monster. And this is why you had no merchandise, because he didn't want any merchandise. He didn't want any action figures, because he didn't want anybody seeing anything early. You got a T-shirt of a TARDIS with a unicorn or a rainbow, then nothing to do with anything. No merchandise.
Listen, Daniel, before you say something, do you know the way you are talking about fans, and you're saying it's a right of every fan to have a complaint?
Yeah.
Right, well, listen to this, because I don't think you actually heard this last night. I played this clip last night. So I'm going to play it again for everybody in the stream, right? Now, as most people will know that have followed me, one of my favorite Supermans, and actually he is my Superman, and I will defend him as much as possible, Henry Cavill, right?
Yeah.
Superman in my eyes, he's a modern day Superman, I love him. But I love him even more because this is what a journalist asked him a question, and this is how he responded to the journalist when the journalist was talking about toxic fans and toxic fans. Now listen to this, and I hope you can hear it. Hold on, I'll get it beside the speakers. Right, here we go.
Yeah.
There are always going to be a small yet vocal group of people there can kind of just be toxic. I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have, and people are going to be upset because, especially when you're talking about books or games, because you're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played on Witcher 3, for example. I don't necessarily consider that toxic. I just consider that passionate, and it's something which I have obviously had to come to terms with. But there are always going to
now. So the journalist was trying to basically bait him and say, what do you think of these toxic fans?
Yeah.
And basically his answer is that fans like us have every right to criticize because, you know, we might see a character differently to the way they portray a character. So he understands that. And he said that he came to terms with that pretty quick. Because let's remember, when he actually took over the role as Superman, and I know we're going off a bit Doctor Who for a minute, but I just want to bring this up. He received a lot of stick. Because obviously, you know, everybody had Christopher Reeves in their head. Christopher Reeves is always going to be Superman. Yeah. But you know what? I've always loved him as Superman. Henry, I've seen him in the Tudors. I've seen him even before he became big. So I've seen him in a lot of stuff. And when he got the role as Superman, I was absolutely delighted. Actually, he's my next tip, believe it or not, to play James Bond if they don't go down the female route.
He got the shitty end of the stick because the writer wanted him to snap Zod's neck.
Yeah,
and Christopher Nolan did not want that. Yeah. And he says, if you do this, I'm out. Which he was. Because the moment you do that, you kind of ruin the whole thing of Superman. We're just going to kill anybody. If that's
no, but you could understand why he did it, though, in the movie.
Christopher Reeve wouldn't have snapped anybody's neck, I don't think.
I know he wouldn't have. Christopher Reeves wouldn't have done it, but we've got to remember, this is a Superman
he could have found that. I think the writer could have made it another way. He could have stopped. He could have encased him in kryptonite or something.
Basically DC's Captain America, isn't he? Let's face it, or the other way around, whichever way you want to do it. So,
and that scene did upset me. Actually, by the way, I watched Man of Steel the other day and I cried like a baby at that scene. I actually did. I don't know. I just got all emotional because you could see it. He didn't want to break his neck, though. You know, that came.
But they're supposed to have Superman as a higher standard that he always finds a way.
I agree with you,
but to stop the villain without killing. Just like Captain America doesn't kill, right?
He's killing innocent people, though. What? You know what I mean? You have to. I know Superman doesn't kill people. Yes, people are saying in the comments, I get it, but
you got to admit though. I know we're going off topic.
Unless it's collateral damage.
they ruined him in Batman versus Superman because he was in love with Lois Lane. He didn't look to see if there was a bomb anywhere, and he's standing there, and hundreds of thousands of people die because he was distracted. That's bad writing. And this same person that wrote that movie is writing Rise of Skywalker, and I'm pulling my hair out of my head.
This is the same problem over and over again. All these writers don't have any sort of respect for the original source material of these franchises.
It's like Moffat's interpretation of the First Doctor, which he never directed.
Exactly.
He wasn't a womanizer at all.
And it pisses me off as well, because you've kind of got to have the respect for the original source material.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and Paul makes a good point. He says purists need to kind of relax a bit, and I agree. I'm sorry,
to an extent.
Well, you know, some of these stories are going to be reimagined. They're going to be different. They're going to be presented differently because of the era that we live in. Richard Donner's Superman would not work today, whether he's believer or not. It wouldn't work today because it just sends a positive message, right? We're not living in a society where we want to spread positive messages. You've seen it. They would woke. If Reeves was still alive and he could still play Superman, trust me, it'd go woke. The fact of the matter is that, and I agree, Christopher Nolan was a big reason why that Superman movie, Man of Steel, in my opinion, was a success, because he basically got Zack Snyder to sack all his team and replace them with Christopher Nolan's team. And I've always said this, you know, for DC to move forward, for me personally, I would get Christopher Nolan to oversee this next phase, because they don't know. I'm being honest with you. I've looked at DC. I think DC is in trouble. I think DC is finished, to be quite honest with you. Joker was a slight reprieve.
He won't do it though. Christopher Nolan said, if you have that was the one thing he was against with Man of Steel. He's like, if you have him snap Zod's neck, I'm done with DC.
Yeah.
And he'll produce something, but he won't do it no more because they went against him.
I think DC needs to go down the route of like the sort of the Elseworld, that's how you pronounce it, the Elseworld stories like Joker. You can do a lot with the characters in the DC universe, like
I think they should go down.
Still separate it.
I agree. I think they should go down that route, because look at the success of Joker. If you could do that with other DC characters out there that are not well known, I'd be all on board.
Absolutely.
Finish now.
It'll be the way that they can catch up with the MCU, although that's going a bit.
Can I ask you a question? So you have obviously seen the Joker be he's done what you are saying, but in your opinion, do you think that they should maybe try it with a different DC villain, or do you think they should continue with
Well, I
the
don't think
Joker?
there should be a second Joker movie if that's what you're asking.
I think certain movies can be dark and certain movies can't be dark. But with Suicide Squad, they ruined it because they made it light. The reshoots made it. It was supposed to be way dark, and it would have been way more successful. They got scared, DC and Warner Brothers, and they changed it super light. Just like they thought the Joker was going to fail. They didn't even want to pay for it fully themselves. That they got the other company to go half with. Now they're kicking themselves because they could have got all that profit if they just believed in there. They keep changing things, and they keep implementing their opinions. And just leave Suicide Squad dark as it is. That's would have been,
the trouble is they looked at Avengers and went, "Oh, maybe we should try that." The trouble is though with Suicide Squad, these characters are far too dark to do that with.
But now James Gunn thing is going to blow it out of the park.
The Avengers was well established because they obviously had like Captain America had his own movie. Obviously, you had Iron Man; they had their movie. You had the Thor movies as well. So they were actually established. The thing about it is when you got the Suicide Squad movie, none of these characters, to me anyway, were not established. So when I went to see that movie, I was like, well, who the fuck is this and who the fuck?
It was the reverse. They decided, let's just throw everything to the wall and make a movie of everything without even explaining anything.
I mean, it's like DC are so focused on trying to replicate what Marvel in my opinion, that they've gotten so far away from what they actually intended to write in the first place.
Now you had Wonder Woman teaser today. There was a clip of 1984. It's coming. I think it's coming tomorrow, but they gave us a little couple of seconds. We got to see the movie. Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think the Wonder Woman movie, the second one, is going to be any good? The first one was actually.
I here's the thing. In case you didn't know, Patty Jenkins is being groomed to take over Justice League.
Oh.
So like she's becoming. She not only I guess she's doing the second Wonder Woman. She's doing the third Wonder Woman, which is already greenlit, and they even talked to her that they want her to do Justice League, right? But she's not crazy about doing it because she wants to focus only on a couple of characters. So she may do it though, but she's going to be basically the most important person in Warner Brothers DC relationship right now because again, she's going to have the most movies, and just like James Gunn is going to have 3 Guardian movies, she's going to have 3 Wonder Womans, and she'll probably get Justice League. But I don't know about the second one though because I heard there was a lot of problems. Reshoots and everything, and it's like.
But here's the thing. The same thing happened with the first film. There was a lot of reshoots and stuff done, and the movie actually turned out fine. So that doesn't necessarily mean that this movie is going to be bad. But
well, they pulled it. You were supposed to see the trailer way before. They kind of pulled everything for Wonder Woman.
Paul says purists have to accept that era is gone forever. Enjoy your old stuff.
Oh, the 80s?
Yeah.
I just saw American Horror Story in 1984. I loved it.
Yeah, but you're right though. Like purists, God love them. I can understand like where they're coming from because when it comes to Doctor Who, I would say I am a purist. But the thing about it is, we've got to realize that that things are changing, and whether some changes will be for the good and some won't be. But
I do like what they did with Ghostbusters, though. I gotta say, when I first heard about it, I was scared because I'm like, "Oh, here we go." But now what it is that the whole movie is revolved around Harold Ramis's Egon Spangler's character. That he died. It's recognized that he died. He leaves the proton packs to his daughter, who has kids herself, and they become the Ghostbusters, but the Ghostbusters have to come to help them.
Exactly.
Which is what they should have done in the first place.
I like that story, though. Now it makes sense why there's kids with the proton packs.
Yes.
And now it makes sense that the Ghostbusters are going to get involved because it's going to be too much for them to handle. The only thing I hope and pray is that Paul Rudd has the proton pack on. I really want him to have it on.
Oh, if Paul Rudd has the proton,
it's got to be a Ghostbuster.
Right? If he's a Ghostbuster, I'm on board.
And make Seth Rogen Oscar, please.
Oh, that's what here's the thing. That's the gas thing. Seth Rogen was actually rumored to appear in the 2016 version before
he should be Oscar.
It was going to be an all-female cast. He was rumored to be one of the Ghostbusters.
I did a cast about that. I said that. I said a year before the female one. I said they should do Seth Rogen and all his buddies from This Is the End and all the Pineapple Express. It should be Oscar wanting to be a Ghostbuster and giving the proton packs to his friends. And they're all like stoners and all whatever. And then they screw up and they try to be their own Ghostbusters. And the original Ghostbusters has to help them out. But I thought that would be the greatest. You have James Franco with a proton pack on. You had all of them. That would have been hysterical.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be on board with that. Absolutely.
I hope it's a lot more of a success and they don't get it up though. Well, because this Ghostbusters movie has to succeed to this time or else.
Yeah, I think hopefully they'll have learned from the 2016 disaster and
Well, here's the thing about the 2016 one. That director Kevin Feige or whatever his name is still coming out shit talking saying there shouldn't be this Ghostbusters movie. That they should be continuing the female. The female.
Well, that's what they're probably going to integrate them eventually.
See, here's the thing. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they will go forward with the female reboot, and I think they'll just leave it for a while to see how this one goes. And then I agree with you, Matrix Lord. I think they will find some way.
They're going to do a multiverse thing where they're going to, like I said, I predicted they were going to have Zool and Gozer in a sequel to the females. Then she's like, "You're not the Ghostbusters that I fought." And they're like, "What are you talking about? We're the only Ghostbusters." Like, no. So, like, in other words, the ghosts don't know about different universes.
Yeah.
So then they build up a device to talk to to talk to Ray, and then they
like
integrate
with Spider-Verse sort of thing.
Right, exactly, with Ghostbusters. Yeah. They did in the comic book already, but that's what they need to do. Yeah.
But it makes sense in that kind of universe as well. You've got because
you could have a universe, then you could have the ghost dimension, and then another universe. It could be like one side of the tunnel is the girls, then it's the ghost universe, and then it's the other Ghostbusters. It's like connecting in a tube or something.
Yeah.
Can you read that?
Yeah. What's that?
No, I can't.
We got a new sonic screwdriver or no?
Right, so it says
I'm just seeing dildos on my screen.
Whittaker sonic screwdriver, right? It says Lucid Dreams G-Spot, right? Sonic screwdriver. In space, no one can hear you scream.
She needs to get a new sonic screwdriver because
pathetic.
That was built on Stenza technology. So now that she has a TARDIS, she needs to make her own sonic screwdriver now.
Yeah.
In the TARDIS needs to spit out, instead of spitting out biscuits to make them fat, it needs to spit out sonic screwdrivers.
That's one thing.
That's what it's done in the past.
Little things like that.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
It was.
Is it spitting out snacks for them? That's the worst.
And by
it's another thing on Matt Smith of like, oh yeah, I had a jammy Dodger.
Yeah, but see her reaction when she got that custard cream.
Yeah.
Right? She didn't know that they'd actually put that little thing in the TARDIS.
No, that was genuine, wasn't it?
So that was a genuine reaction. So when she actually seen the custard cream, that was a genuine reaction. So they actually that was nice of them to do that, put little personal. The problem
probably the best bit of acting throughout the whole when it was acting.
You don't see Jodie Whittaker actually control her own TARDIS, right? Also, even in that trailer, I don't know. I know Peter Capaldi can't run, right?
But he knew what every control was, though.
But Jodie Whittaker's run when she's chasing after that plane in that trailer, and she sticks her, and she keeps doing this robotic thing with her arm.
Yeah, that.
Screwdriver. What the fuck is I'm at the dropping some there? Yeah, makes a
I mean,
what the hell is that? Why do you put that in the trailer? What?
She does.
It's still here.
But like, aim it. It's just like, like running around with it.
How many sentences like that?
She does it every it's and it's just like, stop it.
Where's my screwdriver? I have David Tennant's screwdriver somewhere. Where's David Tennant's screwdriver?
I've got the laser one in there somewhere.
Oh, you've got your one. Yeah,
my kids took them all. So
So here, I know we've been talking about Doctor Who for a while now. We've got to the 2-hour mark. I'm willing to stay on for a little bit longer if you guys are. If any of you need to go, no problem. But I'm willing to go on for a bit.
Other than a bathroom break, maybe. But
if you going to have a bathroom break, go now, and
all right. I'll be right back.
We'll go on for another half hour or so because we got it's a good stream. Why
Sounds
not?
good. Yeah, why not?
Everybody seems
Mrs. is out, so I can be quite loud apart from if as long as I don't wake up.
Now, my friend. So is there anything else you'd like to add, me buddy? And by the way, I want to say something. Thanks very much, because I know you want to get a lot out, right? But I want to just say this because I know you were up on Twitter and you were on Facebook and Yogi said you took the stream over. You didn't, right?
No.
So I don't want you feeling bad, right?
No, you also.
So I want to get that out there. I love having you on, right? But we just have to. We just need to get the balance right. I do it as well. I cut across people sometimes as well. As
me too.
We just have to get the balance right because
I do it all the time to Jack in our videos. And I watch them back and I go, oh dear.
You know. So I know you have a lot to say, but listen, I'm going to tell you out straight now in front of everybody here. You need to set up your channel, mate. You 100%. Need to set up your channel because you've got so much to say, right? You won't be able to get to do it on other people's channels. You know what I mean? Yeah. You've got so much you need to get out. So do that channel.
Do it.
I'll have you on as my first guest, I will, right? Yeah. And we'll promote the crap out your channel and we'll get you subs. But you have to. And listen, see those little wankers that pissed you off the other day, right? Yeah. You should have seen.
They're not even worth the same oxygen you breathe.
Angry, right? Nobody, and I'm telling everybody here in the stream now, and you Jody bots or the J bots are listening to me now. See Daniel there. Anybody says anything to him, right? You come through fucking me first. All right. He's one of our very first members, but not only that, he's a fucking friend of me and Cheryl's as well. Right. So when I see people attacking him, you're not just attacking him, you're attacking everybody in the Tardis zone, right? So you leave him alone, right? Because tell you one thing, you don't realise that's a gem right there that we have in this fandom.
It's a credit to this fandom and a credit to just everyone.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Say to your face, Daniel, so I'm saying it to your face. You are a credit to this fandom and people should fucking look up to you, mate, because I tell you one thing, you're one of the nicest people that I have met on here, and I've met really loads of nice people, but you are up there. You are a top bloke, and don't ever let anybody ruin your hopes and dreams. You fucking set up that channel, and you better, because I'll make sure that you do. Because we want to see you out there.
We'll keep calling you out on our videos until you do it.
You've got a few weeks now. I want to see you. Serious 12, right? You're going to come on with me in the panel. Hopefully, we'll have Sean, Matrix Lord, and a couple of others, and we'll do our first Doctor Who panel. And then we're going to go on to your channel, right? We're going to go on to your channel as a panel, and we're going to discuss the series as well. We're going to, you have to, right? Don't let me down. Set that group up, and don't let anybody tell you what to do. Don't let anybody put you down, because you are a gem. You're an absolute legend, my friend.
Yeah,
by the way, I don't say this lightly, but we all love you as well, right?
We do. You're absolute diamond.
All right, I'll consider it, right? But like,
no. I'm not taking it. No, sorry, Daniel. I'm not taking it. You're not going to consider it. You're going to do it because it's something you wanted to do a few weeks back. Right? A couple of Muppets on Twitter and a couple of Muppets here on the live chat put you off because of things they said, right? I see in the comments, I deleted some of them myself. Do not ever let those idiots get the better of you, because that's what they'll be doing. You show us strong. You're here tonight, aren't you? You're at the showing up tonight. Yeah, well then you've proved to yourself, fuck the haters. Set up your channel. Don't want to hear, I'll consider it. You're doing it. End of. It's something you wanted to do, and I'm going to make sure that you do. And you're going to get everybody's support here in the live chat. You obviously have Sean, and there's a couple of others that you talk to all the time. We will all support you here, right?
Yeah.
You're not alone. You've got friends here too.
And you've absolutely got the passion that you deserve to get out there.
In the chat, we stand with Daniel. Just do it. Here's to Daniel having his own channel. Milan says Daniel's a great person. Look, you need to set up that channel. You don't realize how popular you actually are. Seriously,
you're a credit to all of us, friend.
Channel, and I'm not just saying this. If you set up a channel, I think your channel could become bigger than mine.
Seriously, it will explode. It will explode. It will.
That's how confident I am that you could actually, seriously, you have to say, and I'll tell you one thing, man. Everything that comes out your mouth is spot on. More people need to hear you.
When you said Moffat needs to shit out a hedgehog, that was the funniest thing I've heard in ages. I was crying, man. Like you're a gem, and you have so much wisdom about this show and about a lot of other things
and
that needs to be out there.
But you're a young fan. You're this generation that gets slagged all the time. You are a great example to your generation. That's why you need to do a channel to show people out there that not all your generation are a bunch of twats.
Yeah.
Basically. Am I right?
Yeah.
Sean?
You are right. Absolutely. I can't argue with that, mate. You're spot on.
Yeah, as I say, I'm not actually taking the piss. I'm actually still in my 20s, basically, and I'm coming out with all the criticism against the new era and about certain writers of the magazine and what have you, because I truly believe they don't represent my views when it comes to the show. They don't speak for me, and like that story that I told you about Benjamin Cook the other night, I was so angry and so pissed off. I felt as though that I had to call him out that night on that.
Quite right too.
Because
see that Benjamin Cook, I've had run-ins with him. Listen, he attacked a woman, right, because she put up an article. I forget what the article was about, but this woman, you'll see her. She just be online. Her name is Wendy. She's from Wales. She's a big Matt Smith fan.
Yeah.
He said something about our cancer. That's how sick these cunts are. He said something about our cancer, and she got, because she's recovering from cancer. She is. And he said something to her, and that's when I went after him. Do you remember when I did that video and all? I went after him and started them what you're talking about.
And I talked to the exact same girl as well, because I've spoken to her on a couple of occasions as well, and she's one of the nicest people in the fandom. And for that we twat to come out and say that was out of order.
But you see,
he's a very sheltered, narcissistic parasite.
BBC, when they recruited Chris Chibnall, he got all these people that work behind the Doctor Who magazine and stuff, unfortunately, all were, like me, former YouTubers, right? And what they did was they replaced the time team with a bunch of 20-year-olds, right? Mid-20s, all of them, right? So they got rid of, I think there was 5 originally or 6 in the original time team. They got rid of them and they brought in 10 young people, right? There's not one person of my generation or Matrix Lord generation being represented in the time team, right?
Yeah. I mean, sorry for cutting.
No, go ahead.
But to be honest, though, for a true and valid and reflective, or receptive opinion, you've got to have fans at all ages. You can't just have a certain age group dominate it, because it's not a valid enough opinion, because that show appeals to a whole load of age demographics. You can't just appeal to my age demographic, to be honest with you've got to have fans like fans your age and Sean's age as well, because otherwise there's not really a point to the magazine, no, because it's just basically a single perspective, and what's the point in that, though?
Exactly. There's only one
viewpoint.
What you say, Sean? Sorry.
It'll be. Sorry, I forgot to put my mic back. It just comes across as a very biased, one-sided way of this is how Doctor Who is, and we have the authority to tell you that it is like this. And if you don't agree with us, then you're an incel, misogynist, racist scumbag. Which is just like, no, fuck off. Just get out
here's
of here.
the thing. I've asked people to boycott the series. I've never asked people. Well, I did during Series 11, but I didn't really take myself seriously. But this time I'm serious. I've never asked properly for a series to be boycotted, but I definitely want this one to be boycotted, because if it gets the views, there's a horrible chance, Chris Chibnall's staying anyway, right? But there's a horrible chance then that Jodie Whittaker will stay as well, right? As I said, the information hasn't really changed for me anyway. I don't know about Matrix Lord. Matrix Lord thinks she's staying, and that's fair enough. She is coming out in interviews and saying that she's staying. But as I have said and always said, remember, Christopher Eccleston did say the same thing. So I am kind of sticking my neck out there, because everybody else is saying there's a chance she could stay, and I'm still the only one that's saying she's gone. Now,
well, I hope she is, but
listen, I've said I believe she's gone. Obviously, I've said to people, source information, take it with a pinch of salt if you want to, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I just don't see her surviving. Sorry, Daniel. So I'll ask you the same question as well. So here's the question for the both of you. Matrix Lord's gone off for a minute, so he'll be back in a minute, and then hopefully he'll answer the question as well. So, what was the question again?
Do you think Jodie will survive?
Oh yeah. Do you think Jodie can survive after this series?
Well, the only as you say, if people don't follow through with the boycott, and if you're truly not happy with the series, going to just not give the show a rating, then or a viewing figure. Sorry, I'll get my terminology right. And basically, if you give the BBC part of the viewing figure, you're basically okay in what Chibnall was actually doing with the show. If you're really not happy, you stay until you're on, because and to be honest with you, I was guilty of it as well during series 11, and I won't make the same mistake again, to be honest.
Here's a question. Who's going to watch? Anybody in the live chat and any of our panel? I know you're not going to watch, Daniel. Anybody in our live chat or on this panel going to watch Doctor Who live? Now, when I mean live, I mean, are you going to watch it as soon as the episode drops, or are you going to watch it on a different sort of platform? Wink, wink, if you know what I mean.
No, I mean, I dropped off after Rosa. I gave it 3 episodes, and I just couldn't. I just knew every episode was just going to piss me off more. And I figured, why watch something I don't enjoy?
That's all I'll say. Lucky you didn't watch Arachnids then, because
and it's like it's still there on my BBC iPlayer up next list, and I'm like, nope, no thanks. And I just don't want to watch something that I used to enjoy with a passion just be desecrated by this era. So I figure, what's the point in putting myself through that torture, whereas I can vicariously get what's going on through your good selves. And yeah, it's just I'm just done with it for now.
I mean, I echo the same sort of points. Chibnall did actually kill my passion a great deal. Now, basically, as well, like I've noticed, no matter what era of the show I go back to, whether it be classic Who, Eccleston, or whoever, there's always this sort of nagging voice in the back of my brain that goes, oh, look at what this show's become, and
Exactly.
and it takes you out of the episode you're going back to watch because it's constantly there eating away your brain, and then you just end up giving up, going back to watching any of the previous material. That's what Chris Chibnall has done to people like me and you, Sean, in particular, because I've noticed that the two of us have the same stance on the Chibnall era, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
New Year's Day.
Are you gonna?
You know what it is? Unfortunately, with my job, I've been working the holidays.
Yeah.
So on New Year's Day, I'm going to be working, and Sundays I work. So that's a problem. That's why I wish it was on Saturdays because I could always see it. So unfortunately, I will see it when I get home.
Right.
Hours later. And I'll do casts on it, but again, I'm not going to be able to see it. Like I have to see it hours later, obviously. Yeah.
Well, you can come on here as well if you like, because I will be doing panels Jordan series.
Oh, absolutely, and you guys are welcome to come on my show too.
No problem. I'll no problem. Send me an invite and I'll come on. No, the bother.
Oh, absolutely.
We're watching your gaming stream, as I said, that you put up last night. I watched. Yeah. Actually, that game looks interesting. What is the name of that game? You don't mind me asking. What console is it for?
See, the thing is, it's called Days Gone, and I'm a little late to the party because
the zombie invasion one, is it?
Yeah, I'm a little late to the party because I don't really because I'm always working. I don't buy the game when it first comes out, but I wound up getting it, and I'm not crazy about it because I was talking to my son about it. He's like, "Dad, it gets better. It gets better." I'm like, I wasn't feeling it. I mean, it was cool. It started getting a little better, but I enjoy now I got the other game Norman Reedus is in, the Death Stranding or something.
Yeah,
I didn't play that yet, but I've been trying to. That's the whole thing. Is you have this platform for YouTube where you're supposed to be able to do gaming, and then they don't let you do it. And with I started contacting the companies because we had, let's say, the game Overcooked, right? And Overcooked 2. They say in the beginning of the game, you are allowed to film. You're promoting our brands. You're the best. Promote it. Do videos on it. We love you. The moment I put it up, I got flagged, right?
Wow.
So I contacted the company, and they said, we're sorry. It's the people that we hire to compose the music or whatever. They don't understand. They're not supposed to claim money twice. They're supposed to get paid by them and then let us, do what you don't double dip. So they're trying to get money. So I was like, why is it I'm doing these videos, I'm playing the games, and this person's making money off of my playing the game? That's ridiculous.
Your entertainment. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Once you got paid, you got paid. Who cares? Why are you trying to make different incomes from me, the low-level YouTuber? So in some cases, I got disgusted. I deleted it because I'm like, I'm not going to give a darn to this person. As it is, you don't make nothing from YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
So on one hand, you have IGM defending YouTube, saying, oh, they're going to fix this problem. Because every time I play Mortal Kombat, every friggin' time, flagged. I put anything, Ghostbusters flagged. Sony went after me. Sony's
me too, with Spider-Man.
Are you kidding? Yeah. Sony went after me with Ghostbusters. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And the funny thing about it is, you and I differ on this, Noel. I'm biased with Paul Feig because I do like his movies, though. Right? I'm a fan of him, and I have contacted him on Twitter. He's a really nice guy. But I did like Ghostbusters 2016. But I know it wasn't to replace the original Ghostbusters, that they weren't allowed to put them in there, and I understand that. But I didn't like the way they went about doing it with the fans, creating the whole, calling them toxic. That's what created this whole mentality of toxic fandom. They dubbed that name, but you don't go after your own fans.
Exactly. You don't go after the people that actually pay our wages.
Correct. And this is where, while I like the movie, all right, And I probably had, honestly, I was the only one that I liked it, that had the most videos. I used to put out tons of videos on Ghostbusters 2016, right?
Yeah.
While I did love it and I liked it, it's not my original Ghostbusters are my favorite by far. So that was the whole point. And Sony, they went after me with, like, I was like, how could you go after me with the freaking game, for crying out loud? I'm trying to play the damn game. I was so pissed. So, I even made a gaming channel and then I scrapped that because I'm like, well, if no game is going to get monetized, then what's the point?
Exactly.
And also with Copper coming up, it's a bit vague as well, because it's like
that's a mess.
You play these you put these games up. You might not even swear in them, but you said it's like not for kids. But if a kid is interested in this game, you've got no control over whether they're going to watch this video because they're interested in a game, and then you're the one who gets the flack for it. It's like, how is that in any way fair whatsoever? But then
the algorithm is the worst, because we tested it on our cast. Just to show that a video would get flagged, I did a cast like we have here, right?
Yeah.
And all we did was recite A, B, C. So I was like, A, B, C. We got flagged, and I knew we were gonna get flagged, right? I did a video for spite. I ate a cookie, and I got flagged.
For what?
Nothing.
So only kids eat cookies, apparently. Yeah,
and then you realize you can't put certain words in the title because you get flagged. I'm like, wait a minute. I do a cast called the horror. I do a cast called the Horror Cast. Every single horror cast is getting flagged. That's the name of the cast. You can't say dark. You can't say certain words. You go to do a video about Terminator, Dark Fate, you're flagged because dark is dark.
Because of the word dark.
Right? Yeah, exactly. I was like losing my mind.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
God, it's like 1984 has come to life. Really.
You know what's funny? When Doctor Who was on the one thing I was pissed off was when Doctor Who came back.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't allow you to see it. Like, people were trying. So what they were doing is on YouTube and on different things, they couldn't title it Doctor Who Series 1, new, episode, whatever, because then it would get flagged. So they would do the most ridiculous title where it'd have some type of semblance thing, like an object in the thing.
Right.
Like Pink Flamingo would be the name of the thing. Or they would write backwards. And then people would find it and watch. They would put the title backwards of Doctor Who the other way. And they didn't. And then after a while, they caught on. And that's how I got to watch Doctor Who. Is like they would put the ridiculous title to find the episode to watch, because you had to wait 6 months.
So is that the reason why all the episodes on like
are backwards? Well, they do the thing is backwards too.
Mirrored,
because they can't flag it or whatever it is.
That's clever, because I actually have Spearhead on Space that I wanted to put up on my channel. How do I mirror that shit to get away with that?
I don't know how you do it. I just know that I would watch the episode and it would be backwards, or the title would be backwards. Yeah. So.
If you have like
anything anymore without getting flagged, well, I've been actually pretty okay considering the type of bleeding streams I do. I actually drank a whole bottle of Jack Daniels live in front of everybody.
Nice. Well, I mean, our whole channel is based on alcohol, so we're doing all right so far. But then you don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Chibnall drives you to drink.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get. I mean, sure. On that video you done the other day was probably my favourite video of you. Because
thanks, man. Thank
you. Because basically you're at Chibnall and you arsehole, basically.
So
I commend you for that, but you also brought up an interesting point about the Series 5. You were basically old in that series, even before you saw an episode, because of the trailer, and you can't say the same for any trailer of the chapter.
It feels so much better before.
And you can't say the same for any trailer the chapter Eris put out, because there's nothing in the Chibnall Who trailer that actually give him excitement, and actually poorly put together as well, because half of them are the jump cuts as well, and it's
very choppy, isn't it? Very choppy.
How do you compare a trailer like on Series 5, Series 6, the impossible astronaut will strike the Time Lord dead, and then, you know, my time's running out, and like all these trailers had the dramatic music. They had the Pandora, they had Amy dead.
It had the incidental music from the show itself, rather than this like
sick.
Random
the trailers
pop
were
crap.
Sick.
Yeah,
they were great trailers. I was like, oh my god! Even Capaldi one, where they showed the witch is familiar, the magician's present, and then dun 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 dun, dun, and the music was great.
Yeah,
it just pulled you in straight away.
Right, and then you got, you know, and you see the doc, you see Clara and everything, and like, oh my god, and you see like
you got excited. Exactly, you got excited. You were anticipating what was going to be next book.
But then you get the music that don't fit with this. It's like elevator music or some crap.
And I don't get the idea of the pop music either. It's supposed to be a sci-fi show, so
right. It's not showing that women taking over the world.
So basically, make the music more sci-fi-esque and just kind of out the pop.
He totally lost the message, Jim.
Because the pop music's actually
glorious.
We're
gonna save the world. Oh,
right.
Really?
I know.
On the nose much.
It still is by far the worst trailer that we had. It was that breaking the glass seal and little teaser that we got.
I gotta tell you, I never forgot how I made fun of the doctor stealing the pizza. Yeah. And then I had people explaining to me that she didn't steal the pizza.
I know.
I was like, that was a big deal. I had people blocking me.
Yeah.
Right. I had people blocking me. I'm like, I'm sorry, but the doctor doesn't have flesh, doesn't have the speed force. I apologize. You know, come on. And it was like, oh, the doctor doesn't steal anything. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you hear? He stole the TARDIS. What
exactly.
Are you talking about? Hello. The doctor doesn't steal anything. He's honorable. She's honorable. And dude, where you been?
Time War. Hello.
Even Capaldi stole a TARDIS too. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It is. It's ridiculous. But I remember at the time that trailer dropped, the first thing that popped into my head was, since when did this become a new show, and why is the Flash appearing in the show?
Exactly.
Do you remember all the strange lights? Do you remember they were?
Because she's a woman now. Now she has powers.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. She's a woman now. Now she has powers.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone super Doc like Super Ray. I'm surprised he haven't given her some weird ability.
Well, I do have to say though, he doesn't have that screen thing like Tom Baker had, but no, I do like that she recognized Chibnall's writing. This is the one good point that the moment she saw that she had to climb was the immediate memory of Legopolis, that she died because she fell off the bridge. I love that he put that in there, and she's like, because you knew what she was going off for, because she died, you know, when she was the Fourth Doctor battling the Master on the bridge thing there. So it's like,
one of the few times he managed to do anything like that.
Right, he did something good, right.
But yeah, and the exact same episode though, she falls through the roof, and you're like that.
She's okay because she's within her certain hours of regeneration cycle.
How did you survive that?
Yeah, she's within her stretch,
she's within her certain amount of hours. Well, look, David Tennant fell into like the Time Lords with Rassilon.
He did.
Because you know what? I have this theory.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Every single time the Doctor dies from something, he builds up a tolerance where, okay, the Dalek would shoot him, dead, right? Regenerate, right? Dalek would shoot him, not dead, gonna die. Then get shot, walking throughout the whole thing, putting himself in the Pandorica. So I kind of feel that after he died from Legopolis, that when David Tennant crashes
Yeah.
He's not dead because his body's like resistant to it. Yeah, every bone is almost broken, probably. Kidneys are failing. But you know what? He's ready to shoot Rassilon or the Master. So she's technically regenerating like as you go. So just like River got shot by 50 million guns and she went like this, she's within there's certain hours of regeneration cycle. Now you try to explain that with the Impossible Astronaut shooting the Doctor while he's regenerating and they're not working. There's a paradox. But anyway, we're going to forget about that for a second. Because River was able to do it. Right.
That was the bloody whole Tesselector crap, wasn't
it?
That's the thing I didn't. That was the only thing I didn't like about that story. But other than that, it was pretty good.
Well, here was the thing. Didn't even make sense.
One thing that pisses me off
on the beach there, but it was really the Tesseract. Then we wouldn't have had that paradox.
I predicted that too. I predicted
that. Oh, that's a Gary. I'm sorry, but I hate that.
Daniel disagrees. We are in trouble now.
I hate that story now. I know you're probably going to give me daggers for it.
No.
But I just hate that story. It's just it's just.
No, fair enough. I wouldn't put it in my
top 10. I'm gonna go Emperor on you. You think? You think I'm no. I said, what do you think? I'm gonna go Emperor on you, Daniel? Like, no, you will die. No.
You will always agree with me. No, it's cool,
you can disagree. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we can do when we have a nice, coherent, friendly discourse without someone saying.
I'm still waiting for Moffat to.
You're evil.
Right. I'm still waiting for Moffat to explain the type of energy that would need for Amy Pond to be projected to outside the universe and a Ganger. I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah. We're still waiting for a lot of things that Moffat kind of dropped.
I know it was Omega, but now you can't use Omega because we didn't have the right. So it's like, whoa.
Yeah. He was
Omega was behind Madame Corarian and all this other stuff. The voice in the TARDIS, Omega, but all of a sudden we found out, oh shit. We don't have the rights, but K9 does.
So we'll just make it priests instead.
Isn't that funny how they screwed up in the past? So they couldn't even, the person that invented time travel capabilities, that made the Gallifreyans Time Lords, they didn't get the copyright to have the, BBC didn't have the rights to have the Omega name. That now somebody has the rights and they're putting it in K9 movie or something. It's like ridiculous. Like
wasted.
You can't mention Omega. You can't mention the Ronnie because somebody else has the rights for the Ronnie.
Exactly, yeah. BBC
ridiculous.
The TARDIS and all has its own.
And that was all building for Omega. That whole thing with Moffat was building that Omega was the big bad. And then he couldn't even use it.
Talking about Moffat's right, the Pandora episode. Explain to me how he was able to get out of the Pandora.
Yeah, I know.
Right, because that makes
I know why. You want to know why?
Go on. Because you know what? I'm trying to get someone.
Okay. It's the biggest slap in the face there is.
Right.
Okay. You know that Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was a parody off of the TARDIS, right? Doctor Who, but reverse, where it wasn't bigger on the inside. They were making fun of Doctor Who, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he uses the Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure time travel theories to implement it into series 5, 6, and 7, where Bill and Ted wrote a note to themselves to remind them to put the keys there to free themselves from the prison and put a weapon here. So he used the Bill and Ted's time travel stuff. That's making fun of Doctor Who. It's a parody of Doctor Who. He's using that whole time travel theory for his own show.
Yeah, the thing about
it, he was another one who didn't really regard the fans that highly, did he?
That the Brigadier could not touch the Brigadier because it would create an explosion that was more powerful than 6 or 7 regenerations that basically killed the Mordred Undead, whatever the hell thing, right? But the Doctor's able to hold himself and hug himself, and Amy's able to hug her younger self without explosions. But 2 sonic screwdrivers in the Pandora is flashes each other.
But like Stephen Moffat didn't know how to tie up a story, though. He was good he was good at starting off a story, but when it came to the end of the story, the story sort of imploded in on itself.
Angels Take Manhattan.
I've got a theory on that.
I was there at Angels Take Manhattan.
He thinks right. Listen, he did that Tintin movie, if you remember. Steven Spielberg came out and gave him some credit and said it was brilliant and all this, and how Moffat was such a clever writer and all, and he watched a couple of episodes of Doctor Who and thought they were very good. See, the problem with Moffat and the problem with people like Chris Chibnall is they believe the hype around them, and they actually believe it themselves. They believe, because they've got such big egos, that they actually believe that they're these great writers. Now, Moffat as showrunner, no. Moffat as writing individual episodes for Doctor Who, fantastic. Probably top of his game. Better than anybody out there. But when it comes to actually show running, he's not great. Now, he went from Moffat to Chibnall. Now, this is someone that hasn't written great episodes for Doctor Who, right?
Indeed.
So why the hell did they think that this guy could actually take over one of the biggest shows let's be honest, Doctor Who now, it still has a big draw because of the name, right? Yeah. But it's not a big show anymore. I think we have to stop saying that Doctor Who is a big show. It's not. I'm sorry. Game of Thrones is a big show.
It's not event television anymore like it used to be.
Mr. Robot, The Mandalorian, all those shows, they're big shows. Doctor Who right now is a mediocre piece of shit.
I mean, and to be honest with you as well, and to be honest,
what you eating?
I had chips.
You can eat them on the screen. Not eating rolls on the screen.
I mean, and to be honest,
I wanted to say something about the Moffat thing. That's a nice mug.
Yeah, do you like? I only got it there during the week, so that's that one, right? It's called the Doctor Who Universe mug. So it has
I like that one. That's my favourite.
Classic villains and new Who villains, and I also have a comic book version.
I'm going to show you my mugs too. I got some cool mugs.
Yeah, you should. I did a video the other day. I'll tell you what, come on and do a stream with me, and we'll do one on air mugs and all, because I have it out there. Yeah. Right? We'll do a stream on
I made a Danny Pink mug. I call it Pink on the Couch. Where where they couldn't afford a nice size couch, so they had this small couch, and Clara's on there, and he's like a football player, like a big basketball player. He can't even fit on the couch, so I call Pink on the Couch, and he's like this, and she's like hugging him and stuff. That's like my favorite thing. Really? Anyway, I want to get. You notice how Moffat's episodes were perfect 10s when he was just a writer, under somebody, like. Russell T. Davies would be like, fix this, do this, do this, change this.
Yeah.
The moment he becomes a showrunner,
then he doesn't have to answer to anybody but himself. That's the thing.
He doesn't have anybody checking him
exactly
to say, you forgot to explain how Weeping Angel's walking around New York City with sneakers and nobody sees it. Like, and I thought it was quantum locked. Whatever.
Or the Statue of Liberty debacle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So in other words, everybody's afraid to tell Moffat he's wrong. So he has a whole bunch of yes men on there saying, absolutely, it's great. Yeah, the first doctor, yes, he was a womanizer and he drank booze. No, he wasn't.
He was a sexist
milk.
Who embarrassed his later incarnation.
He drank milk in the Old West, didn't he? He didn't drink anything.
And he never cocoa in the Aztecs.
He never told anybody to clean his TARDIS. The companions offered to clean the TARDIS. He never says, you're a woman, clean the TARDIS. But this is the whole thing. You're from an advanced society that's so far beyond Earth. So for 2 years or a couple of years, you're on Earth. That doesn't mean you become that person.
Yeah.
Because you think about it. He's hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
He goes to Earth 1963. She enrolls in 1963, right? Doesn't mean he's on Earth for like 20, 50, 100 years. So how would he be racist or womanist or whatever if he's an alien from a high society that's beyond anybody?
Exactly, and it's beyond all.
And Gatiss was like biting his teeth because he knew he's so wrong, because that wasn't the way the Doctor was. And everybody hated that portrayal in Twice Upon a Time, because the first Doctor wasn't that.
Hartnell never said to any of the companions, "Oh, I'll give you a smack bottom." He
told his companion, not his companion. He told Susan because that's his granddaughter. If you do something wrong, I'll smack you. Right, because you're a granddaughter, I'll spank you.
Yeah.
But that special shouldn't even exist anyway, because it's Chibnall's fault that special
exists. I know he wasn't ready for a Christmas.
He was supposed to. It's actually
interesting. Didn't know what to do.
So they're all
4 episodes where he's trying to regenerate.
As you said, they all go meet up for dinner. That's exactly what it was. It was a meet up. Moffat had a few drinks on him, locked out of his head.
He got him locked.
Chibnall basically goes, listen now, I'm not going to start off my era with a Christmas special, so we're going to lose the Christmas. And Moffat is like, hell no, we're not. And then we got the Abomination twice upon a time. Because
I'm going to make a prediction.
Go on.
Make a prediction.
For Series 12?
No.
Go on.
All right, I'm going to make a prediction for the 60th.
Right, go on.
Okay, it's going to be written by Chris Chibnall,
right,
Russell T. Davis, and Stephen Moffat.
Yeah.
They're going to each write their individual doctors. So you're going to have Stephen Moffat is going to have Amy Pond, Rory, Matt Smith, River Song. You're going to have Clara in it. You're going to have Capaldi in it. Okay? And they're going to have interaction with whoever the doctor is. I guess it's going to be
Jodie Whittaker. Back you up on this because you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I've been told as well. That there'll be multiple showrunners on this
because it's going to be the culmination of New Who, and the old, and you're going to have all the showrunners
and you know what? That's going to be interesting because even though the three of them apparently do get on, it's going to be very interesting to have those three heads in a room. And Chibnall just sit back and watch what it's like to see.
And Cromartie and Nardole are definitely in it, I believe, because he had lunch with them. Yeah. If you remember. Meaning, all right, you're not going to be in it now, but in the 60th, I'll bring you back.
Yeah, he wants to be in the 60th anyway. So if it works, he actually came out in an article and said that if he's asked, he'll do the 60th. So if it's the right story, though, he said.
And if Chibnall is still the showrunner after Jodie, it's another female.
Yeah, well,
because I'm telling you right now, it is because that's his whole intention. Is during his whole run, it's going to be female doctors.
That's the only reason why he took the job.
And that's why the symbol.
Again,
that's why the symbol is a women's symbol because he's going to have all female doctors.
But again, I will just throw this out here, right? In some aspects, I would agree with you. Matrix Lord does want to promote the female doctor, and if he was given his way, he'd probably go down that route. But I think BBC have stepped in and says no, that's not going to happen.
The next doctor is going to be 20-something.
Now, in fairness, that doesn't mean because they've said to him, listen, you're not having another female doctor, that's not going to happen. I'm not saying that. But I am convinced, and I'm just saying, I'm convinced that the next doctor after Jodie Whittaker is going to be male. Anyway,
I think we would hope so. But
I was going to say, we can only live in hope.
Well, if it doesn't, right, all I would just say is I still agree. I still think the doctor should be male, right? But I'll put the hands up and say, if they get an actress that can actually act, and if Chris Chibnall is not part of it, then I'd probably be more inclined to give it a go. But the fact that we know that Chris Chibnall is probably going to stick around for another 2 or 3 years, maybe 2. I don't want to go 3, but maybe 2. That's not going to happen.
I want Alan Cumming to be her replacement only because he was asked by Moffat.
Yeah,
and he would have took the role, but when he found out that there was 10 friggin' months that he would be away from these other shows that he does, and he wouldn't be able to do anything other than Doctor Who, he said no. But he was willing to accept as long as that friggin' filming time wasn't 10 months. And I could definitely see him as a doctor, and it would be sort of like Sylvester McCoy and Ace type of thing. Right? He's the professor and is a doc, whatever. And I could see him being the doctor. I also think that they should do a twist, and they should have David Morrissey be a doctor also.
Yeah.
Where that's why the Cybermen's thing weren't incorrect, because he took the form off of him thinking he was the next doctor, but he's actually the form of the next Doctor, like a future Doctor. So him being a Doctor, I would also want to.
Well, we could get that because Peter Capaldi obviously starred in The Fires of Pompeii, and then we got him.
I think Peter Capaldi should be the showrunner. I think Peter Capaldi should take over as a writer and showrunner of Doctor Who, because at least it will be taken care of the way it should be, and he would have, forget about all this nonsense. I think it would be fixed.
He's a genuine fan of the show as well, which helps, and he respects the show, he respects its legacy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have got them on Daisy and Cybermen back. Okay, they were still stompy, but he's
like Gators, we wouldn't have the Ice Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. And
Moffat told him no. You know how many times? You know how many times Moffat told him no about the Ice Warriors? And he wanted him to do Sleep No More too, and he's like that, and he got really mad about it. So finally, he caved. Moffat to have Ice Warriors come back. Actually,
all I'll say is this: anybody that gives Peter Capaldi stick still to this day is an asshole.
I love Capaldi. You know how many mugs I made of Capaldi? I love Capaldi.
Capaldi
Capaldi is probably, arguably, the best actor other than John Hurt, if you count as all Doctor that they've ever got.
And I would thank you for being my Doctor.
And he was just absolutely shafted.
And the BBC come out with that and the BBC come out with that article really did piss me off. It was
disgusting.
He wanted to stay for 10 years, remember that? And then all of a sudden it changed. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to leave." Yeah, because they forced him out.
Yeah, he was
age discrimination. They forced him out.
I said, look, Matrix, no offense, but I've been saying this from the day that he got sacked. And you know what? The day that Peter Capaldi went into that radio station and broke down and cried and said that he was leaving Doctor Who, when he previously said 3 weeks before that he was looking forward to working with Chris Chibb and all that he had a great time on Torchwood, and he was actually looking forward to 3 weeks later, he goes into a studio and actually says, "I'm leaving Doctor Who."
It's fault. Yeah. He don't want him. And that's effed up, honestly. Because if you can get Capaldi, you keep him. And then you do another Doctor when you want.
Yeah.
But he's amazing. He's friggin' amazing.
Yeah.
It's like, are you kidding me
right now? You're not going to get many better than Capaldi. Let's face it.
No.
If anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it deserved so much telling our opinion.
Who did that?
Adventure in Space and Time was amazing.
Who did that?
It was absolutely brilliant.
That was perfect. That was the best thing he ever wrote. Mark.
Oh yeah, because in my opinion, his story, like his stories were a bit hit and miss. Like there was one good one, there was one bad one.
Right.
Unquiet Dead was good, but then Idiot's Lantern not so much for me.
Right. And then there was always
Cold War was good. Crimson Horror not so much for me.
How did you do that? How did you put that comment on that?
I didn't do anything. I know that I've seen it like that on Eddie.
Is that
streams.
Is that a super chat?
I know what it is.
Is it a super chat?
No, my here. Listen, you're not going to believe this, right? I went to monetize my channel. YouTube won't monetize my channel, so I've no super chats, no nothing. So
really?
Have they explained why that is?
Well, apparently, see, I started the process of monetization, and then I got stuck.
You have 1,000 subscribers now, right?
Yeah. And I
so you should, and you have thousands of hours of footage now.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What's happened is apparently, according to them, I've set up 2 AdSense accounts.
Why would you don't do that? You got to put it all into one.
Yeah, so apparently that's why. So I have to wait until Cheryl, because she knows about computers more than I do.
So just eliminate the other one.
I don't know how to. I really don't know if Cheryl did it or I did it. She's better with computers than I am.
The thing is, this is what happens when they see that you're creating multiple channels. That's fine. You're allowed to create multiple channels, but as long as you put it all under the same umbrella of, they know that this is your podcast channel, this is your single vote video channel, this is your gaming channel. But if you start putting different email addresses and everything, then they think you're a troll. like you're doing some weird, shady stuff. Because there's a lot of people out there that go to abuse the system. They have like 100 channels, and then then they attack your channel. Like people got pissed that I didn't like a trailer, and I got like how many dislikes? Like 30 dislikes, 50. Yeah. I didn't like the trailer. What do you want me to do? Like fake it? I didn't like it. I don't care. You know.
Hang on, guys. There's a comment in the comment section there. Is any of my moderators actually on tonight? Could someone actually check for me and see if there's any?
I like Sherlock also. I agree that
have you not seen the comment that Joshua has put out about Derek? And could you actually like delete them? Or I'll have to get new mods because what's the story?
What's the matter? I can't see anything. Something's
calling someone a kiddie fiddler, right?
And
what? Got moderators on this chat, and not one of them.
You need to get the Nightbot.
All right, so I'm gonna have a check now myself. I have to go onto YouTube while we're streaming here, but that's absolutely disgusting. So where's me mods? Because there has to be I seen a couple of mods there earlier. You see, this is the problem I'm having. The live chat is getting out of hand because the moderators are not doing their jobs. That's why I gave you the job as moderator. So if you see comments like that, you can get rid of them. Like I've already had the delete stuff because of people saying stuff about Daniel the other day, and now I've got this crap going on. Look, you need to do your job because it actually looks bad for my channel if comments are in. Why is it taking so long to get into YouTube here? This is at the annoying me now. There's the comment here. I'm going to show you now. So it'll come up on our screen. There. So that's what was said.
What the hell is that? That's terrible.
Yes. This is the type of stuff that we get all the time. So we're moderators. That's what I want to know. And if there's any in here and you haven't done your job, you are getting removed. I'm serious. Because I'm there. Look, we have 1, 2.
You gotta get the Nightbot too.
I see Paul and Argyros have deleted. I see Paul has deleted messages, right? And he's a moderator. So he's doing his job.
I love Amy's Choice. I love Asylum guy. So.
Amy's Choice is one of my all-time favorites for the new series.
Well done, Paul.
Dreamlord stuff was amazing.
Dreamlord should have been the master. That should have been.
Hang on for a minute, Daniel.
Because he touched the control, and he wasn't an illusion. He controlled it when they were all unconscious. So he was real. It wasn't
a dark manifestation of him. So it's like
I don't think it was that. I think he was in the TARDIS. I think the master was in the TARDIS.
Is there anybody in the chat that would like to be mod for me? Because there's only Paul in there on his own, and he can't do it all on his own. In fairness, I thought there was way more than one mod in the actual chat. So
you could put an artificial intelligence, a Nightbot in there, and just wipe that out. Like you could set certain words.
I have.
Nightbot.
The bad words, but I never thought of putting kiddie fiddler in because I didn't think anybody would actually say something like that. But that's
you have to.
That's the next these scumbags will go to.
Listen, there's people that try to ruin what you build, and that you gotta. Yeah. It's terrible. They're doing me too.
And I wasn't giving out to you, Paul. I was just saying in general, I thought I had more than one bleeding moderator in the chat tonight. So if anybody else would like to be a mod that I actually... Chris. I'll give it to Chris because Chris works on Neurotic and Wilcox channel.
Oh, nice.
You as a moderator there. Welcome. So there you go. Right, we've got that nastiness out of there and Paul took care of that. Sorry about that, Derek.
Paul.
Idiots anyway. Don't mind them. There, drop the F-bomb. So this is not for kids. So listen. He's listening to me copy on YouTube. This ain't for kids.
I think we dropped the F-bomb like hour out, like half an hour in, so we're good.
So you have to air it all the time, so it's not for kids. Do you have to like specify it all the time?
You can set your channel to not for kids, and then the whole thing goes.
You see in certain keywords, which I did. I put in the usuals, fuck, cunt, all those bad names. But I never thought of putting in child molester or kiddie fiddler because I didn't think anyone would go down that route. But clearly, there's a few idiots And thanks, Daniel, for letting me know about that, because I seen the private message. I didn't know what you were talking about. I forgot.
I'm actually on the other screen now, because before I was just on this screen, so I'm actually seeing the comments now on the other screen.
Yeah.
I muted it so I could just see.
You should do the same as well, though, when you do your cast, Magic Lords. Get someone that you can trust to be a moderator.
You know what it is? When I do my cast, it's pre-recorded, so I upload it.
Yeah.
So I have a thing where I don't allow, everything has to come through me to check the comments.
I ask you why you don't go live, because you get the suit. You're obviously monetized and all. You'd get the super chat.
You know what it is? I used to do live with the Google Hangouts.
Right.
I used to do that live, but now I didn't. Now that I learned about this thing, the what is it? The StreamYard or whatever. Yeah.
I agree with Raymond there about the 11th hour, Day of the Doctor, Heaven Sent. I mean, those were, even though they were in his era, they were still sort of like individual episodes that were harking back.
Well, the 11th hour, let's be honest, probably one of the best.
I love coming to the Doctor, man.
Yeah.
Favorite thing.
It's fucking brilliant. And
Heaven Sent was just a masterpiece.
Matt Smith won me over in that 11th hour. Matt Smith was the Doctor. By the end, convinced he was that speech, brilliant, right? Heaven Sent, you know how I feel about that. That's probably, to me, one of the greatest episodes ever written.
I
didn't like. Is that the 50th, the Day of the Doctor? Not a fan. 50th. I'm sorry. Still not a fan.
I don't even know what the fuck that was supposed to be. With the Zygons and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Heaven Sent as the best is the revived series, so it's the best episode of the new era.
There you
Absolutely.
go.
And funny enough,
Chris has said it quite right. The only people allowed to drop the F-bomb should be the host and their guests. Those in the chat should refrain or use colourful alternatives. I agree. So
yes,
thanks, Chris.
It is. Because I'm the host and these are my guests, right? They can do whatever the crap they want to once it stays within the laws of YouTube. As I've said, I want this live chat to stay clean, right? And Doomcock, Neurotics, and all the other YouTubers do keep their live chat clean. So
right, you fucking ice holes.
That's it.
Yes, thank you very, very much.
What was that from Johnny Dangerously?
Speak English.
No, just
I think that was.
Yeah, probably. Sounds right.
It's all right. I've just had to not block another gobshite. He told me English. Well, I'm Irish, you fucking idiot. So
these people don't comprehend actual English anyway. So
oh my god.
Do you know what I love? Do you know what? Oh, here I had someone tell me that they wish I died in a car crash.
Jesus!
Oh, lovely.
Come here for a minute, right? We could
Sad
do this, show you the disgusting things. Listen, so someone that actually told me, right, sent me a message. By the way, your wife is having an affair with your brother. I hope you die in a car crash and I'm going to kill your daughter. Right? That's what I got. Right?
You know what you need to do? You know what you need to do? You need to get so famous on here that you get rich. Then you find out where they live and you put a billboard of your fucking face. When they open up their window, they see your fucking knoll, big as life, Tardis zone up your ass.
Hell.
I don't know how me and you start fighting in the first place, to be quite honest with you. It must have been wires crossed there, but I'm glad I've gotten to
You're cool, man. I know.
Listen, I haven't said it publicly, but I'll say it now. Whatever happened between the two of us anyway, I apologize for my part in that anyway.
I apologize for mine too, because you're
I know you did. You apologized already, but I didn't say it publicly, so I'm saying it now. But I'm glad we're talking, and this has been great so far.
It's been awesome, man.
They told me I have 4 hours left, right? So we're on 3 hours now.
Jesus.
So I was thinking, will we just go until the end of this, until this stream here? Because it's going to reset anyway. So, because I won't be able to do another stream for now, because you know me, I chat.
You're limited to streams?
So we'll just keep going until we're finished, yeah?
I need to I need to go to the bathroom quickly. 1 sec. To the loo. Yeah, exactly. Little boy's room.
As long as there's no ood in the loo now.
Why
that'd be a fun surprise.
No, I mean, why don't you
take a toilet break? A toilet break.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, man.
It's grand. We're not going to talk about any more Muppets anyway. Right, here's another question. Oh, there's another one. Heaven Sent, Vincent and the Doctor, Amy's Choice, World, Enough and Time, The Doctor's Wife were all good Moffat stories. Right, let's start with
what Doctor's Wife was Neil Gaiman.
Neil Gaiman was the Doctor's Wife, exactly. Yeah. He was the one that gave us the whole corsair and the Doctor could change.
Well, see, that's the thing. That Neil Gaiman, well, you got to know that Moffat threw that line in there probably.
Do you reckon?
That's not. Yeah. Look, here's the thing. That was a perfect 10 episode, but then Moffat totally screwed over his writing in the Nightmare in Silver. But here's the big thing from that episode, if you remember. What's the guy's name? Oh my God, now I can't think of it. Mr. Clever looked into the Doctor's memory and brain to see if he was lying, and he saw that he had another regeneration. Remember, he says, I could just regenerate. Look at me to see if I'm lying. You're in my head. And the thing is like, oh crap, you can still regenerate. So how did he lose that regeneration so it fit nicely in a box for Moffat to say that he was out of regenerations when they confirmed it in Nightmare in Silver that he had regeneration left?
Yeah, because they do something in was it Time of the Doctor where he talked about, I threw a regeneration away, sort of having a little kind of pop at.
There's a paradox there.
I was a bit arrogant back then, so the Metacrisis Doctor was considered a regeneration.
See, that was never should have been considered a regeneration, because unless there's an actual physical change, it doesn't count. So it's like regeneration energy, like he healed River's hand. Did he just use a regeneration, a whole regeneration to heal her hand? No. So I'm telling you, I would accept that Donna Noble has a regeneration in her ring, if that's the case, because she used the regeneration energy to wipe out the Masters.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, that was regeneration energy. So she has a missing regeneration in that ring.
Yep.
But the John Hurt Doctor, right? Now he couldn't regenerate because it was past his point, right? So you gave him a potion. That potion should be a regeneration, because when it was done, then his original regeneration kicked in and knocked the John Hurt out. Once that job was done, his regeneration kicked in. Why would he regenerate if he's not dying? So I think that potion was a regeneration.
Yes, it does. Pretty much. I mean, would you say it was like a kickstart to a cycle, or maybe just?
I think it was just a one regeneration in the drink, because his was turned off, couldn't access it. So the moment that job was done and that drink served its purpose, that he completed his mission, regeneration kicks into effect. He's regenerating.
True.
Okay, just hang on.
They forget about that quite nicely, don't they?
Daniel is just at to sending me a message there. Daniel obviously has to leave us. So, Daniel, before you go, mate, is there any channel you would like to plug? I obviously know you're going to plug the Nerdaholics, but he's going to plug himself anyway. So, is there another channel? It's the Nerdaholics that you would love to plug.
Please do.
You can plug your own new channel that you're going to put up next week.
Yeah, which I've already subscribed to, by the way. Okay, it's your name channel, but it's still that's where it all starts.
Yeah. So go on, plug your channel.
My God.
Spotlight is on you, sir.
Right. Right, there was just my name in the chat from now, basically, and also as well, I would like to actually I would actually like to shout out the space book, and obviously Bill on it, Hoovian as well, because I've seen.
Oh, talking about Blue Bonnet Hoovian, Blue Bonnet Hoovian's mammy was unwell, and she was supposed to be on with us tonight. So I forgot
to bless her.
So I just want to mention Blue Bonnet. Hope everything is good.
We love you, Blue.
And I hope your mother gets well soon. And listen, we will talk to you very soon on this panel. Just let you know that we're all thinking about you. Daniel, you walk away there, mate, and then.
And obviously, I know these two are going to actually plug their own channels as well. But like I watch the Alcoholics a lot, and I've like started watching Matrix content ever since I got used to talking.
Thank you, dude.
So basically, yeah, I mean, all three of you, and obviously the other two channels that I've mentioned are channels that I enjoy watching, and are credited to the fandom, and basically, in my opinion.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel.
Daniel, as always, thank you. Pleasure to have you on. And we will have, don't worry, the fan phone-ins will be coming back as well. I know I've been doing a lot of these panels, but these have been actually more successful than the fan phone-ins. So I thought, why not go where the wind is blowing, basically? But I know people like the call-ins as well. So what I was thinking was maybe we could do a panel, right? The first hour, the panel talk. Then for the next hour, then we get people in to call the panel, basically ask the panel some questions, members of the panel a question, and then for the last hour, then me and the panel then will just yap away again for the last hour. So that's what I was doing. But listen, as I've said to you every time, Daniel, you're more than welcome on this channel anytime, okay, friend? And you listen, you enjoy the match tomorrow, and well, I'm sure we'll hear about it anyway, because you'll be tweeting all over the place, especially if they win. So looking forward, and look out for you on TV. By the way, Matrix Lord, we actually spotted him. He was at a football match, a soccer game, right? And we were all joking. We'll see if we can see him in the stadium. Guess what happened?
Nice.
We seen him in the stadium. Someone took a screenshot and all we said,
that's awesome.
That's me. He was giving out to someone. He was.
Take care, dude. Have a great night, day, whatever, morning, whatever.
And keep up the good work with all your channels, and I'll talk to yous. I'll talk to yous when I talk to yous, basically.
No problem.
Tweet you later, yo.
Nice one, Daniel.
You look
take it easy, buddy.
And up the Celtic.
Yay.
Go
See you
on,
later, mate. Take care.
Do you want me? So I ask you, do you want me to remove you from the stream, or are you going to do it yourself?
How'd you do it?
Well, it says if you go onto your little screen, there goes remove from stream. You can remove yourself, or I can remove you. It doesn't matter which way it happens.
All right. Oh, I see it, mate. I'll talk to you soon.
No problem, mate. Go on, talk to you soon.
Later, dude.
Bye, Daniel.
See you, Daniel.
Bye.
Right, there we go.
I got a question I'm going to pose to you guys and to unknown_289. Okay, so
salad.
All right. How many well, it's like a two-part question. How many regenerations did the 12th Doctor give up to regenerate Davros and the Daleks? I don't know the answer, by the way, but I want to see what you guys have to say.
Well, it's a bit like the thing. No, sorry, go on.
And why didn't Clara get a regeneration if she was in the Daleks next to the Dalek that got the regeneration energy?
It's a bit like when David Tennant I think it was in Rise of the Cybermen, he gave a little bit away of his regeneration energy to get the TARDIS, where he goes, "Oh, I've just given away 10 years of my life," or something like that.
Right.
So I think that is just basically like an extreme version of that, because I think if he did that if he was knowingly giving away our regeneration, would he willingly give that to Davros? And would it be
but
compatible
he was tied up
with?
and he couldn't stop giving regenerations. If you remember, all the Daleks got regeneration energy too. It wasn't just Davros.
Yeah, true. But does it work with? I suppose I'm trying to think.
Neither
Capaldi. If it would be like Donna as well.
Remember, well, is who created Davros, and it kind of looked like by the story that Moffat was trying to tell, it was actually the Doctor's fault that Davros came to be because.
But it wasn't, though.
Because
it really wasn't, though. That's why when he saved him at the end, he didn't undo him. But my thing is that regeneration energy is meant to heal completely. So technically, Davros, at the end of it, we don't see it. He should be able to walk because there is no time limit on regeneration. Not only did it make him young, but it healed his legs too. Technically, it's not going to just make him young and stop. He can't control if he can't control the regeneration with himself. How could we control it with anybody else? And then he was tied, so it was siphoning off more regeneration energy. So technically, Davros should be able to walk when next we see him.
But then if he gave away a regeneration, then would the Doctor then not regenerate himself?
Well, no, because he has unlimited regeneration. So was that just one regeneration energy that used for all the Daleks, or was it like 2, 3? And why wouldn't Clara have that energy too?
Well, remember,
nothing was wrong with her, so she would just have it in her to be used if she faced the Raven, maybe.
Yeah, true.
All these Doctor faked their regeneration. Do you remember? We're in front of Bill.
Yeah, that was like cameras and stuff, though. That wasn't really. He did special effects or something.
Also, the River Song thing. He did heal River Song. Paul says there, put the comment up. He says he used a little regeneration energy, not the whole regeneration.
Heal our hands.
Yeah.
But again, that is a good point, Paul. But again, it's more of a fan theory. Exactly.
He used the regeneration to heal Davros, the Daleks, and the Daleks underneath. That's a lot. It's like thousands.
That's no small energy amount, is it? No.
Right.
But yeah. It's an interesting theory.
In the next episode. Right. It's a theory. It's a theory.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool.
There's another comment there. I have no idea how many he used. I'm going to make the guess of 2. Clara didn't get any of that regeneration energy because of Moffat.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either. She's right next to them, and the regeneration goes around her for some reason.
In the same way that it doesn't make sense that she's basically immortal now because she's between one heartbeat and the next.
Moffat could have
said it's the same crap.
Moffat could have said that in Sleep No More. She was in that pod, and that wasn't really her that faced the Raven. It was a copy. Because what was the purpose of that pod thing that she was in?
Yeah. Moffat.
Silly Moffat.
Silly Moffat.
There's another one. That's why I totally ignore all fan theory. It's
come on.
Trekkies.
It's fun to speculate, but I know where you're coming from. Otherwise, you could find yourself down a rabbit hole of like.
Why did Moffat bring up the post office in like 5 different episodes?
Wasn't there a thing about a duck pond as well? There's something about a
duck pond. Post office is closed. Post office is closed. Post office is closed. Victory Dalek. Post office is closed. Why did you bring it up?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lee Anthony Davis, for that. We try our best.
Oh, thanks, Lee. Appreciate that, mate.
We do. We're not going to sit here and say that we know everything because we don't. We get it wrong like most fans do sometimes. But we when it comes to Doctor Who, we're honest enough anyway. Just put it this way. I don't look at. People criticize me because, I could be very negative sometimes. And yes, I can be. And I could put my hands up and say that. If I had something to scream and shout about when it comes to Doctor Who, I would. But I don't. And the thing about it is that, this is why I decided to do things like this. Because you were seeing a lot of YouTube channels saying how great this era was, right?
Oh,
but there wasn't many channels out there. Now, there was a few. I'm not going to say there wasn't. There was a few out there.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the fact that they thought it was great.
Right. But they weren't kicking up stick as much as me, Matrix Lord, and others are doing right now. At the end of the day, this show, we love this show, and we've been accused of all sorts. Like, I get accused of lying and everything, and I say you do as well, Matrix Law. It gets tiring. At the end of the day, we love this show, and we want nothing better for everybody to be included in this show, because, you know, there might be a perception out there that we're against women, right? But if you look at throughout Doctor Who's history, we've had strong women in Doctor Who, so I don't buy into this narrative. Right, no. This is why I decided to do this channel. So I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and you know what? The 3 guests that I've had on tonight, brilliant. Thanks for coming on anyway, Matrix Lord. I really appreciate it. I'm not finished yet. I'm just saying thanks to you anyway, because great. And Sean again, brilliant. And Daniel, if you're still brilliant, thank you. But we do
just because you're a fan of something doesn't mean you should settle for substandard quality.
And as Henry Cavill says, it's my right, your right, as a fan, to complain if we don't do something. You know, at the end of the day, we're very protective of Doctor Who, right? And I'll always be protective of Doctor Who. And I even said it on this channel. I will not stop until I see Chris Chibnall gone, right? And when he goes then, and then hopefully then Doctor Who does improve, then I will have something to scream and shout about, right? But right now, there's nothing that actually, we're going back to Series 12. There's nothing that what I've seen so far that actually lights the fire underneath me and says, right, it's reignited me passion for Doctor Who. I'm going to ask you to make a prediction here, right? What do you think the audience viewing ratings overall will be? So I think it was, what was it last year? It averaged at, what was it, 7.25 million? Something like that.
It started off at 10.8 and then eventually fell to like 5.7, something like that.
Yeah, it fell to 5.2 on resolution. So what I'm asking is what do you think the average rating, the average viewing figures will be for Series 12? Do you reckon some people are actually saying they reckon it'll be better?
I think the first episode will drop 2 points compared to the season before. So if the season before the woman fell to Earth, let's just say it was 10.8. Let's just say, I'm not saying that's what it is. Then Spyfall would be 8.2 or less. So of course the opener will be more stronger than the middle episodes. But I think that the second episode of Spyfall will drop, like a big drop, maybe to a 6 or 7. I think that we might have fluctuations in the season.
Definitely.
But when we get the finale, if it's with the Cybermen or whatever, I think that's going to spike up. And I think the biggest rating is going to be the Dalek special. It's supposed to be like they're killing constantly or something. So I think the Jadoon might be like a high, like an 8 or whatever. But I think that most of the season might be down from last year.
I think because Series 11 had the novelty and the unknown quantity of the first female Doctor, then you're always going to have that first episode go through the roof. This season, we got it. We know what to expect. It's not quite as anticipated as it was. So I agree with you, Matrix Lord. I think it's going to have similar figures, but it won't be as high, and it will still continue to fluctuate.
But if Olivia Colman appears, it's going to be the highest rated one, I bet. Because absolutely that's going to be a surprise.
I agree, because the Crown is very successful at the moment. He's on a high. She's won the Oscar.
She might be the thing where, in the end, if the whole season tanked, but towards the end it's a success, then he's going to parade around like he did it, even though all those other episodes were sacrificed. I'm telling you right now.
The only thing I'm thinking of, though, wouldn't she have been filming The Crown at the same time as this, or would it have been?
Here's the thing: how far is each studio from each other?
No idea. I don't know where they filmed The Crown.
And filming. So she was singing Yellow and filming Doctor Who. So
we have a few people in this live chat actually that I think are from Cardiff that actually might be able to answer that question. Do you know the studios are from each other? Do they? I know they film mostly in Cardiff when they're not away wherever, South Africa. Oh yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask you. So this story has come out that Jodie Whittaker was nearly killed by a spider, and they thought,
God, yeah.
Are you kidding?
Seriously,
they are reaching. They are really reaching.
In Africa.
Okay. First of all, one, They don't even want to insure old doctors in the episodes. So you mean to tell me that the insurance company, they're going to make sure that like it's going to be like a spider could kill their main main star? So how could that ever happen in existence? That's impossible.
Yeah, it's just not. It's no.
Unless somebody just doesn't know what they're doing.
Oh, I know, but the thing about it is they made such a big deal about it.
Or
Sure, they even thought the actress that was lying in the bed was a big story. Oh, she's been revealed. Wow, great. Another diversity hire. Well done.
Can I just answer this question from unknown? Okay, I just want to answer this question. Okay,
Right,
here's my theory on this. The Time War happens. They gotta win. He takes the rule, Rassilon, and says, "You know what? Screw limits. We need to keep coming back to life to kill these friggin' Daleks. No limits." Everybody kept regenerating indefinitely because in the episode of End of Time, she said people keep dying and coming back and dying and coming back, endless cycle, because there is no limit on regenerations. This is why they restored Rassilon from the tomb, because with Time Lord technology, they're connected to his consciousness, where he wasn't allowed to regenerate. He was done. But God forbid, Gallifrey's in trouble. They could talk to him, just like the Doctor was talking to Rassilon, the Doctors in 5 Doctors. So when things go wrong, your planet's about to die, what do? You get on the phone, you call Omega. You friggin' revive friggin' Rassilon. You revive the Master. The Master says, screw you, I'm leaving. Basically, you do anything you can to save Gallifrey. So guess what? That's it. Friggin' generations, unlimited, no friggin' limits. We got to beat these Daleks. That's what happens.
All bets are off. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to be blunt here, right? For this show to survive, in my opinion, right? And again, I will say my opinion because a few J-bots out there get a bit, rubbed up the wrong way when you say things like this. But for me,
don't have an opinion, no.
But here's the thing, for me, and it is my opinion, for me to save this show right now, because I honestly think Series 12 is going to be a shit show. I really do. I actually think the trailers worry me a lot. And I know, Matrix Lord, when the trailers dropped, I remember you actually sending me messages saying, I'm actually really worried now. You know what? I have to say, I am really worried. And I'm really worried because I do firmly believe that if he gets Series 12 wrong and it ends up being as bad, I don't care what deal is in place with HBO and all this other thing, right? Doctor Who is dead. He'll be dead because no fan will come back for Series 13. And I don't know. I know they have the deal and some series are paid for, but I don't look. You've already pissed off the fans already, right? You're bringing back old villains now to try get those fans back. If you, in any way, if Chris Chibnall in any way disrespects those or tries to change the law of these characters, right? Now, I don't know how you felt about the Dalek in Resolution, but for me, that was a fucking abomination, right?
Oh, of course it, Dalek.
Abomination. Wasn't it a female Dalek as well? Or they tried to make it out was a female
Dalek? Possessed a female. Well,
it was like, the picture like jumping on the back. And then
you know what? I did like it, though. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry that I liked it, because here's the thing. We got to see something familiar. We got to see her pissed off. I really liked that when she was pissed off. And talking to it like, let's go. Like, I like that because I like when Matt Smith was pissed off. And like, when he's pissed off, what does he do? He gets a whole friggin' army that like people are scared to say no to him. It's like, he could be Time Lord Victorious. He could be the Valiant. This is what you got to keep in mind. That if he eventually snaps, he's going to be killing everybody. So he almost went there a couple of times. Almost. Something's in him. He could be that. So, but when he gets like that or she gets like that, I like it because it's like, oh yeah, now it's gone to another level. Level you've never seen. I did like that episode a lot.
I will say one thing about that episode, right? And I've always said this, and I've been really constant.
Sorry, Paul.
But what I will say is this, right? The one thing I did like about Resolution was the fact that the Daleks were sinister again. Right? Because under Moffat, let's be honest, they became a bit of a joke, right? One thing I'll give Chris Chibnall, but this has nothing to do with Chris Chibnall, in my opinion. This has got to do with Nicholas Briggs, the guy that actually voices the Daleks. The dialogue, I don't know who wrote that dialogue, but it couldn't have been Chris Chibnall, because that dialogue was absolutely perfect. That Dalek scene with the army, and every time we seen the Dalek, I will say, I didn't like the design of it, but every time it was on the screen, I'll agree with you, Matrix Lord, it was something familiar. But one thing I will say, it's at least the Daleks were fucking sinister again, and that's what I want. I want the Daleks to be sinister. I want the Cybermen to be real. I even
they need to be relevant again.
You know, I don't want. Do you know what? I hope this series is. Look, what I've heard is this, right? If they pull this off of what they're planning, right, it'll be nobody can deny, and even the most hate person that hates it, even the biggest haters will actually have to say fair play to Chris Chibnall if he pulls it off. The problem I have is the writers that he's employed, and I just can't see them pulling it off. And he's going to bring these old villains down, and if he does that, I'm done. And I'm sorry.
That's the whole thing, is the passion, like Nicholas Briggs, the passion of being the voice of the Daleks, the way he talks about it. His mannerisms, his body language, you don't see it, but the way he moves around and he's talking to the doctor, it's like believing that he is the Dalek that's going to take the doctor out. Like, that's amazing, you know? And that's what you need, is the passion. With Chibnall, it's like he's just doing a job, 9 to 5. You know, he's
just trying to get it done. Yeah. And the thing about Nicholas Briggs as well is that...
Spicy Mikey, love you too,
extra
bro.
Spice Mikey.
Always love
the thing about Nicholas Briggs is that he
resub to you, Matrix Lord, because apparently he unsubbed you. So he said,
I know he's mad about him for some reason. I know.
He said forgive him, and he's gonna resub you. So
thanks, dude.
Yeah, and if anybody actually did unsub Matrix Lord because of the beef that me and Matrix Lord had, don't be fucking stupid. We've made up. Go back and bleed and subscribe to him.
I think he unsubbed because here's the thing. I'm passionate about Doctor Who, right?
I know you are. And
I'll have people come in, whether I agree with them or not, because that's the thing. When I'm the host, they don't have to have my opinion, you know? So even if they're not a member of the Real Whovians cast, if people want to come in, I don't deny them. Now, I think he was upset because someone he doesn't like appeared in the cast. But you know what? It isn't about that. It's about people coming together with their love for Doctor Who, whether they agree with me or not. And it's just to show support, to make Doctor Who where it's awesome. And when it's not awesome, I say it's not awesome and people don't like it. But you know what? That doesn't mean I hate Doctor Who.
Exactly.
It means I love Doctor Who. If I was with any other woman, I'd probably be single, because the amount of TARDISes in this house are ridiculous. Okay? I had a TARDIS shower curtain, right? TARDIS in the bedroom. TARDIS is everywhere.
Absolutely.
TARDIS was in the bathroom. TARDIS was in the bedroom. TARDIS was in the kitchen. TARDIS is on top of my fridge. TARDIS is everywhere. I came home with these 2 big pillows. I had to give one. I had to give one to the kids because they're too big. But everything is to do with the TARDIS. So just because you see me say I don't like an episode doesn't mean I hate Doctor Who. I love Doctor Who.
Yeah, and that's where the passion comes from.
I got very passionate last night, right? Because let's be honest, you deal with news as well. We've been called liars. We've been told that we're this, that, and the other.
Dude, I had death threats.
Yeah, we've had death.
I had someone send me a message that, like, it's 2:30 in the morning. I know your light's on. I know you're up. You know, and in a half hour you might be dead. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah. So believe me when I tell you, I've heard everything.
Yeah. It's.
And you know what that means? I'm still gonna make videos.
Of course you are.
Yeah, exactly. In spite of these idiots.
Talking when we were kind of arguing with each other, you were still doing your videos. You were still doing your content, and that's the way to do it. You don't let any of these people get the better of you, because at the end of the day, they can accuse us of hating Doctor Who and hating the show because it's a woman. No, right? We're passionate. We don't want to see a show that we have grown up with. I said this the other night, and I'm gonna say it again. The Doctor, for me, growing up as a kid, right? I didn't have the greatest childhood in the world. I won't get into details, but the Doctor for me was an escape. Doctor Who was an escape. The Doctor was someone that I actually looked up to. So to see that character, right, being completely destroyed now, right? That's why I do what I do. It's nothing got to do with hate. It's because I love the show so much and I don't want to see the show go backwards. I want it to go forward. And listen, we know Doctor Who is all about change. This is the big argument that these J-bots always give us, but Doctor Who's about change. Yeah, it is. And it always has been. And long may it continue. The problem is when you replace story with a certain narrative and a certain ideology, and and you go in that direction, and you have all these type of politics in that are not going down well. I mean, I'm a married man now, but I'm a white guy, right? If you were to watch Doctor Who Series 11 for the first time, you think that this show had a problem with white males, single white males especially, right?
It's definitely a guilt complex coming from Chibnall somewhere. So,
this is why I have a problem with the show. Those type of politics do not belong in Doctor Who. And I'm sorry, they don't. Rosa is not a Doctor Who episode. Don't care what anybody says. Demons of Punjab, no business of being in Doctor Who. I'll tell you why. Because you are never going to be able to treat those subjects with the respect that they deserved. And if you look at Rosa, you have pop music going through the scene on the bus. Pop fucking music going through a very important scene where she stands up, where she refuses to give up her seat, right? That they should have put different music in, classy music in, but instead we got this fucking
music of the time, at least music from that era, or just the incidental music that Murray Gold could do quite well.
Listen, when I was a kid, I got beat up for liking Doctor Who. I got punched in the face. I got punched in the stomach. And guess what? I don't care. I love Doctor Who. I'm not going to be scared and change my thing. Yeah. I love Doctor Who. And I don't care if people don't like me for liking Doctor Who or not.
Who gives a shit? You got to do what you like.
You got to be passionate about it. And again, also, 100%. We're the biggest critics of Doctor Who, because if we don't like something, we're going to rip it to shreds regardless. And that's not toxic fandom. It's not liking an episode. You're entitled to not like an episode. Exactly. If everybody gave every episode 10 out of 10, the rating system would be crap, because you never would know when something really is perfect when it's not perfect.
Exactly.
Well,
the viewpoints are skewed.
And it doesn't. We just look. I know the show's not going to go. Is never going to get back to its glory days. It won't now. To be quite honest with you, not with the way BBC are doing things, but if we can have something half decent now, and it's actually weird that I say that. If I actually had something half decent to watch when it comes to Doctor Who, I'll be happy with that. And I shouldn't be. I should expect the highest,
That's what Chris Chibnall has done to the show. He's lowered our standards to the point that we're accept substandard quality.
Moffat had a hand in it as well. He's not getting away with it either, right? Because
quite right too.
He started all this crap off, right?
Chibnall, you can be Gallifrey. You can be Queen of Gallifrey. Shut up, Buffy!
Yeah. But I mean, at least it still kind of resembled Doctor Who, and you had a leading man who loved the show and loved the history of the show. Whereas Jodie Whittaker, well, might not be her fault because of the way that Chibnall has written her. She has no knowledge, no previous, research. Not saying they all have to do that, but most of them, if not all of them, have. So she's not really indicative of someone who's passionate about the show that they're in, because let's not forget, this show isn't just a job. It's Doctor Who. It's an institution. It has been going for so long because it's an institution and because it's got passion behind it. This era doesn't, as far as I'm concerned.
Something is missing.
Yeah.
And you can tell something's missing by watching the trailer for Series 10, Series 9, Series 8, watch the trailer, the effort putting in the trailer, the emotions by the actors. Then you see the trailer to this, and it's like, okay, right, a big night and day, okay?
Yeah.
So when Chibnall really gets into his job, we'll know it, because you'll see the difference. But right now, it's just like showing up to work, go into the bathroom, I'm here, and just like doing your episode. It's like, you got to do it, and you do it. But is it your best work? Do you really put your heart into it, your soul into it? No.
It's definitely not a passion project where he's concerned.
Into it. The soul was missing from the series.
It is. I don't think he can write emotion, though. That's the thing. People say he can because he did Broadchurch. I'm sorry, I disagree. Again, he had someone looking over his shoulder. Chris Chibnall is one of those. Look, he's like Stephen Moffat. We will all agree that when Stephen Moffat was under RTD, he probably produced his best work. It's the same.
Oh, absolutely.
He did produce good stuff on his own, but the thing is that you can tell when Moffat puts his heart and soul into something.
Yeah, because if he was pissed off, we knew about it.
There was another factor that one of his story, his Truth Monk thing fell apart because he did experience a horrible loss while he was doing that. I think his mom died or something. So all of a sudden, the Truth Monk thing was like flat. But you got to understand that stuff like that happens.
Oh yeah,
that's what I heard.
It's unavoidable, isn't it?
If you're wondering why is it crap, like he was trying to. I think what he was trying to do was because he was all about records, and the one record he didn't have was that RTD had Utopia, Sound the Drums, Last of the Time, a 3-parter, right? He wanted a 3-parter. But that Truth Monk thing was like, fell flat.
Yeah, it was like a 3-parter, but
he
tried
to have a 3-parter.
It sort of wasn't. It sort of led into each other, but it was just.
But he sort of had a good 3-parter if you counted, the last 2 episodes and Twice Upon a Time, but not really. You can't count as the 3-parter, but whatever.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I did like the last couple of episodes of Moffat's era.
It's the best work is in the end. Why couldn't it be throughout the whole episode? Like.
Yeah,
Master appearing with Missy, that was the greatest thing ever. Like,
see,
why not?
Yeah.
I can explain.
Trouble is, though, they gave away John Sim in the trailer for this season. But
sorry,
no.
Oh yeah.
No, it's grand. Moffat starts off great. Yeah, he starts off great. He'll give us something spectacular, right? And then in the middle, then he kind of go a bit flat. And then by the time you get to the end, then it's like, oh shit, I'm at the writing this. I'm way over me head. I'll do a little cop out. See. Moffat tried to do, for me, right, here's the biggest gripe I have with Moffat, right? Moffat tried to do, every time, he tried to give us something spectacular, right? And he'd start off great, as I said, but it was just the finished product. I think he got way over his head. He believed his own hype that he was this great writer, that he could write all these riddles, but he's left so many loopholes. I mean, we could
come back. Sherlock perfect, though. Him and Gatiss did Sherlock perfect.
Yeah, I know.
There's one episode of Sherlock, that Christmas one, I didn't like compared to, but every episode was like pure on point.
I wasn't a huge fan of the last season, but overall it's pretty good.
Where he was on the plane and he was having those hallucinations or something. The Sherlock episode, wasn't it? The one where he was on heroin or something.
Yeah.
Well,
it was him and Watson were like getting like
they were
high and pissed and drunk and stuff. Yeah, that was quite amusing. Yeah.
In fairness, the only decent series of Sherlock was Series 1.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely the best.
It went downhill. It did. It went downhill after that. Series 2 wasn't too bad. Series 3 was crap.
Mm-hmm.
You know what was Coupling was good. You ever see Coupling?
Yeah, no. I actually watched Coupling that. I marathoned it recently because I didn't watch it when it was.
That was about Moffat's love life that he twisted it into a series. His sex life and his love.
It was brilliant.
You got to see Coupling.
He can do comedy.
Comedy's good. Well. You got to see Coupling. That's amazing. Yeah.
Paul says it right there. Broadchurch was like Alias and Lost. Started good, but their creator is a hack. Yeah, Lost. Lost. Yeah. I remember at the time.
Chibs.
Right, Lost. I actually lost me head.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? It's like karma.
Such a cop out. I'm sorry, but that ending was just such a cop out.
You know what the biggest karma is, though?
Invalid.
The biggest karma for Chris Jim, though, is how he went on TV and said how much Doctor Who sucked.
Yeah.
And now he's a showrunner, and people are telling him he sucks all the time.
It's coming biting him in the arse big time.
Great.
Isn't it?
That's great.
Yeah.
He's actually right. He actually said recently, if you remember, that he doesn't read any of the negative comments.
Bullshit.
Why would he come out and say he doesn't read negative comments?
Let me tell you something.
Aware of negative comments.
That was my point. How would you know?
Bullshit.
How would you know there was negative comments in the first place?
Exactly.
Listen, I do a lot of casts, but that's because I'm a nut, right? So I have like 1,702 Real Who Beans casts, right? So we used to talk about Moffat, and he's like, I don't watch any of this stuff, right? Then all of a sudden something would show up on Digital Spy when we mentioned something. And then afterwards he admitted that he watches YouTube all the time. and he watches YouTuber. Just like Jody said that when the announcement came that she was a doctor, her brother watches YouTube all the time, and he sent her the videos of people ripping her.
Yeah. Well, if Jodie Whittaker's brother is listening to me, or if Chris Chibnall, if you're actually listening, Chimballs, listen up. Yeah, you're a hack. Get out. And as for Jodie Whittaker, listen, Jodie Whittaker's brother, do us a favor. Advise your sister to quit the role. If she wants to save her career, if she wants
some acting lessons.
If she wants to save her career, because I think her career is gone after this. I'm being honest. Other doctors have went on and did great things. I'm being honest. I don't see her doing great things. And I know you said
she thinks she will.
Making a movie.
I think she's going
to be a big Hollywood movie. She doesn't have that star power. It's going to be a TV movie. Come on.
You're going to be surprised.
Why? What's she doing? Go on, tell us.
No, I don't know what the movie she's doing now, but I'm telling you right now, she's going to get it in soon.
But I don't.
She's going to be in a big. She's going to be in a big movie soon. After Doctor Who, probably. It's nothing to do with her. She's going to get it. Look, listen? You know that Amy. They hired Matt Smith for Terminator Genesis because they liked Mr. Clever, right? Yeah. They hired The Rock. Hired Karen Gillan because he loves Amy Pond, right? Like it's shit that they've done. It could be an episode somebody sees, one episode out of their whole run that gets them in there, right? Just like the book Twilight wasn't selling on the shelves until one newspaper guy read it and did a review on it, and then it spread like wildfire, right? The book was sitting on the shelf collecting dust, right? All it takes is one person to just go that extra mile and cast them in a movie, and it's over. Next thing you know, she's in the MC friggin' U for crying out.
Oh God,
I'm telling you right now,
she's going to be like
Invisible Woman or some shit. She's going to be friggin' Sue Richards. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
And I'm not going to disagree.
She's Sue Richards.
What I will say is though, is that even if someone was to go back and watch that, and she's actually been in like Doctor Who or Broadchurch or Attack the Block, that movie, or even
I didn't even see that.
Mirror, she acts the same way in everything. So I'm being honest with you. I just don't see it. I see her on
very one note.
Get me out of here in 3 years' time, to be honest with you. I think her career is going to nosedive after this.
Or maybe you should hope that she gets a gig so she will leave.
Yeah, I want her to get.
That's also a good point.
If someone like ITV and if ITV is listening to me, if there's a new show with a female lead that just want to just take Jodie Whittaker off BBC's hands.
Now you get her a job now.
Please.
Yeah, now you're getting her a job. See that?
We'll do that. We'll do that.
You never think that was going to happen. That you try to get her a job, right?
Oh, yeah, everybody from ITV listening, give Jodie Whittaker a job. We want her out.
She's the best.
She's the best as ever.
Yeah. That's funny. I
love it.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Matrix Lord, you have a fan in Ballstreak.
Yes, he told me. He sent me a message, and he's like, I'm a big fan. I'm like, oh, really? Wow. Nice. Somebody watches me, thank God.
Yeah. I love your videos because I was telling him, because obviously we had air problems, and I was just telling him because we were talking, because he's going to be bringing on other guests on his live streams. So,
nice.
You know, why don't you? I'm kind of.
Oh, I would be honored. I would love it.
I'll try and see if we can organize something because
you know what it is. Like, here's the thing. I'm working so many.
I know you're as bad as him.
Well, there's a reason behind it. I mean, I'm. It's Christmas time. We don't have money for Christmas, but I'm like trying to pay off this new book, which is not cheap. So I'm working like a dog. So I'm pissed because I can't be on here. I can't do as many videos. I can't do whatever. But money doesn't grow on trees, so I have to work. Yeah. So it's retail. You know, so I'm working everything really. So you got me on my day off, and I won't be off until next Saturday. So basically that's it. I mean, I'll be off, but I'm supposed to be sleeping for night crew and overnight crew, whatever. So, but yeah, Saturday I'm off now. So
well, you're like me. You do nights.
Yeah, I have to do an overnight, so I have to adjust my sleeping schedule for one day, and then I have to go back into the regular schedule, which is like knocks me out. So, I do the overnight, then I have a day off, but I'm sleeping. And then I have, like a whole 8-10 hour day you know, and then it's a commute and it's whatever. It's like it's crazy.
I actually disagree with that comment, Milan. Tolson Cole is not going to have the best chance out of this cast. It's actually going to be Bradley Walsh. Tolson Cole has probably shot himself in the foot as well with that little clip that he put out.
And I think on the bandwagon.
I actually think
what clip?
Back in anyway. That's why he did that article.
What clip?
It was the one where he said anyone who criticizes Rosa is ignorant, even though he said in the same. Shit. Even though he said in the same article, "Oh, I learned about things that I wasn't even aware of the event." So he's telling people they're ignorant,
sorry, but
even though he's actually ignorant about it. Oh god, yeah,
I don't like that episode.
That was the final nail in the coffin for me for this era.
Sorry, man.
That was it. That's where I jumped out.
Video up on Instagram where he was asked the question, "Did Jodie Whittaker say I love him?" Now, I'm still going to maintain that that was a weird thing to say to anybody. And why would you put that video up, right?
Yeah.
Now, there was a reason for that. Now, whatever the reason is, I don't give a shit. But there was a reason for that. Now, I think he was reined back in after that clip because he did do that article that John spoke about then after that. And as a black person, he ought to be ashamed of himself because if he thinks that Rosa Parks actually did justice to the African-American movement and actually paid respect to it, well, then he's
well, we have members, African-Americans and all, my group, and they didn't like it.
There you go.
Exactly.
I wanted to ask though, and I know this sounds weird because I'm not from America, obviously, but I would love to actually hear from an African American that's actually watched Doctor Who and has watched Rosa Parks.
You could talk to Vaughn from my cast.
Is he from America?
Vaughn is a female. You could talk to her. Yeah. Maybe you'll do a cast with us, and I'll have all of us.
Yeah, no problem, man. As I said, I'm willing to come on anytime, and so if you want me on, if you need any guests, man, I'll come on anytime.
We do it on the Zoom, so you know.
Yeah, I have that as well.
But now I'm going to learn about this too. Now,
StreamYard is the easiest one, believe it or not. This one is the easiest one.
I was so worried about my computer because my laptop's old. I thought you had to download something or whatever. No, it was easy. Go right in.
Yes, I agree with Paul there. Bradley Walsh is the best actor out of the four.
Absolutely.
100%.
That's not even a
comment. I feel embarrassed. I didn't know who he was until Doctor Who.
No, but funny enough, how would you know anyway, though? With fairness,
I don't watch UK. I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't really.
You wouldn't have known. But the fact, look, here was the problem. When he was cast, the first thing I said that should be the Doctor. Bradley Walsh should be playing the Doctor, not fucking Joe.
They make him look older, though, right?
Yeah,
older than what he is, actually.
Yeah, they do, because he's only in his early 50s, I think.
Yeah, he's
ridiculous. They make him look like he's 65, right? 70. Yeah.
He could play the Doctor tomorrow. They missed a bit trick.
I really want Alan Cumming as a Doctor, man. I really think he would knock it out of the park. I really think he will. If he did it, I really believe that.
He's got the chops for it.
He's very versatile. He does a lot of different stuff. Even in Spy Kids, he was phenomenal. Like,
do you think that now? Hear me out on this one. Do you think that any actor looking at Doctor Who right now would actually take the show on, or would they see it as a poison chalice? Because right now, let's be honest, it's not doing well, and they can spin the ratings all they want and all the merchandise. Now we know the facts are out there. Nothing is selling, right? This is why we're getting these classic animations all of a sudden, right? And that's another stream for another day because apparently they've committed to 2 animations a year. So if that's the case, then you need to tell me that you've had all these missing episodes all along, and now because you're not making money.
I think they have all the episodes.
I think they do, and I think
totally.
And I think they've been forced into fucking releasing them because they're not making money, and that's why we're getting those 2 animations a year. But that's a whole different.
They're doing it too slow. They're like, oh, let's make the money from this. Now let's animate it. Oh, now we got the whole version. It's like, just put the damn thing out. Just the complete episode, the way it is. If you want to make animated. But like, why are you making us wait for like 50 years for like the next? You know what I'm saying? It's like, just put the damn stuff out already.
Yeah, because they announced it like they announced the faceless ones like a year before it's supposed to be released, which I think is
and in America, we don't get it. I have to wait 9 months after it's released again. Wow. So it's like pointless.
Yeah.
Pointless. We still don't got the macro terror. Like, it's like, come on.
Really?
And I asked you in America.
I still can't buy it because if you look at Amazon, it says not available in your country.
Wow.
And it's come on, man. Come on.
Can I ask you something? How is Doctor Who doing in America? You would know because you're obviously
Doctor Who magazine is dead because we get an issue late. So you have the new issue. We'll get that issue a month later, which is outdated because everybody goes on the internet and can see the digital copy. So
it's all spoiled anyway.
So it's like almost canceled in America, Doctor Magazine. Plus, that's the thing. You have Doctor Magazine that never covers Jodie Whittaker because they're not allowed to. Like they'll never put on a cover once a year or twice a year. But how about give them something? Yeah. Like this is a magazine that survived without the show.
Oh, exactly.
Right? Exactly. But you're killing the magazine.
Well, Chibnall's killing the magazine because, as you rightly said at the start of this stream earlier on, Doctor Who magazine. Let's be honest. If we wanted to hear anything new about the show, that was
screw Radio Times. You're like shitting all over the magazine. Yeah. Listen, I'm not. Look, Radio Times might be good, right? But Doctor Who magazine, come on, Doctor Who, let's go. They should get the scoop. They should get the stuff.
Yeah, I mean the clue's in the name, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? It's like, give it the chance, give it what it deserves, give the readers what they deserve. Like you said, I
want Doctor Who magazine to be up here again, like it used to be. And Chibnall was hurting them. I feel. If I was a showrunner of Doctor Who, I'd give them scoops. I'd give them stuff you would never see. Exactly. That thing would be like ridiculous.
Exactly.
Exclusives. Yeah.
Where's the posters? Where's this? Come on, man.
Of course you would, because that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you run a fucking production team. That's how you run all the other parts, all the other little parts.
If I'm the showrunner and you're doing podcasts about my show, even if you hate it, I love that shit. Go.
Exactly.
Do it. You're doing my job for free. You're doing my job for free.
Promotion, bad promotion. You know what I mean? Whether it's bad or good, it's all promotion.
This guy is flagging. This guy is flagging if you put a picture of the sonic screwdriver up. This guy is flagging because he has people that come on that have the lucky to shoot the picture they're not allowed to use the picture. So how the hell are you supposed to do a Doctor Who news with a podcast if you can't show freaking pictures? Well, how are these Doctor Who pages supposed to survive these sites without any news? This is why this is the problem. And then they start making up shit because they have nothing else to talk about. They don't want to lose their jobs. Like they made the story about they bumped into John Sim in the supermarket and he freaking said, "I hate Doctor Who and it sucks." That shit never happened. It was bullshit. They made it up. It's like, come on. If there's no news, then don't talk about anything. That's why,
if Chris Chibnall's listening, as fans,
we didn't like the new
our opinions, but like you did back in the 80s when you had a go at 2 showrunners. So I will invite you on this channel. I'm sure Matrix Lord will invite you on his channel as well. And if you would like to come on and explain your era to us and try make us understand what you tried to do, because again I will say I don't understand what you tried to do, Chris Chibnall. So if you can come on here and actually leave your ego out of it and actually come in and actually explain to us fans what you tried to do and actually admit that you got it wrong as well, then there might be a chance that we might get on board with your era. But right now, nobody likes your era. Nobody likes your writing. And I think you do need to explain to this audience why you let a great show go from up there to rock bottom, right? You are responsible for that, Chris Chibnall. So you must answer the fans just like you were able to have your say back in the 80s when you had a go at 2 showrunners. I think myself, Matrix Lord, and every other Doctor Who fan out there has a right to actually ask you those questions. So if you are listening, which I doubt you are, but if anybody from the BBC that knows Chris Chibnall is listening to this, tell him that we want to invite him on the channel and explain his era to us.
And there's not going to be no battle. There'll be no battle. We'll talk nice like we're talking to each other.
Exactly. Questions.
It'll be fun. It's not like, we're going to start person marrying.
Because the one thing I want to ask is, how did you think a talking frog? Right, I want you to explain that one to me. Right, how did you?
Or a pregnant man.
Right, how did you think a talker frog was actually going to be something amazing? Yeah, by the way, can anybody explain what that talker frog was supposed to be? Some is saying it was supposed to be a god. Right?
I think they couldn't get Kermit the Frog, so they settled for something less.
Yeah. Was it like an alternate universe?
And yeah, do you know what's worse about that scene? With all the money that they spent, right? And I think Major Sword is right. They must have done the same for Series 11. They must have blew all their budget on the first couple.
And no money.
Because
it's like, you know what the funny thing is? When Russell T Davies was blowing the budget for the finale and the episodes, and he ran out of money in midnight.
Yeah.
So he's like, just repeat what we're saying and make it terrifying. And but that was great, though.
We won't show what the alien is because the unseen is just as terrifying. And
that episode was amazing. That was an overlooked episode, right? They had no money, but that is like a top episode. That less is more with that episode. Like
and
the doctor
written by him himself, and I think it was one of the best episodes
lost. He
did.
Totally lost. He was at the mercy of people that didn't even know him. How terrifying was it? That thank God that stewardess, that lady, saved his ass. Because when he hugged Donna Noble, he was almost freaking shaking.
Yeah.
And he was like scared. And she's like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. He's almost crying. And it's like he never fucking went back there. He said, fuck that.
Yeah.
Never going back there.
Come here, can
Especially
I ask
on his own.
Will you guys, any of you guys ever get to the point where you will say, fuck it, I'm done with Doctor Who?
I don't think so.
Well,
because I told you it's Doctor Who is part of my like an appendage. It's like cutting my own arm off.
Same here.
I would never do that. It doesn't matter how bad it would get.
I know, and this is why I think these newer fans don't understand. See, Matrix Lord is at the explaining it perfectly. No matter how bad this show gets, I will always have hope that it'll get back to some normality.
Dude, if it got canceled again, I'd cry.
Oh yeah, same here.
Listen, I don't want to cancel because that was hell when I went through that back then.
If it did happen though, Matrix Lord, and I know it'd be a horrible thing to happen, but if it did happen, we'd be safe in the knowledge that Doctor Who is okay for a few more years.
No, you don't know that. We don't know that. It could not. There's things that happen. It could not come back, and it could come back worse. You can make the Doctor regenerate into an animal.
5 to 6 years time, if it went on a break for that long, we don't know what society is going to be like.
My fear would be that 5 or 6 years from now, that because dogs are evolving, they would be like the Planet of the Apes will be dogs, and then the Doctor would regenerate into a dog. Yeah, because why are dogs hugging? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Why are they getting sick on colds? I don't know. They're evolving. I don't know. Planet of the Apes are dogs. I don't know.
Either way, I'm
being funny, by the way.
I know. Doctor Who runs through my veins, and I've still got the classic era. But as far as I'm concerned, for now, the Doctor.
People got real quiet like crickets, thinking that I'm like serious.
Yeah, because it
got scary there for a second.
I can never support cancelling Doctor Who. New producer, new show.
Yeah.
Yes. But you see, the way I'm looking at it is to kill this era, to stop any damage from being done any further. I would kill it now, to be honest with you. Now, that's me, and I would be upset and I'd be devastated because, as I said, the Doctor has been a role model for me, right? And I know that might seem strange to some younger fans out there that kind of don't get it, but that's the difference between me and you, right?
Yeah.
You don't get it and you never will get it because you won't put the time in that needs to be put in to understand this show. Also, you don't have the emotional connection that the likes of me, Sean, the Matrix Lord, would have with the show. Because we grew up with this show all our lives. Now, yous are growing up with this show now, but the type of era that yous are getting compared to what we got is completely different. It was actually sci-fi back in the day. It's not so. Actually, that's one big thing that I have a problem with Chibnall's era is, and I know it kind of got that way with Moffat's era near the end, a bit fantasy, but this is
weird.
Doctor Who is a sci-fi show. Now, it was historical at first because these new fans come up with Doctor Who was historical. Yeah, we know, but they changed it. As soon as the Daleks came, that changed everything.
They changed it because it didn't work. That's why they changed it.
It became a sci-fi show, and it had the odd history episode in it, right?
So, wait. So is that how Chibnall fixes this? He has the Daleks come in the special if Series 12 flopped, flatter than a pancake. So this is what you do. You have the Daleks come in and murder everybody. Is that what you're doing with the special? You have people running through the streets. Like that's what you're gonna do. Probably you're gonna terrify us. You're gonna have the Daleks wipe out the UK.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't go amiss.
There won't be no Brexit because we know you.
Don't talk about Brexit on this channel.
Oh Jesus! I'm sorry.
Guys, I'm gonna have to tap out because I'm flagging now. But it's been an absolute honour to be on.
No problem. You want to give your channel a shout out there before you go, mate?
Yeah, sure. So I am Sean, one half of the Nerdaholics. We talk about Doctor Who, obviously, and we talk about Marvel, DC. We react to very bad movies, such as Sharknado. So bad they're good, and we drink a lot while we're doing it. So check us out. We've got some more pitching Doctor Who episodes coming up, where we try and write the 13th Doctor how we think it should be written. Obviously that's subjective, but to make it fun again. So just keep being awesome. Where's my thumb?
Nice to meet you, bro.
You too, mate. It's been an honor talking to you, my friend.
Honor to you too, my friend.
Sean, thanks again for coming on. I really appreciate it. I know it was short notice, and actually, I know it was actually short notice, but so thank you guys for coming on. And Sean, we'll have you on again. Try get Jack though the next time, won't you?
Yeah, I'm trying. It's locking in.
I know. It's hard to get. I know. We're kind of busy now, and I get that.
But in the next week or so, we'll be filming again. So hopefully, it will coincide with one of your streams, and then we can get the two of us on, and then you can have the proper Nerdaholics experience.
Great, great, and plenty of alcohol.
Absolutely, that's it.
Yeah, because it's not going to work unless you are drunk. You know what I mean?
I'm only drinking I
know, because sober Sean.
Yeah, I'm just drinking water and juice and whatever.
That's it. Yeah.
I'm actually drinking a cup of tea, real Irish. I'm having a cup of tea.
Proper Irish.
Nice.
Very stereotypical there.
Good man. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Later, bro.
Bye, Teddy. Bye.
See you later, Sean. Have a good one.
Guys. You too. Thank you.
See you. Bye.
Hey, bro. Good guy, man.
Now I'll put the camera on because there's just the two of us now, and just to be fair. So we've got a few more minutes anyway. I'm sure, I don't know, it'll probably automatically knock off at this.
Oh, yeah? It's like a little 4 hours.
I'm near the time limit now. Have a great night, Sean. Yeah, he's off now. He's going to probably watch a movie or something and stuff. Let me see. We any comments? Oh, my wife is here in the comment section. So hello. Here's your doggy. Come here, Ted. I have to show the wife the dog. Come here. Yeah. There, so he's still alive, as you can see. He's actually been very, very good. So there's your son. He's good. He's good. Isn't that right, buddy?
I got zapped out of here for a second. I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. The wife is in the live chat, so the dog is fine. So there he is. He's fine. He's you all right, buddy? Yeah. Right. I'm gonna continue this stream, right? You sit down there now beside me. I have him on his chair.
She's out. Mine's out too.
Yeah, my wife flew back to America.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
mine. She's with her friends. They're having like a little vacation thing, so I'll see her Sunday night.
Yeah. I know it's normally 4 hours or 3 hours, but because I'm running out of time on this thing, I decided just to keep going with the stream.
Yeah. This is a great stream. I thought it was excellent. You did an awesome job.
Yeah, we did. It was good. Well, come here. I wouldn't have worked without any of yous on, to be quite honest with you. My wife says hello to you there.
Hello.
Up there. There you go. Hey, Matrix.
Hi.
It's Matrix Lord 212.
Yeah, Matrix or whatever.
Right? Yeah. 212.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. It's Joe. Whatever.
Joe. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Right, guys, just have you any questions for Matrix Lord while we have him on, actually? Just any guys. Actually, I want to ask you, I'll ask you a question and then we'll see if we get any more questions. So, how did you come about creating your Doctor Who channel? Was it originally a Doctor Who YouTube channel, or did you start off on YouTube?
I created channel in 2007. Watched videos. I was like watching people's videos and commenting, and had no intention of doing videos. I was camera shy, so. But my friends, that I built up a name in the community without even doing any videos. And then people were dying for me to do videos, and my friends are like, "Come on, man! Just you got to once you make a video, you break, you break, you break your fear, you overcome your fear. Boom, you'll be making videos all the time." So I'm like, all right. So I bought myself a webcam, and I bought I got the equipment, whatever, and I did my first video. I was very nervous. At the time, I already published a couple of books. And I already put my name, Matrix Lord, in my book, so it will be my name. Like I have the rights to my name. So but I did the video, and then all of a sudden I just started doing Doctor Who videos, and every day was there was like 5 or 6 videos a day, and then eventually I did the Whovians podcast, and then I did my own podcast, the Real Whovians Cast, and then I decided to branch out and create other casts. Because I knew that there'll be a time where Doctor Who is not going to be on the air, or it's going to be a break. And we need to talk about other stuff besides Doctor Who, like movies, comics, video games, stuff in life, news, whatever. So, Matrix Lord I chose because, I used to be called, before we had this thing, I used to be called Time Lord on like some other internet thing. And I always liked a couple of things. One, I like the Matrix movies. I was a big fan of the Matrix movies. 2, I always liked the Matrix because it was like the Matrix of Gallifrey was like, that's like Matrix movies and Matrix Gallifrey. Also the Matrix of Transformers, So it was a lot of different things, but it was mostly because of Matrix movies. And I felt that if I was a Matrix Lord, I'd be the Lord over like sci-fi, because I love sci-fi, and everything basically. So that's where I got the name Matrix Lord. And 212 is my birthday, so February 12th. So that's what the 212 is. So
there's another question for you on the screen there.
Oh, okay. So this I often answered on my cast, and I said before Jodie Whittaker even started, I said they need to throw the kitchen sink at her when she starts, because what we're having here is we're having the first ever female doctor, right? Yeah, now, I wouldn't have it that women are better than men. Everybody's equal, right? But I would have it where the enemies would misjudge her, thinking that she's a female. So they would all come goading for her, the Daleks, everybody. So I said the perfect way to have a send-off for her as the doctor is to throw all her best villains in the first season, right? Where you hit her from every different angle, and at the end of it, it's like you show, I am the doctor. It doesn't matter if I'm a man or a woman, you still got the doctor, and she defeats everybody, because she's the doctor. So that's the way I would have it, and I wouldn't have it where they would have things like breaking the glass ceiling or any of that stuff, because like Moffat says, it's supposed to be for everyone. So you wouldn't automatically do merchandise fitting just women. You would do merchandise for men and women and kids and adults. And that's how you do it. But now the way you have it is like you're leaving people out of the equation. So now as a guy and a white male, and when did white men become evil all of a sudden? But okay, so there's nothing for me to buy. So I'm one to, it's very slim pickings with Doctor Who now what to buy. Of course, you buy the sonic screwdriver. I bought the Funko Pops. Even though I didn't like Kerblam, I still bought the figure. I liked the Dalek from Resolution. I bought that. I bought Jodie Whittaker with the, but there's nothing really for me to buy, because most of the shirts are like women's shirts, these purses. I'm not a woman, so I don't, and there's no action figures. And if you are, they're going to be super expensive. So, but I would look to buy that stuff if I could. But you got to make it where you don't alienate. You don't crap on the fan base that's built it up for like 56 years. You honor those people. You don't just say we want new fans. The hell with these old guys. Let's make a time team 20 years old, 30 years old. No, you honor every age, race, religion, culture. Doctor Who is for everyone. And you don't have it that just because she would generate into a female, that she's for women, like all this stuff that she's like women are better than men and all that. I think that's where the problem was with Moffat. He kept insinuating and putting shit in there that future is female, women are better, women are superior. No, you're getting the wrong message. Because God created everybody equally, men and women. So you don't make it like one is better. If you start making where one race is better than the other races, you basically, it's pointless. You lose the whole point of everything. All right. Everyone is important. Like the doctor says, everyone's equal. So you don't make it like this race is better than this race. This gender is better than this gender. The doctor is just in a new suit. It's a body. It's a female. Does he even know he's a female? Sometimes he's just being the doctor, and it's not that he's an alien and there's nothing about gender. Of course he has women organs. Of course he has this, but he's too busy saving the earth or saving the universe to even like dwell on it, really. So I think that's the point, is that I would throw the kitchen sink, and I mean the kitchen sink, I would throw everything at Jodie. She would accomplish everything, and then we'd have a big twist in the next season, because in the next season I would have a bounty hunter companion, because I would have somebody that was hunting her down, because it would be a race that was a good race that didn't like it that the doctor erased their memory banks of him, her, whatever. So they're annoyed. So I would have, Madame Corvarian back. I would have, because that was left unexplained. How someone would devote their life to traveling back in time to wreck the 11th Doctor's timeline made no sense to me. So why did she do that? Is she a future companion? I would have a future companion be this rich young woman, and you find out at the end of the season her name is Corvarian, and that something happens that breaks their relationship with the doctor and the companion, that makes it where she purely hates the doctor and she devotes her life to joining the church and destroying the doctor. It's got to be a beginning to the Madame Corvarian saga, and I would have that. I would also have it like where older Madame Corvarian would be with younger Madame Corvarian, and younger Madame Corvarian didn't want to become that evil Madame Corvarian, so it would cause a twist or a break in the timeline, which would create another universe. So there'd be two universes that the Doctor could travel into. It wasn't just our universe. And I also feel that the Doctor should travel to another universe. It shouldn't be just our universe. He should encounter stuff like when the Daleks were looking to see if there was anything else out there, the Daleks came across another universe. They conquered it or something. Like the Doctor used to travel in Inferno. He traveled to another universe. With the Daleks, they need to have that. It should be about time and space and multiverse. Should be able to travel sideways in time, like he was when it was Sylvester McCoy. That sideways in time, there is a Camelot, there's an Excalibur, there's Morgan Le Fay, there's all that stuff, and he's Merlin in that sideways in time place. We never got to see the Doctor as Merlin, but at some point in time in the future, he's Merlin. Hello. I think I got zapped out again, right?
There you go. See, we have a storm here in Ireland now. That they're hitting, and the signal just went there. It's actually pretty bad out there. I hear the noise.
Wow.
They're looking out. The blade, it's pouring down. The winds are up high. We have a big storm coming hitting Ireland. So Cheryl, when you come home, you're going to be faced with a big ass storm. So welcome home.
I would just love that she would defeat all obstacles sent against her, and everybody's parading that the Doctor's great, and then something happens, she gets stuck in another universe, and then something happened. And again, if the Doctor was, I would like to see the Doctor as Merlin. I would like to see that whole battle with Morgan Le Fay and his companions being the Knights of Camelot, because they established that the Knights of Camelot knew the TARDIS and knew the inside of the TARDIS. So that would be a twist on it, that he's stuck on Earth, but in the past or in another timeline. That would be excellent.
Someone was just asking about the Warlords. Who are the Warlords?
From Patrick Troughton? Is that what we're talking about? The War Games? Are we talking about that?
Yeah, it was that. Yeah.
Is that what they were trying to take over? They were trying to be like another race, like the Timeless. Timeless wiped them out at the end, right? And they made the Doctor regenerate. They punished him. Yeah. Well, they're done, though. Aren't they undone, I think?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they're erased now.
Yeah, I think they were erased. Yeah, from
yeah.
I'm just.
But I would like to see a whole season. Listen to this twist, right? A whole season on Davros's unfinished experiments. Because if you remember Genesis of the Daleks,
yeah, he had a lot of unfinished.
He had a lot of different stuff. Like Colony Sarf is probably another
of his invention
creation of Davros. And I would have it where, these creatures want to be the top dog. They want to be better than the Daleks. And you would have Davros's creations, like some villain basically expands or frees this planet where Davros has got all these things there, and they become like threats to the Daleks because they're Davros's creations. So when they disrespect Davros, the creations are like, how the Daleks were against Davros after a while. These creations would want to destroy the Daleks. So I'd want to create villains that would be brand new, that would multiply appear in different episodes. I would definitely have Colony Sark in it. I would definitely have other races in it. I also suggested to have the Centaurans not be a clone batch, but be purebred, where they're 8 feet tall and they're intelligent. And it'll be very difficult for the Doctor to beat. I would definitely have the planets that the Silurians are on now, because they're off Earth now, and that they were villains again. Because at the time, Moffat made all the villains heroes. I don't want that. You can't have everybody be heroes because there's nobody to fight. So you have a division of ice warriors. They're evil. You could have good ice warriors. Okay, that's fine. You'd be happy about it. But I would want to have different, I want to have that alien come back from the episode with Peter Capaldi and Maisie Williams, where that lion alien was from another dimension. Who's blocking me?
He's only best. He's been talking about wild fan theories all night, and I just said, "I'll stick this up."
I just ruined it for him, right? I started talking about fan theory. So I want that lion race to be a big thing in Doctor Who. I want them to appear. I would do a Stenza thing where they would put Tim Shaw on trial, right? Because he lied and he cheated in the test, and they have this play. And I would do a whole season of Doctor Who not on Earth, where you get to be this different galaxy with all these different planets, and all these planets will be part of this big council thing with the Stenza, right? And they would put Tim Shaw on trial, and then they would find out that he was defeated by the Doctor. Next thing you know, he gets the promotions that he always wanted, but the wrong way, because he got his ass kicked by the Doctor. That's honorable. And now he's pissed because the one thing he wanted, he got it the wrong way because he got his ass kicked. He's embarrassed. Like, you're the guy that got the shit kicked out of him by the Doctor. So I would have this whole thing where he goes crazy. And I would have you would have companions that are aliens, not Earthlings. And the Doctor is in this area, and the Doctor has to help out these aliens because Tim Shaw comes into power, and he comes to want to destroy his own race. He goes mad, and everybody needs the Doctor's help, and the Doctor is on this planet with these aliens. And then when the season's over, the aliens come back with the Doctor traveling around, but they have to find a way to make them look human, so they have like an inhibitor that makes them look like the human actor that they are, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I would have that the Doctor has alien companions. I would love to see Madame Vastra. I would love for her to be a companion, because when she was with Matt Smith, I thought, oh my God, they had to be the best team ever when she was a companion to his. Because obviously she was a companion. She knew how to control the TARDIS. It's like, holy shit. You know, that she's awesome. And she loves him so much as a friend. It's unbelievable. That's an incredible bond. You don't just build that up in a couple episodes. So there has to be a massive connection with Madame Vastra, because Madame Vastra said she loves the Doctor because the Doctor saved Jenny, and she met Jenny. She fell in love with Jenny, married Jenny. You know, saved Strax. He saved, you know, whatever. I would love that. I would love to see that. I would love to see Clara. I would love to see her have wiggle room and do a couple of adventures, because Moffat had intentions of doing continuing adventures of Clara where she screws up so bad that the Doctor gets involved, like really wrecks shit. So I would definitely love to see that. I would love to see Matt Smith's Doctor. They have a memory you never got to see where he saves the Ponds, but it could be that Missy kidnaps the Ponds in the past, because maybe Missy was always supposed to meant to be the 11th Doctor's nemesis, and the reason why she wasn't is because he accidentally wrecked her TARDIS in the 11th hour when he was in that thing, and it blew up that red telephone booth. It could have been that accidentally he set her back and stuck her there. So that would be an interesting twist, because Missy was around giving Clara the phone number during the 11th Doctor's time. So it would be great to see if Missy encountered the 11th Doctor and you never got to see it because of the memory worm. Like maybe he saves the Ponds and then he accidentally touches the memory worm, and the only thing he remembers is losing them and seeing them zapped by the Weeping Angel. So he did save the Ponds, but he don't remember it because he touched the memory worm. That would be great if they did that. Another Weeping Angel episode would be excellent. Also, why does Rory come back to life all the time? The Silence knew about that. They said something with him. He keeps coming back to life. That was a running joke, but it was real. And even in that episode with the gangers, they said no human person could touch this panel. And he said, well, I'm not human. And he touched the panel. So I'm telling you right now, I would go back to what I've always said. He should be the Master's son. He should be a crossbreed between Lucy Saxon and Harold Saxon. She hid him from the father. He was grown up and adopted somewhere else, because they did say that Rory Williams was adopted. So I would have it that he has a twist on the regeneration energy where he doesn't regenerate, but he doesn't die either. And I would have, that's why Rory keeps coming back. And that the tombstone that said they died was made up. It was fake to make the Doctor believe they were dead. They never were possessed by the Cybermen. Their dead bodies were never made into the Cybermen. It was always that they're alive still. So, and I think if you did the 60th, you have all those elements in there. You have Amy and Rory saved by the 11th Doctor. You have Clara. You have, Bill Potts and Nardole. And Peter Capaldi's Doctor goes back and saves Nardole and saves Missy. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't leave them there, I
would love that. And you know what? That was the one thing that actually pissed me off about that, is that the Doctor never actually found out that Missy had actually changed her mind and was actually going to help him. And you know what? I know some fans out there wouldn't have liked the idea of the Master and the Doctor becoming pally, right? But for me, I think that would have been a natural conclusion to a relationship that these people have had for generations. For hundreds of years now at this stage. Right. Of course, they were going. At some stage, they would have to make up. Do you know what I mean? But it's just.
Well, now she's get the Missy Master, whatever, is going to hate the Doctor.
Yeah.
She's going to feel that he left her.
Yeah.
So she's going to regenerate mad. The next incarnation, whether it's Sasha Dewan or whatever, is going to purely hate the Doctor again. I'm predicting. And that whole thing of Roger Delgado and John Pertwee is going to be like that again. It's going to be even worse though. You're going to have the Master that doesn't have the drums in the head, like Missy didn't have the drums in the head. Like John Sim, after that was done, didn't have the drums in the head. He's more menacing as the Master without the drums in his head, if you remember. So it would be a calculated Master that would be. I really wanted Charles Dance to be the Master for Jodie Whittaker. I want to
Charles Dance, I agree. Charles Dance would make a great.
Or Jodie Whittaker. He would have been.
Doctor,
he would have been Jodie Whittaker's master.
I agree because he'd be a different sort of thing.
Older it would be nice.
Yeah, it would. I actually like him. I loved him in the fourth series of Game of Thrones. Anyway, I thought was he in the fourth?
And I would definitely do another multi-master if Charles Dance was the master.
Yeah,
I would have him get Missy and John Sim also.
Well, it's not someone says the BBC better not mess up the 60th anniversary. Well, it's not really the BBC's. It's not the BBC that'll mess it up. It'll be whoever's show running. But we have said on this channel, and Matrix Lord said it again tonight. There will be the thing is that apparently Moffat RTD.
Well, I'm predicting that it's not. There's nothing new. I feel that I'm just making a prediction. There's no substance. There's no substance to that.
Anyway,
I think that they should all do it. Yeah,
I agree, and I think it's the only way that. But the only thing maybe their egos are going to be too big. You know,
maybe they'll just write their parts, like they'll do a couple of pages each.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they will have to kind of like get together and say, right, this.
I know, but maybe they'll do a segment where Matt Smith saves the ponds. And that's done. You know, you'll do, Russell T. Davis will write. See, that's the thing, though. When it comes to Christopher Eccleston, it's not going to be Russell T. Davis writing Christopher Eccleston. It's going to be Chris Chibnall.
It was strongly hinted that
because it's not Chris Chibnall is going to do work for Chris Chibnall is going to have to do it. If they had them all together, Russell T. Davis had to probably do some attendance with Rose and all that stuff. But they're not going to. Christopher Eccleston will probably be written by Chibnall because he's going to get a fair shake. He's going to get because he's not going to work with Rusty Davis or Moffat. So Chris Chibnall is going to make him look really good. And I think that's what they should do.
It was strongly hinted that John Sims' master actually killed Missy. Let's have Derek Jacobs' master. Here's the thing, though, right? If anybody understands the master's character, trust me.
John Sim didn't kill Missy because Missy has the vortex manipulator.
Exactly. He didn't, right?
And vortex manipulator absorbed the Dalek blast.
And not only that,
and also the Brigadier blast.
Yeah, and do you not think that Missy would have kind of known that the Master's supposed to be clever, so they're always one step ahead? Missy didn't die. Missy did not die in that episode.
She'll regenerate, but just like the Brigadier as a Cyberman didn't kill her, and just as the Daleks didn't kill her, the vortex manipulator absorbed the energy, just like Clara had a vortex manipulator on, which he technically should have still, but. She's not dead. No,
Missy didn't die. I don't know. People say, well, it's strongly hit. No, they didn't actually show it. And if you don't show
Toby Jones, they should have return as the Dream Lord, and you find out that he is the master. That he didn't want to be called the master, and that he was calling himself the Dream Lord. And he was John Sim regenerates not into Missy, but Toby Jones, and then Toby Jones regenerates into Missy. That's what I think they should do.
Oh, I love Toby Jones. He was in Sherlock as well, and
I love him, man.
Like that series of Sherlock.
He should be the master.
Yeah, he'd be a brilliant master.
You could then say that was Matt Smith's master.
Yeah. You would actually bring the master back, but the Dream Lord.
He was always there. We just didn't know it.
Yeah, the master arc is done.
No, it's not. Definitely not.
Not.
He's far from done.
The Masters.
He is going to be a part of the 60th.
Hi, Desert. I'll answer that. If the Masters arc is done, right, and if that's what you're saying, then the Doctor's story arc is also done. You know what I mean?
I say to this day, and I was the only one that said this, is that I believe, because you remember Missy said that the Doctor gave this gift to her daughter. I think, besides the Master and the Doctor being best friends, that their children married each other, and they gave birth to Susan. So technically, the Master is also the grandfather of Susan.
And I like Derek Jacob, by the way, Colin, as the Master. Just in case you think I don't, I actually do, but they're not going to bring. There was rumor that Derek Jacob maybe possibility of coming back, but that was actually for Big Finish, so that was already put to bed.
I don't think Graham should be the master because there's no qualities in there that remind me that he would be evil or insane. So he would definitely not be the master. But I would like.
Well, he did.
Wilfred
killed Tim Shaw, didn't he? And he didn't. So if he was the master, he'd have no hesitation.
And I do think that Wilfred was a Time Lord that used the thing to get out of the Time War. Because if you remember, the woman kept talking about a soldier that forgotten. So I do think that Wilfred is a Time Lord, and that Donna Noble, it skips a regeneration, that it skips a generation, that Donna Noble is probably part Time Lord, so that's why it worked so well with her being the Dr. Donna, because she technically, so the whole thing about Wilfred being the Doctor's father, it would make sense because he is a Time Lord, but he's not his father. You know what I'm saying? But I would say that that's what it was true, that Wilfred was a Time Lord that got sick of the Time War, and he got out of it, and he just erased his memory. He had a family, and then he had, Don Noble grandchild, So
I do like Derek Jacob, by the way, as the master.
Derek Jacobi is great.
They're great episodes, man. Seriously, it doesn't matter.
Utopia was like one of my favorites.
It is brilliant, and he's great in it. He is. He's brilliant. He absolutely.
But
brilliant.
John Sim, I love John Sim.
Well, when he realizes, when all the chameleon art thing that opens the watch and then it goes into him, and then he realizes, and then he changes. Oh, brilliant!
I honestly think they should do specials not on Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, but on past Doctors, and I think they need to do a special with David Tennant, where David Tennant encounters River Song again, because you got the inclination that River Song encountered the 10th Doctor before. So I definitely would want to see River Song with the 10th Doctor. I definitely would want to see the 10th Doctor find out that Donna Noble becomes a villain because he just gave her a lotto ticket that made her rich, and then he has to stop her by making her remember who she is. So I think that would be pretty hysterical. It'd be funny in a way, too. Not a villain that would kill people, but kind of, snobbish villain or
whatever. Paul definitely doesn't like your theories, mate. There's another one. Watch it.
He should be, damn it.
Paul is great.
Should be, I know.
Paul is one of my followers. He's only winding.
No, I know. He's funny.
He's like me now. I've started to be a bit more. You have to be understanding nowadays. They're not going to always do what you want, but Chibnall has done nothing that I like so far. Is there anything? Can I ask you anything? What's your favorite episode of Series 11? Have you got one? Jesus, the fact that you've even gone to even answer.
I like the first episode, but I liked it.
The woman who fell to earth. No, I'll put me hands.
I liked Resolution.
I
think Resolution was my favorite. I think.
What?
Resolution. I thought Resolution. The Dalek was in it, so.
Yeah.
I mean, the first episode maybe by Hershey's Kisses again. So there you go.
I liked Kerblam until they did the whole terror.
I hate that because I work in retail. I hate that. Yeah, I purely hated it. Me and Scott hated it because we work in retail. I don't need to see that in an episode of Doctor Who. No. I hated that episode. I like the bubble wrap, exploding bubble wrap. That was ingenious. Because the episode, it was like, the guy didn't finish the episode and he just threw shit in there and I was like, oh, it's done. It's like, that's it? What happened? So.
Plot twist. Wilfred is Darth Vader's real father.
If Rey defeats the Emperor in 5 seconds because she's a woman, I'm going to be pissed in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. Look, everything that I've heard about
that'd be some bullshit.
Skywalker, it looks like Disney Star Wars is finished. I'm sorry, but that everything that I've heard,
please,
it just looks.
Don't shit on Anakin Skywalker. Don't shit on Darth Vader. Don't make it like Darth Vader screwed up and he didn't kill the Emperor. And please don't make it that somebody plucked the Emperor out of time when he fell into the thing and brings him into another galaxy where the Emperor builds up these freaking Star Destroyers and everything, and is just waiting and grows old and then attacks. Because if that's the case, that they saved him from dying from time travel, I'm going to be really pissed off.
In fairness, it looks like they're going down that route, man.
I believe that might be.
And you know what? Look, I'm not a diehard Star Wars fan like most out there. I was more of a Trekkie myself. But I have watched every single Star Wars movie because I grew up with them as a kid, obviously, like us all. The original trilogy, and then we
Empire Strikes Back, the best movie. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, best movie. Superman 2. These movies are the best. It wasn't always the original. Empire Strikes Up was the best Star Wars movie ever. Always will be.
What's this one now? We have a comment here. What's this one? So, did I... Hold on. Where is it? So we can read it out. The first War Master box set from Big Finish was great. It had a really shocking plot twist as well. I didn't expect what happened to happen.
I only listened to on the palm of my hand a few different Big
Finish.
And the thing is that the problem that I have was when I was a huge fan of Star Trek Next Generation, I would buy every single damn book that came out, right? And one of my favorite books was Imzadi, right? And when they started doing contradictory things in the episodes of Next Generation and made it that that's not canon and that's bullshit, then I was like, well, why the hell am I reading these books if they don't count? Same thing, like I used to get the Star Wars novels. I used to get Timothy Zahn's Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, Last Command, great stuff, right? When they canceled that out and it's not canon anymore, I'm like, I'm not reading no more Star Wars books. This sucks. You know, same thing with Doctor Who. Doctor Who, I got the Time Worm, I think, stuff. But again, when they cancel that out and they make it like it's not canon, this is why with Big Finish, I can never get into Big Finish because it's not really canon. You know, like you'll do a Mary Shelley Cybermen episode in this new season that will contradict the Mary Shelley episode in Big Finish.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care. It's not canon. As much as they want to say it's canon, it's not canon. The show is canon. The main show is canon.
Star Wars ended at the end of Return of Jedi. Disney Star Wars is nothing more than fan fiction. It has nothing to do with George Lucas' story or vision. This is not even fan vision either.
But George Lucas did have a say with Rise of Skywalker, so it kind of is.
They drafted them in because they're in.
Kind of is part of his vision. I mean,
so yeah.
And Mandalorian, I saw him on set. They showed videos that he's part of the.
Apparently, he did give them his ideas. Now, whether Kathleen Kennedy and the rest of them used them all, but he has.
I'm not crazy about her.
Into these movies, maybe not what he wanted, but that's what happens when you sell off your own bleeding creation. He's a tick anyway. In
fairness, Solo anyway.
I know he didn't know where he was a bit pissed off because everybody slammed the prequels. They were right to do so because they were a lot.
He made billions of dollars though, so how pissed are you really going to be?
Yeah, but the thing about it is, right, what he should have done was he should have done what every other good fucking creator does when they fuck up, right? They actually go back to the drawing board, start again, and fucking produce their best work. But what did Lucas do?
Shit.
He decided to fucking sell, right? So so if anybody wants to blame Martin for the current state of Star Wars, it's not just Kathleen Kennedy, Jar Jar.
You got to blame George Lucas too because he sold out. He sold his
big major problem in this because if he hadn't got greedy, right? Because let's be honest, I don't buy into all this. He didn't know what to do. It was his creation. Of course he did. He sold it because
he sold it.
Dollars, right? And
he sold it,
right? Now Disney has it now, right? And what Disney's gonna do, what Disney does best, right? They're gonna fucking crucify it until it's dead, right? That's what's gonna happen. If you think the Rise of Skywalker is gonna finish Star Wars, no, it's not. No, it's not. They're gonna keep throwing out movies, right? Because they will kill it, right? You even seen with the Mandalorian.
Last Jedi sucked.
Last Jedi sucked. Baby Yoda, right? Now look at all the Star.
It's the only thing that's popular now, Mandalorian and Baby Yoda.
Baby Yoda, right? So Disney,
which is probably a clone of Yoda anyway.
Yeah.
By the way,
Disney know what they're doing. Disney said, seeing the backlash, we got the Mandalorian, and now we've the Baby Yoda has showed up, or not Baby Yoda, or whoever the fuck it is, right?
I'll be right back.
No problem. Some people are speculating it might be a clone, right? So we'll have to see. Apparently, it's a girl, isn't it? which I don't really give a shit about. Baby Yoda is still cute, right? But Disney know what they're doing. They're clever, right? So fans can give out all they want, right? And they can complain all they want. Disney are going to produce shit after shit after shit after shit after shit. And it's all down to one man, George Lucas. So if Star Wars fans have a problem with Disney Star Wars, you should be directing your anger not just at Kathleen Kennedy and all those directors that actually pissed on you as our franchise. You should be actually giving out to the person that created it in the first place, which is George Lucas. Now, George Lucas' involvement in the Rise of Skywalker is just a rumor. Well, no. Matrix, Doomcock and other YouTube channels have put it out there. Kathleen Kennedy herself, even JJ, has actually quoted as saying that they did call upon George Lucas. So no, it's not just rumor, it is actually true. George Lucas has played a part in this movie because they're panicking, because they fucked up the first two, right? And now, look what they did to Luke Skywalker, right? I'm not a big Star Wars fan, as I said, but look what they did to Luke Skywalker's character, right? So we got from where he was in the old ones, right, to now. The way they portray. That was not a natural character trait and character development, right? Because he turned out to be a hermit. He turned his back on the Force, turned his back on his family. That's not Luke Skywalker, right? So Disney Star Wars' main objective right now is to destroy everything that George Lucas done. And he took the fucking money. So no, I'm sorry. It's not just Kathleen Kennedy's fault. It's not just JJ, Rune Johnson, as people call him. George fucking Lucas is the biggest problem that Disney Star Wars had. If he had the say in this position. Star Wars is not dead. I'm sorry. You can all say Star Wars is dead. They're going to bleed this dry like they always do. It doesn't matter if the... Okay, here's the thing, right? Captain Marvel, right? We all know Disney boosted up those numbers. That movie didn't do as well as people make it out to be. But Disney are so powerful, right, that they can get a movie like Captain Marvel, turn it into an Oscar-winning fucking thing, spin it that it's Oscar-winning, right? That's what they'll do with Star Wars. Star Wars is not going anywhere. Star Wars, you think Star Wars is dead. Star Wars is going to be dragged through the mud, right? It's going to be chopped into little pieces. They've already got rid of most of the classic characters. This was the whole plan of Disney Star Wars. They brought in the old characters. The reason why you didn't get them in the very first, all of them in The Force Awakens, was they wanted to spread it out over 3 movies, as Doomcock and others have spoken about, right? That's what they did. And what they've done, if you actually look at the Millennium Falcon, actually, they've actually made slight redesigns to that. That's the whole thing that Disney are in this for, right? They see a chance to make money on top of the money. Now, they're going to lose money with these 3 movies, but they'll get it in merchandise. That's why we have Baby Yoda. We'll have other stuff coming out as well. But what they've done is they're killing off all the old characters, right? And if you think that the rest of them are not going to be killed off in The Rise of Skywalker, you'd be very wrong. All of them are gone. Chewie, C-3PO, they're all gone. They're going to kill them all off, right? Because this is Disney's plan. Because Disney don't want to pay George Lucas any more fucking money, right? So they'll
destroy the Millennium Falcon too.
Yeah. And then what they'll do is then Disney will come out then with their own Star Wars franchise, and it'll be completely... I know this one is completely different, but they had to bring in the old characters. That's why they're killing them off, right? They're killing them off. And look at how they portrayed all the characters. Luke Skywalker, as I said, bitter old man, turned his back on the Force. Is that the Luke Skywalker we remember back in the original movies? Was that a natural progression? No, it wasn't. But do you think Disney give a fuck? No. No. The main culprit, as I said, is George Lucas. I'm sorry, but you can all... I'm sick of people kissing his ass and saying, I feel sorry for George Lucas. Well, he's got $1 billion in the fucking bank. Why would you be feeling sorry for him? He sold it in the first place. Do you know why he sold it? Because he didn't know what to do with it. Because after he had made the prequels and fucked them up, in my opinion, just CGI all over the place. It was just CGI ridden, right? I mean, The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, an hour too long. Revenge, for me, Revenge of the Sith is probably the best one out of the 3 prequels, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But again, he messed them up, right? He didn't know where to bring the franchise, so he decided to sell it. but he sold it to Disney. So whatever's happening to Star Wars, there's only one man to blame.
And Indiana Jones. They got Indiana Jones also.
Exactly. Look at Indiana Jones, and that's coming out again.
And the funny thing is, when the company made Ready Player One, and they wanted to have Star Wars stuff in there.
Yeah.
Steven Spielberg wanted Star Wars stuff in there. George Lucas said yes, but he didn't own it anymore. And Disney said no. No. Didn't even matter that George Lucas wanted it in there.
No, you do blame him. Paul, I'm sorry, but I disagree with you on this one. You do blame Lucas, right? Because he had people around him.
He got used by Kathleen Kennedy. She screwed him over totally.
Right, yeah, Kathleen Kennedy.
She tricked him, and that was fucked up. Yeah. Honestly.
What I'm saying is, and I just want to say this, right, is that everybody seems to be blaming Kathleen Kennedy, JJ, and Ruin Johnson, as they call him, right? George Lucas has to be put in that same argument. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit.
I wouldn't sell my creations for no matter what dollar it would be.
Because at the end of the day, he created that, right? If he doesn't, and come here, even Jordan the Movies has been well established that he didn't like the direction that they were going in, and he wanted to stick his nose in, and they basically told him, well, piss off, you sold it to us, we'll do what we want with it. Yep. So if he wanted still some sort of control and to help them in a direction, then he should have put that in the contract, but he didn't. So fuck George Lucas, right? At the end of the day, it's his fault, and along with Kathleen Kennedy and all those other gobshites. And Disney Star Wars, as we know it, is going to continue. It's not.
It's going to take a break. It's going to take a break.
Yes, they'll take a break, and they'll come back, and then they'll.
Marvel people are going to do Star Wars movies, and that's going to be over. And then you're going to have them doing the Star Wars movies from now on. Jon Favreau. You're going to have, all of them. All these Marvel guys are going to show you how it's done. And they're going to do these Star Wars movies, and it's going to be ridiculous, and it's going to be great, and you're going to be like, oh, man, it's going to be so much better than the crap that was.
Yeah, Chris, I agree with you, but Chris, here's the thing. You were saying that the cast have come out. I didn't say anything about them. As I said.
Well, John Boyega basically said Disney Plus sucks ass.
Yeah.
That he doesn't want to be in there, so he just embarrassed himself.
See a new hope and return.
Good luck getting a job, John Boyega, with Disney, because
you just
shit on it.
They'll remake those movies. That's what they'll do. They'll remake those 3 movies, the original trilogy.
Which ones? That was actually with the purchase. That was a plan.
Mm.
There was a plan that it was up. They pulled it.
Yeah.
That supposedly in 2030 or something they were going to remake that shit.
And they will, because you know why? Because they don't care. They don't care. And you think George Lucas will care? Well, George will be dead by that stage if it's 30, 40 years from now.
Oh, let him live to be hundreds. Come on.
Or maybe he will live to be hundreds. Maybe he'll live to be like.
Nobody wants nobody dead.
But at the end of the day, he takes some of the blame, right? And I'm actually sick and tired that he doesn't get it.
If you sell your stuff, you can't complain about it, honestly.
Exactly. And
let me give you an example. James Cameron had the rights to Terminator, then he didn't have the rights to Terminator, right? We loved 1, we loved 2, then we got the shit movies, right? Some were okay, some were not, right? So now he makes a movie. Why? Not because he cares about the fans, because he got into a Twitter argument with Patty Jenkins about Wonder Woman, saying he could write a better female character. So he made the Terminator movie woke and ruined it and killed it. Even though John Connor is the main thing of it, he destroyed it because his ego tried to prove a point that he could write better stuff than whatever, or he could put out better stuff than she can. And you know what? He shit all over his own franchise. And shit all over it. And he had the opportunity to fix it, and he shit on it.
Sure, look at what Ridley Scott did with Bleeding the Alien franchise.
He almost got fired. He wanted to kill Sigourney Weaver in Alien, okay? And he was a director. He didn't even write it, okay? Yeah. And they were like, you fire her, you're out.
Yeah.
And they basically told him, you're not fired. You're not killing her off. So he did what the movie company did, but he's taking credit for the best part of it. And then you don't see him for years. And then he comes back, and now all of a sudden he's the father of Alien. Like, he's the one that knows how to do it right. And he didn't even want to do Alien stuff. He wanted to do Prometheus. He wanted that to take off where he could do different creatures. That didn't work out. And then all of a sudden, when John Blottenkamp had brought interest back in an Alien sequel, then he stole the whole opportunity he had, and he started putting aliens back in friggin' supposed to be Prometheus 2, and it was Alien Covenant. It's like, and he ruined it. He ruined it though.
Here's the thing about that though. He also stopped Alien 5 from being made. So Ripley and what's his name?
The guy that was frozen, right? Yeah, exactly. Hicks or whatever.
Hicks and even Newt were supposed to live, and it was going to be set on Earth. So
it was going to be great.
Back to Earth for this, and the guy behind it would have been the director behind District 14.
Yeah, District 9.
Yeah, and you know what? I've
they
even
on
a YouTube channel that actually shows what the movie would have been. There's a fella that actually does alien videos. He's a big mad geek into it, and he explains the whole story that they had planned. And I'm telling you, right? I'll tell you one thing about Prometheus.
I liked Prometheus.
I liked that, and I liked the twist at the end. I didn't like David's Covenant. I don't call it alien.
I hate that was a Star Trek Next Generation Data lore episode.
Yeah, it was. See, but this is again when you get.
It was a direct copy.
When you get directors like Ridley Scott, right, who want to relive past glories, because you see it happening a lot, right? You've got Ridley Scott, and then he did his Blade Runner as well, right? So you've got directors like that want to relive past glories. Well, I'm sorry, you're not good enough anymore. You're 30 years older than what you were, okay? You're not going to be able to produce what you produced back then. But what he should have done was he should have not let pride get the better of him, and he should have let Neil make the movie. And if he wanted to be a consultant on it and help make this movie, fine. But he's actually killed the Alien franchise now, because we were supposed to get, if you remember, after Prometheus, we got obviously Alien Covenant. There was supposed to be 2 sequels.
Alien Awakening was supposed to be the next one.
There was supposed to be another 2 sequels to another 2 movies.
Well, you didn't hear the new news, obviously. Well, not new news. It's been past couple months. Did you hear? Did you hear?
No, go on, tell me.
Well, we know that Disney owns Alien and Predator now, right?
Right, yeah.
Well,
no.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. So they asked him to direct this Merlin trilogy of movies. Right? He says, I'm only going to direct it, 1, if I get this pay, and 2, if only I could do an Alien movie.
Right.
So he's doing the Alien movie for Disney.
Oh, for fuck.
Yeah. He's doing the next Alien movie for Disney, yes. That's a definite.
See, get away.
Definite.
See, Steven Spielberg did it right. Did you see that? Obviously, you would have seen it in America before.
You see that E.T. thing? That E.T. thing was good.
Wasn't it?
I loved it.
Did you not feel?
I loved that.
I know there was a lot of everybody saying member, but I didn't give a shit. It was done properly. It was done.
Everybody wanted an E.T. 2. You should have friggin' did it. Of all these sequels that you effing do, like Jaws 2 and Jaws 3 and Jaws Revenge.
Yeah.
Why can't we have a damn E.T. 2? People want that shit.
I was thinking he could do it, right? Because he's alive. We've seen him, right? Have him and his kids, and E.T. does come back.
And Drew Barrymore, bring her in there too.
Exactly. Oh, man.
Let's go. Make a damn movie now.
I know. No, I don't want them to touch E.T. because
they already did. They brought it back and it was excellent. They already did. They already touched E.T. It's great. It was great. So now you got to do an E.T. 2, and you should do a new Jaws, because everybody else is capitalizing on sharks, like Sharknado and all this. So you definitely need to do a new Jaws.
And here's the thing. If Steven Spielberg come back to do another Jaws movie with the technology that we have today,
but it's not a remake. It's in this present time.
Yeah, it'd be bloody brilliant.
It's a sequel. Like Rambo and Rocky. It's a sequel.
For me, Ridley Scott has lost his touch.
Definitely.
Right? And he shouldn't be allowed near his old franchises, his own creations, to be honest with you. And I know that sounds harsh, but he should be nowhere near Alien at all. Shouldn't be anywhere near it. But unfortunately, of course, because he has star power because of the name.
Oh, he's huge, yeah.
Ridley Scott is, and his brother Tony, who's unfortunately not with us anymore, who jumped off a bridge, actually.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he committed suicide. He jumped off the bridge. Tony Scott did, he did a lot of Denzel Washington movies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Denzel and Tony Scott did a lot of movies together. That's why you don't see Denzel in much stuff anymore, because he used to do all these movies with Tony Scott. So the Taken of Pelham 1, 2, 3, the Manchurian Candidate, that one. What was that one about the little girl? Where he plays the bodyguard. Man on Fire. They're all Tony Scott movies. So he worked a lot with Tony Scott. And now that Tony Scott is not here, you haven't actually seen Denzel in that and half decent. Actually, that's actually weird. Since Tony Scott has died, I don't think Denzel has actually been in that decent.
I have no idea how Disney's gonna deal with an alien movie, to tell you the truth.
Oh, could you imagine?
U.S. Dutch kitty. I have no idea.
Well, Disney shouldn't be doing sci-fi horror anyway.
They own it. They own Predator also.
Yeah, well, the Predator movie. Let's be honest now. Those Predator.
They own Independence Day now.
Two Predator movies, the originals, great. The rest of them after that, shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
some people like the other Predator movies. I don't like Predators.
The last Predator movie was the worst movie ever.
I have to say, I did enjoy
Awful
Alien versus Predator. I thought that was fun.
Yeah.
But other than that, look, they can't do a decent Predator movie nowadays because,
We'll get a new Planet of the Apes movie too. Disney's doing it.
Oh, they're doing another Planet of the Apes movie.
They own the franchise, so they're doing a sequel.
Yeah, here's the thing. Do you think there should be another one? Because I think the trilogy is good enough.
I think the last movie sucked.
It did.
Was pointless.
Do you think
it was pointless? It was a filler movie. I think that he shouldn't have died, Caesar, and I think that there's 2 more movies because they have to show the astronauts landing and then they have to show them destroying the planet or whatever. So I think there's 2 more movies that they could do.
Well, let's hope they go down your route. Because that would be the way to go, to have, or even have the start of the...
They did it in reverse, yeah.
...movie where they're coming in the rocket. That would be... I agree with you. That would be the perfect ending to that movie, actually, and then it would lead into the old franchise. That's it. See, this is why I love fans, This is why I love fans of TV shows and movies and stuff. Because... we're the only people, and I'm not giving us all a big head here, but we're the only people that can see these things that these people in Hollywood or wherever actually don't see or refuse to see. Do you know what? I don't think. Look, people are saying you hear it on YouTube. People saying, Hollywood doesn't have good writers anymore. Disagree. Hollywood does have a lot of good writers.
They're not using the good writers because everybody's friends with everybody, and they're using these assholes.
Unexperienced
writers.
They can control.
Why would you have the guy that did Batman versus Superman write the fucking Star Wars movie? Why would you ever have that?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Are you going to watch? Are you going to go and watch the Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a kid since I used to see that. I'm definitely going to go see it. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to like it, but I don't think Disney owns Hellraiser. By the way, a company had bought Hellraiser and Scream, so Disney does not own Hellraiser and they do not own Scream. It's from a new company that purchased it because they just sold some of that stuff. The Weinsteins owned Scream. And I think they owned the Hellraiser, and they just sold that to another company. So it's not Disney. So yeah.
Listen, I do. Here's the thing, right? For me, and I read some of your comments there. I think if George Lucas had hung on to Disney Star Wars and waited for a better deal to come around, or wait until, in fact, he was, because let's be honest, some creators out there, they get a period in their life where everything is stale and then something will click. Maybe something would have clicked with and I think this is what's actually happened now. I think
the deal should have been.
He actually, it's at the reinvigorating him, and he could see what Disney is doing wrong. And now I bet you, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually regrets that sale now, because I bet you right now he is bitten at his teeth. When Disney came to him, right? This is not a rumor because this has been spoken about. JJ actually said that they did talk to George Lucas. Kathleen Kennedy has come out and said the same thing. I say he was chomping at his bit when Disney came to him and said, help us out. And I say he was in his element, right? Because I'm being honest with you, I think this whole Disney saga has actually reinvigorated George Lucas. And it's a
I think so. I think the point is that he should have had a deal where he said, look, you pay to finance me doing these 3 movies. And once it's done, I will allow you to buy it for this price. And that's what he should have did. He should have did his 7, 8, 9 like he originally envisioned, and then retire and let them pay for it, and then sell the company, sell it to them. But he should have finished it off. So if it would have been bad, it would have been on him.
Exactly. And you know what? Disney, I will say one thing for their part, right? And I will defend George here, right? But Disney should have actually, and George should have probably put it as part of the contract anyways. Matrix Lord has said there should have been something put in writing there, right? But Lucas should have had a part in all 3 movies, in my opinion. Right now,
he should have had the contract though. He should have set up the contract.
In my opinion, and this will be controversial, but the best Disney Star Wars movie I've watched is Rogue One, a movie that we didn't even need.
That was a great movie.
That was epic. That's the way you should be doing Star Wars, right? That's the way Star Wars should be done. But this is the problem. You've got too many people sticking their nose, and this is what has happened with Disney Star Wars. You've got too many people tried. Kathleen Kennedy, from what I've heard,
she's leaving. She's quitting.
She's really bad person, right? I mean, did you see that interview? Do you remember that panel she did? And do you remember when Mark Hamill actually says something about his character, and Kathleen Kennedy comes out and says, oh, don't worry, Luke Skywalker will have a very big part to play in the rest of the movies.
Oh, please.
Yeah? And look what happened in the next one.
Yeah, my ass.
So, I'm sorry, again, Disney and Paul, you made Lucas should have kept creative control. I agree, he should have. This is the one thing. This is what pisses me off. It's all right giving out about all these other people, and you're all right to do so. And even the cast that came out, the solo cast that came out and started slagging you all, saying that you were all toxic. You know, I'm glad you sent them a message on Solo bombed, right? And you've made your point, right? You keep doing it, but if you think you are going to get rid of Disney Star Wars, that's the problem you have. You will never get rid of Disney Star Wars. The only thing that fans can hope for is that Disney start listening to you, right? So I've heard bigger YouTubers out there say they're going to boycott, and then all of a sudden they're all going to see the movie because they got a free ticket. Well, I'm sorry, that doesn't wash with me either. If you're going to boycott Disney Star Wars, it means a fucking boycott. You don't go, and even if you've gotten a ticket off someone, you don't go out of principle because you do not support Disney Star Wars. And I know YouTubers out there, they go to these movies because they want to review them. And I kind of get that. But there's ways nowadays, without getting myself into trouble, there are ways of seeing these movies without actually going to the cinema now. So why give Disney your money? If you're gonna say you're gonna boycott, well then that means no merchandise. That means you don't go and see any Disney movie, right? Not just Star Wars. You don't go and see any of their movies, right? That's how you boycott Disney. But I see some fans.
Yeah, everybody just stop. First of all, nobody should be boycotting anything. You're not going to make a difference. They make billions and billions of dollars. Okay, they're going to make billions of dollars of Baby Yoda, for crying out loud, and Mandalorian. So Star Wars is going to survive no matter what. So you're not doing anything it's gonna work.
Mandalorian. I want to talk to you about that. Now, don't give any spoilers away, but I have found a way to watch it here. I won't say. But if anybody,
I had a free preview and I saw the first 2 episodes.
That's right.
So
yeah.
I'm gonna get Disney Plus because I want to see the rest. But I liked the first 2 episodes a lot.
Yeah, well, I hear even the most critical Star Wars YouTubers out there have actually given this a good review. Now, there's some Star Wars YouTubers out there that refuse to review it and would rather concentrate on the negativity. What I'd say to those Star Wars fans is well, then you have no opinion on The Mandalorian. And if you write something up about The Mandalorian, well, then you're being a bit of a hypocrite. Because at the end of the day, what I've always said is if you're going to criticize something, right, well, then you should watch the thing first before you criticize. Now, I remember before Series 11, and I'll put my hand up and say this, before Series 11 aired, I said I was not going to watch it. I was not going to support Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, and I was criticizing it. But then someone says to me, no, do you not think it's a bit hypocritical? You're criticizing something that you're not going to watch. Would you not watch it and make your judgment? And that's exactly what I did, right? Now, that's what I'll say to other people out there, Star Wars YouTubers that refuse to review The Mandalorian, but then still shit talk it, right? You have no valid argument. And the point that I'm trying to make is if you want to criticize something or praise something, you must watch it first.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So for those Star Wars YouTubers out there, just want to say something to you. Don't be slagging off The Mandalorian unless you have actually seen it. Now, what I have seen of it so far, and I've watched the first episode, I've enjoyed, right? So now I'm a non-Star Wars fan, so maybe I think it's brilliant, you know. But I compared it to kind of like Rogue One sort of thing, and I thought
Rogue One was excellent by far,
and you know, but see, Disney could prove they could do it though, Matrix Lord, because you're seeing it. The Mandalorian is a success, whether people like it or not. To some Star Wars,
it's the right people doing it though. That's the point,
right? Exactly.
Like Rogue One had the right person doing
people
it
as well. So if you do get the right people in, Disney can produce decent Star Wars. This is why I do believe that George Lucas should not have sold his soul to the devil.
Well, he did, and that's it.
But he did. But he did. And you know what? I'd say right now, if I was George Lucas, I'd say, and I'm only speculating here, but if I was George Lucas, I'd be devastated right now.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? He shouldn't be devastated because he's now they're asking his help constantly. So, you know, he's getting back in the game. So.
But here's the thing. You know what? He should use that to his advantage now, right? Because they will call on him again. And he should use his head. Because, you know, and he'll say, okay, let's sign a contract.
Yeah.
I know I sold it to you, but you want my help. So, okay, here's my terms and conditions. If you agree to them, I'm on board, right? And I don't think Lucas would make too many demands, to be honest with you. I think at this stage, he just wants to get Star Wars back to some sort of some sort of greatness. Because, look, I'm not a Star Wars fan per se, but the movies were great for what they were, the original trilogy. I like the original trilogy. I was more of a Trekkie because I do like me sci-fi. You know, that was more sci-fi, you know, whereas Star Wars more action-based. But still, I enjoyed those 3 movies. And I grew up with them as a kid, and I've seen them hundreds of times, like most Star Wars fans have, right? So even though I'm not a traditional Star Wars fan, as you say, there is emotional connection. I had emotional connection towards Luke Skywalker, even Vader. And to see characters like Luke Skywalker, Chewie, Han Solo being treated like shit in this era, and even, by the way, just this is how bad Disney is. Even former cast to come back, right? There's rumors that the rumor is Mark Hamill broke down on set. The guy that played Chewie that died recently, I forget his name and forgive me, but he apparently broke down as well, right? Because they seen the way their characters were being written. Now, Mark Hamill in his own little way, has tried to come out and warn fans. But I wish he'd just come out straight, like a few of the other actors. And I know he won't, because it'd kill his career, right? But a few of them have come out now and said, no, it's rubbish, right? Now,
some of them are coming out like John Boyega says, Disney Plus sucks, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
That's career suicide right there.
Yeah. And here's the thing. There's a clip. I don't know if you have seen it. So the Star Wars cast are there with JJ. And the reporter...
Sorry. Anthony Daniels says, after 40 years, this is what we get. I saw that.
But there was another question that a reporter asked, and it was like, so facial expression, tell us what you thought of
right. Without saying anything.
And did you see your man in the back? He was like this. Hold on, I'll put the camera back. He was like this. And then Daisy Ridley was like,
yeah.
I was like, stupid. Oh man, even the things that and you know what, the rhetoric that they're coming out with, apparently, according to Daisy Ridley, we will need to watch the Rise of Skywalker a few times to understand the film.
Sure. Give us money. Watch it a couple times, you'll understand it. Sure. Like 4 times. Yeah. Spend the money to watch it a couple times.
Yeah. You see what I mean?
No, you need to watch it once and you'll know. Yes. But if it's good enough, you'll watch it multiple times. But.
Exactly. They know what they've been in as being total shit, right?
Yeah.
The bottom line is for them, it's all about the paycheck, right? Now, tell me what, in fairness, what is Super Ray? We call her Super Ray because she can fly and everything now. But seriously, her character arc is probably one of the worst character arcs in Star Wars.
She had no training. She learned without being trained. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. So where did she get it? I'm not even a Star Wars fan.
We'll have to talk about it another time because I have to get going. But
problem. Make sure we're on the. Oh Jesus!
5 hours and 8 minutes. Yeah.
Right. Well, listen. I want to say thank you very much for all me here as all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I had a great time.
Thanks. On. I didn't think we'd be on for this long, but I really do appreciate you coming on.
When you have a good time, you lose all concept of time.
That's it. Listen, mate.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed tonight. You're a good friend, and this is what happens when friends get together, and we make better friends than enemies.
I said to you earlier on, for everything that happened between the two of us, I want to publicly apologize. It was obviously wires crossed, so we're I don't want to bring another YouTuber in, but you know who we're talking about. And I thought you were talking about me, but clearly you were having a tiff with another YouTuber. But I thought you were talking about me. So you got my wires crossed somewhere else. And everybody was saying, oh, but he's slagging you off again.
Well, you know what it is too, though? He was the problem because even some of your people wanted you to fight me because they were enemies of me. Just like they admitted, I made a mistake to unsubscribe to you. And and they were pumping you.
Yeah,
you were listening to them. So look, it's over the bridge. It's done. We don't need to get into it. That's what my friend. We had a great time. I wouldn't be in a cast with you for 5 hours and 10 minutes if we were enemies. We're good. So I appreciate you inviting me. That was very nice. Thank you so much.
No problem.
From the bottom of my heart, and I hope you guys enjoyed the cast as well. We had a lot of great people here tonight, and.
We did.
People I got to meet for the first time. So,
and listen, we'll do this again. Obviously, not for 5 hours. I normally keep them at 3 hours. But
please subscribe to him, Tardis Zone,
and subscribe to Matrix Lord as well. By the way, actually, do your usual shout.
Just subscribe to Matrix Lord 212, and that's it. We're good.
He's on Twitter. He's on Facebook and all. Yeah,
just subscribe to the YouTube channel is good. But you can see me. You'll see it.
Yeah, his YouTube channel is more important. Actually, he is.
Matrix Lord 212. That will connect to everything else.
Subscribe to his channel. Do whatever. And guys, if you like his videos as well, share them as well because that helps.
Thank you.
Word of mouth as well. Obviously, it all works. Listen.
Until next time.
Until the next time, thank you, my friend. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your, we're on Sunday now. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I'm going to eat something probably, and then I'll probably do my own cast. Good night, guys.
Well, then if you are, I'll
if I do one, if I don't fall asleep, you can come in. I'll eat something. I'll lay down. I'll probably pass out. But if not, you're invited.
Well, if you do one, I'll pop over and I'll say,
all right.
Right, go on.
Very good.
mate.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. You can eject me out.
Right, hold on. I'll remove you here now. All right, see you later, pal. And that was Matrix Lord. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for I don't want to kick. It says kick him. I don't want to kick him.
You take me out as well.
Oh, there you go again. Look, hold on. I forget how to. Oh, there you go. Kick from the studio. There. Right. So you should be gone now. There we go. So a few people saying good night, just in case you could see it there. Matrix Lord. There's another one for you, and another one. Listen, thanks for all my guests, Daniel, Sean from the Nerdaholics, and obviously Matrix Lord 212. And if you haven't subscribed to his channel, please do. He obviously he also covers he doesn't just do Doctor Who stuff, so he does other stuff as well, different casts and stuff. So go and check his channel. I can't believe I've actually stayed on this long, but you know what, as he said, when you have a great stream like this, time just flies. So right, here's the thing. This will probably be the last panel for a while, because I think I'm about to go over my time, and I don't think the other month kicks in until the 13th of December, which is 5 days from now. So we'll be back to the fan phone-ins, or I might use Zoom or something, or whatever it is, use the other app for the time being until this one comes back, because I like this. And thanks for coming on, Matrix Lord. He's just said good night to everybody there, so I'll just put that up there for everybody. What else? So we'll have the fan phone in on, oh, that's tomorrow. Jesus, because I did this stream. What am I at? Well, it's actually tonight, because it's 4 o'clock in the morning here. So I'll be back tomorrow for the fan phone in. So if anybody wants to phone in, listen, here's the thing though. If I do the fan phone in, I need people. I need at least 7 or 8 people to be willing to come on to call. If I don't get 7 or 8 people willing to come on, well then I'll just do a normal stream where I'll answer some of your questions that you leave in the comments. So if you want to come on, do the fan phone in, leave in the comment section after this stream goes up on the channel, not in the live chat. So I will say good night to you all. Good night, Paul Unknown 289, Matrix Lord, good night. Nicholas, good night. Chris, good night. Thanks for doing a great job, guys, Paul and Chris. I don't know if any of the other mods were in there as well. If you were, thank you all. Who else have we got? Crystal, good night, Crystal. Thanks for joining me. Arduous, thank you. Who else have we got? Bad Wolf 66, good night. US Dutch Kitty, good night. High Desert 004 and Colin, good night. Who else have we got? I think that might be everybody, is it? Might be. Yeah, I think it is. Well done, Paul. Actually, you have cleaned up this live chat very well. Fair play to you. And Chris, well done. I've noticed since Cheryl has actually gone, the live chat actually went a bit crap. So hopefully when she gets back now, everybody will behave themselves. But thank you guys for everything. I really enjoyed tonight, and I hope you have too. And I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Have a good evening or early morning, wherever you are in the world. And I will talk to you all tomorrow. And thank you for joining me for these 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hour stream. What am I at? Good night. Oh, she's going to kill me.